The main characters are in a closed building from which it is impossible to escape, so they must accept their fate and try in every possible way to survive. There was blood everywhere inside the building, and it seemed as if heaven itself had turned its back on the heroes, and God preferred the role of an ordinary onlooker. Bloody hands, eyes, and other parts of the body lay on the floor, and pitiful cries for help could be heard from afar. In the corner of the room lay a murdered man, whose leg had been torn off and attempts had been made to tear out his internal organs. It was unclear who could so mercilessly dismember these people, tearing off their arms, legs, and heads. All people have completely different lives, but unfortunately the end is always the same. A desperate death awaits everyone. With cries for help, one of the heroes ran with a sword towards the creature, but suddenly lost his hands and died on the spot. The mutant's tentacles, like the sharpest sword, cut everything in their path. There was not a single chance to escape from them. The main character, Young Hyun, concluded that the monster only attacks those who are furthest away, so it is necessary to stick together and not let the creature attack first. The mutant, whose head was a solid brain, killed everyone in his path, tearing off heads and splashing blood everywhere. One heroine tried to use her abilities and hold the monster, but her physical activity did not allow her to do this for a long time. Player Stepan concentrated his active skill in his hand and commanded player Wade to attack the monster until he killed them first. The players cut off the mutant's hands, from which green liquid resembling blood began to splash in different directions. While the creature was immobilized and screaming in pain, the players decided to all at once finish it off to death. Lee Jong-hyun shouted to the surrounding players to stop and not get into trouble. Otherwise, everyone would easily die. Suddenly, for everyone, many tentacles flew out from the monster's cut hands and developed in all directions. The terrible tentacles mercilessly killed everyone in their path, cutting off people's heads, limbs, and cutting off half of their bodies. One of the groups of players criticized the haste of those killed, because it was impossible to rush at a mutant so stupidly and lose their lives. The main character asked the survivors to go back, armed himself with a large sword, and wanted to attack the monster alone. Jong-hyun calculated that the creature's tentacles reach about 20 meters, and they're absolutely strong and fast. The hero used the haste skill and ran between the tentacles to try to finish off the terrible monster. The mutant's brain exploded and a yellow eye appeared from the depths of his head, along the edges of which green liquid could be seen. Using his light blade, Chan jumped on the monster and cut it into two halves from head to toe. From a powerful blow from the blade, the floor, which was under the creature's feet, split into two parts, and dust rose from the crack. The mutant halves lay without signs of life, and behind them a deep crater formed, several meters deep. The system issued a message that the assassination task was completed, and Hyun received 10 souls as a reward. The player turned to the others and asked them to collect the souls of those killed, and prepare to depart for the next stage of tasks. More than half of the people, torn into small pieces by the mutant's tentacles, lay on the floor and were long dead. The leader of the same group analyzed the situation and thanked Chan for his courage and determination. Lee Jong-hyun said that there is no time for meaningless words as they need to recover quickly and move on. Suddenly, the main player felt a long sword piercing right through his body and turned to look at the face of the traitor. A man with a tattoo on his chest and a young girl watched excitedly. The man who stuck the sword into the main character thanked him for all his past deeds and help in all previous tasks. Jong-hyun grabbed the madman by the head and wanted to kill him, but he said that he acted according to the orders of the gang leader. Player Wade ran to the aid of his comrade and brutally cut off Chan's hand, with which he was holding the traitor's head. Everyone present pounced on Hyun and plunged all their weapons into him, not giving up their attempt to survive. The cut-up Chan fell to his knees in pain, clutching his stomach, and his severed hand lay next to him. The main character did not understand why a group of people decided to get rid of him after so many tasks that they performed together. The gang leader explained that the surviving players decided to divide the earned souls of Jong-hyun among themselves. The main character was sure that without him, other players would not be able to advance further, and they would suffer the same fate as him. The leader of the group laughed and asked Hyun to first of all think about his ended life, and they could easily cope without him. The leader told Chan that his players had already dealt with a man with a tattoo and a girl who were his supporters. The hero looked with horror at his brutally murdered comrades and said their names with particular sadness. The players surrounded Chan and asked him not to show feelings over the death of his supporters, because he would soon go after them. The man who plunged the sword into the main character raised a sharp mace above him and wanted to take off her head, as if he were playing baseball. Feeling the treacherous blow of the mace on his head, the hero bent down and began to let blood out of his mouth, but remained conscious until the last. Jong-hyun abruptly rose from the floor and with a bloody mouth and white eyes screamed at the traitor. The bloodied main character grabbed the man's neck with his teeth and he could do nothing with the attacker. The man's supporters noticed what was happening too late, because their comrade was already almost dead. The leader shouted to the remaining players to quickly attack Chan before he could use his skills. The group plunged several sharp swords and a spear into the player's body. Despite this, the one-armed Chan was able to kill 2 people. One of the players attacked Hyun and cut off his only hand, the blood of which splattered all around. The embittered gang leader quickly ran up to Chan and wanted to finish him off with his own hands. The player hit the main character with a sword and cut off his head with one blow, and the hero's life ended. Looking at Hyun's severed head, the surviving men were sure of his death, because there is no skill that would allow one to survive the cutting off of a head. On the floor lay the hacked corpses of the players, bloody weapons in Chan's head, which was making dying sounds. The leader suggested that his comrade collect the souls earned by Chan and move forward to complete tasks. Chan opened his eyes and found himself in some room, without a single scratch or injury. At first, the main character could not move until his vitality was restored after living through death again. After lying for some time after being revived, Chan attempted to rise from the floor, but the pain throughout his body made him scream throughout the room. Chan realized that nothing would change if he continued to just lie on the floor without going on missions in the game. It turned out that the hero again found himself in the same location, repeating over and over again after his death. The more Lee Jong-hyun got used to this place, the more disgusted he became in it. He rose to his feet and noticed that his body was noticeably tired compared to his previous revivals. The player hit the locked concrete door with all his might, hoping that it would easily open and let him through to the first stage of the tasks. A lot of time has passed since Hyun's first arrival, during which he managed to be reborn several hundred times. The first floor remained the unchanged starting point from which Chan must begin his difficult life journey. Sometimes other people may appear nearby, but this time Jun-hyun was reborn all alone. Having groped for the door, the main character promised himself to eventually kill the one who came up with this cruel game. The door opened and a long corridor appeared in front of Jung-hyun, at the end of which a bright light shone. The hero remembered that more than a dozen times he died on the first floor from thirst and hunger, which happened almost immediately after waking up. The situation was even worse when there were many people in the room who killed each other and even resorted to cannibalism. Most people did not live to leave the first location, dying from the brutal acts of other people. In the first games, Chan did not know about the existence of the door, and it seemed to him that there was no way out of this place, and he constantly died, and then was reborn again and again. Above the passage in the wall was the name of the game, Lag, and the main character still did not understand what it meant. Jun-hyun was thinking about his next steps, and went down the long corridor to survive and get out of this game. The player has decided that he no longer intends to start the game from scratch, so he needs to try not to die in the trials. He entered the large hall and saw in front of him a table for registering players, which was a smart system. At the table, Chan saw a diamond wall, which was clearly needed for some reason to authorize players in the game. The main character approached the table and the screen immediately lit up, awaiting further action from the player. Young put his hand to the screen and saw that the system recognized his name and activated the awakening. The player was given random active and passive skills, which included light, flame, shortness of breath, and hand-to-hand combat. Typically, each player has up to 10 active skills and 2 passive ones, but the system gave Chan an unlimited number of passive skills. Having died hundreds of times in the game, Hyun saw a wide variety of skills, but he saw an unlimited number of passive ones for the first time. The main character considered himself a lucky person, who was very lucky in acquiring skills. The system informed the player that a weapon would be issued soon, and Chan hoped to receive a lucky item that he would need in many trials. The hero was given a weapon in the form of a mini pickaxe, which increases the player's muscle strength by 1%. Lee Jong-hyun grabbed the weapon and believed that it could very well help him cope with various tasks. There were times when Jung-woo received absurdly useless things, including children's toys, food, and even kitchen utensils. The main character left the large hall and went along the corridor in search of his first test. In front of the hero, 2 doors appeared in the first and second zones, the stairs from which equally led down. This time, Jong-hyun decided to choose the door of the second zone, although in previous times, he preferred to choose the first door. The hero had to go through many stairs that led down and seemed to be endless. Using an active light skill, Chan illuminated the path in the darkness and shone the light on the name of the zone to make sure it was correct. Once a player has entered a location and closed the door behind him, it is no longer possible to go back. The system notified the player about a new task, the goal of which was to destroy all monsters and zombies in the zone. Chan decided to move as quietly as possible and pressed himself against the wall to reduce the radius from which he could be attacked. The hero, being reborn several times, understood perfectly well what awaited him in this test, and was very careful. Hyun used his skill to shine a light in front of him and saw 3 creepy zombies moving towards him. The system issued a notification that zombies have a strong jaw that can crush all the bones. The hero waited for the zombies to get much closer, and now they were at a distance of less than 5 steps. When the monster attacked Hyun, he did not hesitate to hit his head with a pickaxe, as he was ready for this. The zombie flew to the side and died. Lee Chong shone a light into the darkness and waited for the next attack. The strongest point of a zombie is the head, and there is no point in inflicting damage on the rest of the body while the skull remains intact. During previous runs, the main character died more than once due to not finishing off the heads of the monsters completely. The movements of zombies are arranged in a special way. At first they creep up slowly, and then there is a sharp jerk. Chan uses an active skill that releases a stream of fire towards an object or victim. The flames engulf the remaining zombies and they lay on the floor with terrible screams, awaiting their death. Thanks to the fact that Chong received a pickaxe and a flame, he has an excellent opportunity to clear this location. Hyun, with a light in his hand, was waiting for the next batch of monsters, because the system did not announce the completion of the task. Suddenly, out of the darkness, a tiny zombie, resembling the body of a child, attacked the player. The mutant approached Chan as close as possible and screamed, but he did not show any feelings of fear. Despite all the hesitation because of the child, Hyun hit him with a pickaxe in the head and threw him to the floor. The hero had never seen such a small monster before, and perhaps that was why he did not hear its quiet steps. The system made it clear to Lee Chong that the task was completed, and the player received an improvement or a skill and a random item as a reward. As a result, Hyun chose an additional passive skill that improved his tough skin. Having received the rewards, Hyun considered himself very lucky, because if an active skill had rolled out, the player would have lost one of the ones he already had. For the first time, the hero has 3 passive skills at once, which will remain with him until the very end of the game. Most often, passive skills affect physical abilities, and now they are available to Jong in infinite quantities. The League of League gave the main player a chance to survive. Now everything should definitely be a different scenario. After awakening, each player has his own data, which does not reveal all the information about the player. Chan went further and saw in front of him 2 doors that lead to the second zone, but the first door requires a key. The main character does not remember absolutely all the passages, but he remembered the initial stages perfectly, because the further passage depends on where he ends up. In the area that is hidden behind the first door, you can meet several zombies. The reward for killing them is quite low. Lee Chong uses the key to open the door and goes on further adventures. The reason why the hero chose the first door and abandoned more significant equipment is that he was confident in his success in this zone. Hyun opened the door and entered the area, where he immediately received a new task to kill vile creatures. The difference is only 1 floor, but the test has already become much less obvious, because the description does not indicate what monsters are waiting for Hyun. Chan is on the 2nd underground floor, where he learned almost everything in past rebirths. At the door, the hero meets a rather strange man who was sitting without signs of life. The system told Hyun that the man's name was Kim Tae-min, and he had the skill of breathing underwater. Coming closer, the player realized that the man was impatient to die because he fell asleep in such a dangerous place. Kim woke up, rose to his feet, and the system familiarized him with the characteristics of Lee Jong-hyun who had appeared. In Ming's hands was a bloody hammer that increases the muscle strength of its owner. This character seemed somewhat strange to Jung, and he decided to ask him who he had been waiting for such a long time. In theory, a man could pass by all the zombies in the first location without killing them, but he would not receive the key to the second location. From the appearance of the second player, it was difficult to say that he was able to cope with all the zombies alone. There was clearly someone else in this location. Kim Tae-min told Lee Chong that he was waiting for him to appear so that they could move together through new challenges. The man explained that he was going to the location with another person, but he was attacked by zombies and was unable to escape. Chan thought about the words he heard, and Kim looked away and continued to talk about his path in the first location. The player did not dare to enter the next room alone, so he decided to wait for someone else. Hyung went to the door and told Min that he was leaving for the trials right now, and he should decide for himself whether to follow or wait for the next player. Confident Lee Jong-hyun and frightened Kim Tae-min entered the next location, located on the 2nd underground floor. A forest appeared in front of the heroes, which greatly frightened the second player, and he became very nervous. There was no cover above the forest, and even the sky was visible. But on the ground there was ordinary vegetation and many trees. Jong-hyun resolutely walked towards the forest, but an agitated Kim tried to stop him, saying that he was very embarrassed by this situation. Kim Tae-min did not understand why the player went forward without any hesitation, because this location was in no way similar to those where the players had previously been. Jung-woo got tired of Min's empty talk, and decided to ask him what he wanted from him. The main character explained to his comrade that they need to move on to increase their chances of survival. Chan moved forward and hinted to Kim to wait for the next player who could cheer him on in a friendly manner. After hearing the words, the player fell silent and looked after Jungwoo with hatred and insolence. Kim followed Hyun, and on the way apologized for saying a lot of nonsense in vain. The players did not know what could await them in the magical forest, and began to move deeper with caution. Lee Chong looked up and saw that on one of the trees there was a huge spider that was moving towards them. The system issued a notification to players saying that it was a tree spider whose body was as strong as a tree trunk. Confident of success, Hyun asked Min to shut up and focus on the approaching attack. The spider, which was many times larger than the players, jumped from the tree, and the shockwave threw Kim and Chan aside. The paw of a tree spider can easily cut a human body, as it did with Hyun in past lives. In the same way, dear and beloved YouTube viewer, I am cut in half by sad feelings when you don't leave a comment, like, and subscribe to the channel. This is very important for me. Take care of yourself and don't lose your soulmate. Good luck to you, and enjoy watching. Lee Jong-hyun was no longer an ordinary person, and he could very well evade a rather fast monster using his skills. Once awakened in the game, players' physical abilities go beyond human capabilities, making the body more suitable for survival. The main character did not wait for Kim's determination, and decided to attack the terrible spider alone, jumping on it with a pickaxe. Kim Tae-min watched the situation from the side and did not try to help his fellow player. Chong-hyun jumped at the spider with all his might and wanted to hit its wooden head with a pickaxe, but only hit the claw. Having received a blow to the front paw, the creature did not show any weakness, and only laughed in front of the hero. As expected, one hit was not enough to kill the spider, so the players attempted another attack. Ming used the active skill of an explosive attack, which causes an explosion when hit directly, and tore off the monster's paw. Jong-hyun did not expect such an act, because from the very beginning he concluded that Kim would not be useful in anything. The monster's two paws were out of action, but despite this, he continued to laugh in front of the players. Chan realized that there was no time for hesitation, and tried to finish off the tree spider with blows to the body with a pickaxe, but it threw him aside. Kim again used his active skill and attacked the mutant with a blast wave, after which the spider was completely engulfed in fire and immobilized. The tree spider's body was made of wood, so it could easily catch fire, which benefited the players. Without waiting for the monster to burn out, Jong-hyun grabbed a pickaxe and wanted to finish him off completely. The main character jumped onto the spider's spiny body and stabbed the weapon into its head several times. The burning and mutilated spider bent its legs and fell to the ground in front of Chan, awaiting its death. After using the skills, Ming was noticeably tired. Beads of sweat were running down his forehead, and heavy breathing was coming from his chest. Chan analyzed his partner's actions and concluded that Kim does not know how to calculate his endurance, although his potential power is quite high. Because of the rather pitiful appearance of this guy, the main character could not even think that he had such power, which did not inspire confidence. The fact that Kim Tae-min has such destructive power available at level 2 means that he can become pretty damn strong later on. The primary reason why Jong left the other player alive is that he could kill him at any point during the trial. When the players went to look for a way out, Min was nervous and asked stupid questions to Jung about where they were going. Hyun asked Kim to close his mouth and decide on his further actions, to which he apologized and went after the main character. At first glance, Min's behavior has not changed since their meeting with Chan. But in LAS, people often try to deceive each other and hide their true face for a long time. The players looked up and realized that it was too late for them to go anywhere, as a new attack of tree spiders awaited them. Apparently, the monsters heard the players' conversations, and several of them attacked the men from all sides. Min didn't know what they should have done in such a situation, but Chan confidently said to act in the same way. The players ran away from the advancing spiders to buy some time to think about the situation. When the spiders were left behind, Hyun came up with the idea of collecting them in one place and destroying them at once, using active skills. The heroes ran out of the forest, and Chan saw a suitable area where they could lure the spiders for further reprisals against them. Confused, Kim realized that he and Chan had run into a dead end, and the spiders were about to attack them from the forest. The man began to scream, because they needed to find a door or any exit to the third floor as soon as possible. Chan could not restrain himself, and covered Kim's mouth with his hand, because he could no longer listen to his senseless hysterics. The man apologized again, and said that there was no way out of this situation, and he was very worried about it. Thanks to past experience, Chan knew that this location was not endless, and the spiders would be drawn to this point when they heard the sound of the players. Hyun used the flame skill and ignited the tree, and then asked Kim to use the explosive attack skill again when the spiders appeared. The heroes had to set the forest on fire before the spiders came out of it. But Kim Tae-min did not understand the meaning of this action. Chan explained to his comrade that he needed to use the skill so that the flames spread as much as possible through the trees. The second player hit the burning tree and tested the strength of his active skill, but the tree suddenly burst into flames and the players had to flee from the forest. Sparks from Ming's impact scattered throughout the entire area, and a real fire broke out in the forest. Kim didn't understand why they did this, because in this way they were putting themselves in danger. All the spiders of the forest crawled to the sound of voices and began to laugh at the players until their bodies were engulfed in fiery flames. The players watched the successful completion of their task, because all the spiders were burned alive thanks to Chan. The system issued a notification that the task of getting rid of the parasites had been completed, and Lee Jong-hyun was considered the winner. Each challenge has its own requirements to receive the reward, but Jong contributed the most, unlike Min. As it turned out, spiders tend to chase people, and it was enough to simply collect them in one place and burn them. Lee Jong-hyun was awarded speed boots that increase his movement speed by 5%. Min enviously congratulated his partner on passing, but deep down he was glad that this difficult test was over. Hyun went to the next stage without waiting for Kim, who looked after him angrily. The main character began to wander between the burning trees, hoping to find the souls of the killed spiders. Sometime later, Lee Jong-hyun discovered a glowing soul in one of the dead spiders. Completing a mission is not the only way to get a reward. There is also a soul reward for killing monsters. Souls work on the principle of improvement points, because by receiving souls, players can improve their skill levels. Depending on the type and level of skills, improvement may require several souls at once. Players have the right to leave their soul for storage in a killed body and return for it later, or pick it up and pour it into an improvement. In simple terms, souls in the LAG game are necessary for survival, as they serve to improve skills and as currency when obtaining equipment from the merchant. Lee Jong-hyun did not understand why, among the many killed spiders, he found only one soul, but suddenly he noticed Min, who was treacherously taking the souls of the others. Seeing Kim's action, Chan realized that he was unable to absorb souls due to the fact that he was not awarded by the system. The system notified the players that there were almost 4 hours left until the soul was released, and this confused Ming. Chan absorbed the soul and explained to his partner that souls belong to those who earn them by killing monsters. Kim did not know that a soul could expire if its owner did not claim it within 4 hours of the murder. The owner can renounce his right to the soul, and then any person can take it, and in no other way will other people be able to absorb someone else's soul. Chan left and finally brought out Min's emotions, hinting that there is another way to steal other people's souls. An angry Kim Tae-min looked after the departing player and could barely control himself. The main character assumed that a fight with Ming might occur due to the division of the one souls and was ready for this. Hyun paused and heard that Kim Tae-min was running towards him with the intention of attacking and killing him. Ming used his active explosive attack skill and turned black with anger and envy towards the main character. Chan, without looking back, mercilessly stuck the pick into the neck of Min, who was already above him. A powerful blow with a pick broke the player's neck, but he tried to stay on his feet until his last breath. Chan told the attacker that his betrayal was predicted from the very beginning because he needed to cleanse his hammer of human blood. Kim intended to take advantage of Hyun's help and then finish him off, but ended up being the victim himself. Previously, the main character had already managed to survive something similar. He was killed by the same traitors as Kim. Betrayal and envy of people are considered one of the main reasons for the high mortality rate in the LAG game. Chan finished Min off until he died and took his soul, because people's bodies also contain them. It was no surprise to the protagonist that many players hunted other people like monsters. Kim Tae-min was in the same category, someone who hides his true intentions and uses others for his own gain. From the moment of their first meeting, Hyun expected a similar outcome, because there were traces of human blood on Min's hammer. Ming struck from behind his partner immediately after they dealt with the monsters of the first stage. Kim Tae-min knew in advance about the existence of souls, and the zombie bodies that were at the previous stage do not contain them. It turns out that the traitor killed his playing partner with a hammer and took his soul, then waiting for the arrival of a new player. In any case, Kim turned out to be useful, because thanks to him, Chan now has 3 souls at his disposal. The main reason why Jungkook managed to turn things around well is because he is already familiar with similar situations. Hyun has encountered such people countless times and accordingly, has already lost count of his deaths. The main character was already quite tired of such a death, and he decided to focus hard on survival. The logic of the LAG game is not that the strongest survive, but that those who manage to survive become the strongest. Chan took a black hammer from the murdered Min, which increases the owner's muscle strength by 1.5%. The hero was glad to get another weapon, because even after reaching the 6th floor, he had to be content with just a crowbar. Lee Jong-hyun needs to get good equipment as soon as possible to complete the next stages. The player went to the door that leads to the next area to receive the next task. This time, Chan entered a long corridor, at the end of which there was not light, but pitch darkness. The corridor led the protagonist to a rest area where players can prepare for upcoming missions. In addition to the entrance, there were 3 more doors in the location that led to the shower room, the store, and the next area. To begin with, Hyun decided to go to the store and exchange souls with the merchant for weapons and skills. Every time he met the merchant in his past lives, Lee Chong always felt sick just by looking at him. Salespeople never talk, because they are like intangible imaginary entities. But this does not mean that you can touch them. There was an incident in the past where Jung's companion decided to pass his hand through the salesperson and immediately regretted it. The man's hand was almost completely missing, as if he had dipped it into a container of cold nitrogen. There are not vendors on every floor, so Jung should only trade with them when the opportunity arises. Chan counted his souls and asked the merchant to show him the types of equipment he had in stock. The process of trading with merchants is quite simple, because the player can tell what a merchant will offer just by looking at him once. The main character examined all the proposed items and pointed with a hammer to the chosen weapon. The merchant demands that Chan give him the souls first, because previously some players could take the items and simply run away. Each of the items that the hero has chosen to purchase is worth 1 soul of killed people. The Deadstream merchant had absorbed 3 souls and was ready to give the acquired equipment to player Lee Chong. The seller gave Hyun stretchy pants and a stretchy vest that increase his strength and agility by 2%, as well as a leather hip pouch to increase his stamina. Lee Jong-hyun put on the purchased uniform, improving his physical abilities and looking much better. Merchants give players cooked meat and water as a bonus, and this was something of a service. At the early stages, the main character was not sure whose meat he was being served, but now he already knows that it is Sagittarius meat. Chan will not meet this monster for a long time, whose meat he eats, since the calf is found only on floors below the 7th. Before leaving for the next stage, Hyun decided to go to the shower room, where you simply enter and exit the washing machine. Chan touched the door and felt someone on the other side grab the handle and push the door. At that moment, he abruptly hid behind the door. The hero prepared for the attack and realized that he would not be able to enjoy the shower in peace. Hyun looked beyond the edge of the door and saw the silhouette of a young girl who, apparently, was also a LS player. The woman had good physical shape, a valuable weapon for attack, and an absolutely confident gait. She doesn't know that Chan has entered this location, since other people's entry notifications can only be seen if you enter the location at the same time. Suspecting nothing, the female player did a warm-up and began to talk out loud about her further actions. Chan put a pickaxe to her neck and saw a system notification that Emma could use 2 active skills at the same time. Chan ordered the stranger to raise her hands up, and Emma obeyed him, because she thought that he wanted to kill her. Emma must not be stupid or make a fuss, otherwise she risks getting a hole in her skull and a hole in her neck. The frightened woman told her attacker that she was confused and asked to talk calmly without using a weapon. Lee Jong-hyun's face changed and asked Emma to get all the souls she had earned and the equipment she had purchased. Drops of sweat were dripping from the girl's face, and blood appeared on her neck where the pick was placed. The lady took out a long sword and a small brown bag, which probably contained the acquired souls, and placed it on the floor. The main character found out that at the moment the girl does not have a soul, which means that she did not kill people. In a trembling voice, Emma told Chan that she did not have any souls, but the player continued to interrogate her. There is no way to find out how many souls another person has in store, but it is possible to find out whether a person has any at all. Hyun asked the uninvited guest how many of her team members were present, but she did not understand what she was asking. The main character told the girl that he can check whether a person has a soul, and it turns out that the earned souls are with Emma's companions. Emma laughed, and thereby caused Chan negative emotions, because this situation does not seem funny to him. Lee Chong, threatening Emma with a pickaxe, forced her to go with him and asked her to open the door to the shower. The shower room was empty, and only a tank with water and hoses stood in the middle of the room. Emma confessed to Chan that there was another person in the previous room who entered another location. After the first task, 2 doors appeared. Her partner entered the second, and she decided to go to the other. Remembering his door, Chan realized that the LAG system had changed because he was entering a completely different door, different from Emma's door. The hero's doors led to different locations, and therefore they could not reach each other until they went down to the next floor, as was the case in Chan's past revivals. Still holding the pickaxe to Emma's neck, Hyung asked her why she entered separately from her friend. Emmy explained to Hyung that her partner was a pervert who she didn't want to go anywhere with. Chan needed to make a choice: leave Emma alive, take him with him, or kill her, taking her unfortunate soul. At the moment, the benefit from killing the girl is quite small, because Hyun only gets one soul. Apparently, Emma is quite good at the game, but it is quite rare to find such a person on the second floor. In addition, this heroine can use 2 active skills at the same time. Chan told Emma that he was thinking about her future fate, but she asked not to start a fight with her. The woman asked to take her with her to the tests, as she could be useful there due to her intelligence and athleticism. Having made his decision, Lee Jong-hyun told Emma to pick up her things from the floor and prepare to leave for the next destination. When Emma turned and looked at the main character, she complimented him on his appearance and endeared himself to him. Chan answered Emma with impudence that her cuteness and compliments were inappropriate under the current conditions. Hyun explained to the companion that the threat with the pick was only a measure for his own safety, because it was much better to kill than to be killed. Emma looked at Chan and smiled. Later, she said that he didn't look like an evil guy, much less a pervert. The main character concluded that the girl had not yet killed anyone, and at the same time, no one had died before her eyes. Emmy tries to be a stoic player and not show any fear of death, but in reality, she is not realistic and sometimes flies in the clouds. In LAG, death is always somewhere near the players. The only question is whether you die or others die. Emma asked Hyun if monster-like creatures could be waiting in the 3rd location of the 2nd zone, to which Hyun answered in the affirmative. Before opening the doors, the girl collected her thoughts for a long time because she was afraid to enter anywhere. Chan showed the inappropriate manners of a real man and told Emma that he always lets the lady go first. But the girl was angered by these words. Lee Jong-hyun patted the girl on the back and told her to open the door first and enter it for the next test. The players opened the door and walked down a large, dark corridor that led them to the 3rd location of the 2nd underground floor. At the end of a long corridor, a doorway appeared in front of the players, behind which there was no light. In the location where Emma and Jun-hyun entered, the silhouettes of several men could be seen against the wall. The system issued a notification of entry and turned on the lights. At that moment, something scared the heroes from the outside. There were 2 dead men hanging on the ceiling, whose condition frightened Emma, and she screamed throughout the entire location. Next to the hanging people were loose suicide nooses and several chairs underneath them. Chan had already seen a man hanged in this location once, but this time there were 2 people hanging in the noose. On the wall of the room there were many screens that broadcast the location that Emma and Chan would now enter. All the screens showed parts of the maze, on one of which Emma saw a young man standing. The man was very frightened, and beads of sweat were running down his bloody face, and his eyes were looking at something terrible. The player turned around and ran sharply in the opposite direction and injured his leg. Emma and Chan did not understand what was happening inside the maze. The camera recorded a monster running after the player, and the system immediately gave Hyun and Emma all the information about it. The masked lion is capable of eating anything and has one of the highest level skills. The monster caught up with the man in a few seconds and pinned him to the ground, releasing blood from his body. The man did not lose hope of salvation, and decided to use an active skill that creates a spear out of ice. While the monster was busy eating the player's leg, the player confidently thrust an ice spear into its eye. But nothing happened. The man was unable to attack the masked lion and lowered his hands down, through which blood flowed. Emma and Hyun watched the terrible scene, and did not understand what to do to survive. Chan remembered all the previous times in this location, but he had never encountered a camouflaged lion in the maze. The confusing labyrinth, the unkillable monster, and the lack of a way to avoid it forced players to think through their moves more carefully. Hyung knew that he shouldn't waste the opportunities he had at the beginning of the game, so he couldn't die this time. Armed with a hammer and a pick, he determined to survive at any cost in this difficult ordeal. Emma was unpleasant to watch the terrible picture, but she did not take her eyes off until the very end. Chan analyzed the companion's behavior and concluded that she has good survival instincts as she tries to collect all the information in advance. Hyun decided to go fight the lion, but Emma panicked and stopped him because she didn't want to go into the maze and risk her life. Knowing the fact that a masked lion was waiting outside the location, Chan still decided to go to him to fight. Emma couldn't gather her thoughts, and Chan decided to offer her the option of suicide, pointing to the gallows. Now the players had only 2 options: open the door despite what they saw on the cameras, or give up and commit suicide. Emma grabbed her sword and decided to go with Lee Jong-hyun to the bloodthirsty lion. Chan asked the girl to be concentrated and quiet, and told her to discard unnecessary thoughts. Before entering the location, Hyun asked the girl what active and passive skills she had, and what their number was. Emma said the number 3, and the system immediately issued notifications that the girl had the haste skill, a magical missile, and mark that leaves a mark on any target. The main character didn't believe Emma and decided to ask again, but she really didn't like it, and got angry. After reading the companion's skills, Jong believed that it would be difficult for them to fight the lion due to the lack of useful skills. Emmy and Hyun's active skills can help in the battle with the monster, But this is still not enough. The girl asked Chan about him, and he said that he has light and flame, which are active skills. The hero believed that he simply needed to collect a certain amount of information in order to gain her trust and not arouse suspicion. Lee Jong-hyun saw Emma only as a trap for the lion, thanks to which he could get out of the location and survive. Even if after the death of the girl the player does not manage to take her soul, it will be much better if the lion kills her and not him. This test is also a danger for the main character. Moreover, he does not have enough active skills, and the advantage of passive ones will be revealed later. At the beginning of the journey, active skills are much more useful, but you should not abuse them, because the player uses up his physical endurance. Chan realized that there was no choice left, and they needed to look for a way out of the current situation after passing the test. The players opened the door to the location and decided to move forward, risking their lives and hoping for a miracle. The system notified Emma and Chan of an upcoming mission to find a way out of the labyrinth, the reward of which is equipment associated with a masked lion and 3 souls. Lee Jong-hyun was given a personal mission, the purpose of which was not to kill people and monsters in order to obtain 4 souls. Chan looked at Emma and realized that she was very lucky, since she would not die by his hand. On the other hand, the main player will not be able to use the girl as bait, so passing the game is very complicated. Emma, just like Hyun, received a personal task that no one could know except her, and this interested Chan. It will be problematic for players if the girl's personal task is the complete opposite of Lee Chong's task. Already at the very beginning of the test, the heroes are greeted by an endless labyrinth, covered on top with an electric charge, and from which there is only one entrance and one exit. It turned out that the labyrinth always changes its structure, so it is impossible to know in advance which passage to choose to move forward. Inside Hyun, the emotions of the desire to survive and the fear that this life would be his last were mixed. Faced with 2 paths, Emma and Hyun could not decide which one they should follow for their personal safety. Chan spat on his hands, which greatly embarrassed his companion, and she expressed her dissatisfaction. The main character rubbed the drool on his palm and told the girl that they needed to move to the left. The players confidently walked down the long corridor of the labyrinth, at the end of which there was absolute darkness. The labyrinth consists of straight corridors, so it is quite difficult to choose any strategy. Chan was wearing speed boots, and if he applied the haste effect, he would be able to match the lion's speed. If Hyun uses boots and the haste skill, then the lion will definitely destroy Emma, whose speed will be significantly less than the speed of the lion. The players approached the turn with caution, hoping that the lion would not come towards them on the next straight. There were many forks in front of the heroes, and at each of them Chan confidently decided to turn left. After some travel, Emma and Lee Chong find drops of human blood on the ground, which belonged to one of the lion's victims. From the scene they saw, everything inside the heroes sank because there was something terrible ahead of them. Lying against the wall of the labyrinth was the same man whose leg was bitten off by the lion, despite his use of an ice ray. The heroes would suffer the same fate as this player if they did come across the camouflaged lion. Frightened, but at the same time restrained, Emma suggested that her friend return to the previous fork and take a different path. Chan began to succumb to emotions and became noticeably nervous. He had to calm down in order to make the right decision in a difficult situation. The players returned to the fork and took a different path, trying to avoid meeting the dangerous monster. The deathly silence greatly frightened and tensed the heroes. Only the sounds of their steps filled the corridors with noise. Previously, Hyun had tried to avoid long, straight paths, but now it felt like the labyrinth had fundamentally led them in this direction. If along the way Emma and Chan meet a lion, then the only way out will be to try to escape, since in the event of an attack, the monster will not feel pain. Lee Chong will have no choice but to use the girl as bait and forget about his personal mission. At the crossroads, Emma asked her companion where they should go next, but he could not make the right decision. The central corridor alarmed the protagonist, and he entrusted Emma with the choice of the future path. The girl was afraid of responsibility and decided to completely entrust her life to Chan's choices. In this situation, Emma is much more comfortable being around Hyun, and he is a kind of support for her. Still, Chan decided not to let his guard down, because you never know what's in another person's head. The main character learned his lesson about trust quite well when, in a past life, his comrades mercilessly cut off his head. Jean decided to go to the right, where they subsequently saw a camouflaged lion approaching. Emma and Chan froze, but the monster did not notice the heroes, giving them time to attempt an escape or any attack. This masked lion had a damaged eye and a mouth stained with blood from the previous player. The unsuspecting bloody lion reached the bend and looked around it, but discovered the absence of the victim. Lee Jong-hyun and Emma hid behind the wall and prayed that the monster would not come towards them. The lion sensed the presence of people nearby and quickly ran towards them, breathing hot steam. The hero heard the approaching footsteps of the mutant and began to get so nervous that beads of sweat flowed down his face again. The way back was too far, and if the heroes managed to escape, the lion would surely hear their loud footsteps. Chan came up with some kind of plan and found out from the girl that she weighs 60 kilograms. The player asked Emma to use the haste skill on him, and at his signal, launch a magic missile forward. Emma touched Lee Chong's chest and used the haste skill. The hero's body became significantly lighter. The main character, using a skill, created a fireball in his hand, and told the girl to get ready to launch the rocket. At John's command, both players simultaneously used their active skills using magic missile and flame. Seeing flashes of energy and shooting at the end of the corridor, the lion accelerated and was already close to Emma and Chan. Hyung hugged Emma and explained to her that they had to jump at the same time after the rockets exploded. The masked lion approached the heroes, who were already ready for further action. The missiles hit the concrete wall and a powerful explosion occurred, to which the mutant had to react. After the rockets exploded, Chan grabbed Emma and climbed up the wall using his weight-reducing skill. The main character stuck a pickaxe into the wall, and this helped him and Emma maintain their position at the top. The predator appeared in the place where the players once stood, but instead of victims he saw only fiery flames. Chan specially lit the fire so that the lion kept his gaze downward and did not penetrate the fire unless absolutely necessary. The monster will try to find prey, but not finding it nearby, it will simply retreat back. Being above the angry lion, Chan did not believe in the success of his plan, but did not let Emma know about it. The girl hugged Hyun and hid her face so as not to look at the lion, who could notice them at any moment and destroy them. The bloody predator walked in circles in the same place and did not understand where the fire came from and where the people had gone. Suddenly, Chan noticed that under the lion's eye there was no scar left by that deceased player. After analyzing the appearance of the lion, the main character concludes that several monsters are hunting in the labyrinth instead of one. Leo did not see the main characters hanging on the wall and decided to go in the opposite direction. The pickaxe, stuck into the wall, gradually weakened and slipped, thereby creating many cracks in the wall. Chan and Emma got nervous and tried to hold the pickaxe in the wall as long as possible, because the lion was still under their feet. The weak hole in the wall and Hyun's lack of muscle strength created significant difficulties in passing the test. The pickaxe gradually slipped and destroyed the wall into small stones, which could not be allowed to fall to the floor. Emma caught several stones, and hugging Chan said that they only had to wait a little. The main character realized that they would not be able to hold on for so long, and told Emma to prepare for the fall. Emma and Chan slid along the wall for several meters, creating some noise and leaving a black mark. The players looked into each other's eyes and heard the stomping of a running man on the other side, as well as the footsteps of another lion chasing him. Most likely it was the lion that the heroes saw on video cameras, and their predator ran to his aid. Chan came up with the idea to use Emma's active skill and create a mark on the torso of the fleeing lion. The girl hung on her feet, and with 2 fingers shot a red mark at the monster, which was about to disappear around the corner. The tag hit the camouflaged lion right in the center of the body. The system issued a notification that when the tag target is within range, a signal is sent. The heroes took a pickaxe from the wall and carefully landed on the floor without creating unnecessary noise. Players run one after another out of the danger zone of the maze, while the lions are busy killing another player. Chan used the active haste skill, and his speed increased significantly. But Emma remained behind him, and something had to be done about it. Emma caught up with the hero and asked him if they were running in the right direction, but Chan didn't know. Lee Jong-hyun asked the girl to let her know when the mark reacted, and then they would run in the opposite direction from it. Along the way, the heroes came across several forks, and the players found themselves at a dead end twice, but they were lucky not to run into camouflaged lions again. Chan and Emma ran through the maze, guided by the signals of the mark they left on the lion. At one of the forks, the heroes saw a lion eating a player and quickly ran past this scene. This was the same lion whose eye was damaged by the first player using an ice spear at the very beginning. Emma and Chan stopped for a moment and gave vent to their emotions, because they realized that the other lion was still somewhere nearby. Chan grabbed Emma and asked her not to be distracted and to run as quickly as possible. But at that moment, the predator noticed the heroes and ran after them. Emma told Chan that the mark of the first lion was right in front of them. The players understood that death awaited them. At the end of the corridor, the running players saw a lion running after 2 other players. The 2 men saw Chan and Emma and asked for their help, making desperate cries. Chan discovered that the lion in front of them was missing a mark, which meant that there were 3 lions hunting in the maze. The tagged lion was somewhere nearby, and Chan decided to let the players go ahead as a sacrifice for the tagged lion. The 2 men themselves hurried to run around the corner before Emma and Lee Chong did. As expected, the lion with the mark was waiting right around the corner, but it was no longer a threat to the main characters, since the 2 other players were ahead of them. A marked predator grabbed one of the players, and a terrible cry for help was heard throughout the maze. Chan remembered that Emma considered herself athletic and asked her to run forward as soon as she got the chance. While the lion was dealing with the loser, Emma jumped over them, and together with the other player they ended up behind. Emma shouted to Jong Hyun not to give up and to run forward, as 2 lions were now hunting for him. At the end of the corridor, the girl discovered a door that was the only salvation from this terrible situation. All surviving players quickly ran to the door, hoping for a quick completion of the task. The metal door was already a few meters away, and the heroes just had to run and not give in to the predator. Emma and Chan opened the door first and rolled inside, but the third player got stuck in the doorway. A huge predator grabbed the player by the clothes and did not give him the opportunity to enter the room. Chan asked Emma for a knife and decided to save the poor fellow from the masked lion by cutting off part of his clothes. The third player asked Chan to stop because he thought that he wanted to kill him and close the door behind him. Hyun swung his knife and with one blow cut the clothes into 2 parts without injuring the player himself. The man jumped out of his clothes and somersaulted inward, and his t-shirt remained in the teeth of the bloodthirsty predator. The bloody lion remained behind the room, because all monsters cannot pass through any doors and move between locations. Lee Jong-hyun looked the monster in the eye and closed the door in front of its face, completing the task. The system issued a notification that Lee Jung-hyun, Emma Garcia, and Dylan Bryan had entered the third zone. Dylan Bryan thanked Jung-woo and the system increased his movement skills by 1 level. The system notified the players that the task was completed, which resulted in all players being rewarded, but Emma's reward was only 11%. LAG credited Dylan with the largest contribution, most likely due to the fact that he spent a long time running away from the monster. Emma was awarded a shiny lion bracelet, which increased her agility when equipped by 2%. Dylan Bryan received a lion sword, which increases strength by 2% when equipped. The lion mask that was intended for Jun Hyun gave him the active lion roar skill. For his personal task, Chan received the maximum reward in the form of 4 souls. As a result, he has 7 earned souls. The main character received an additional reward. The passive skill of a strong skeleton of the 3rd level strengthened the bones of the hero. Chan didn't know what the other players were thinking, but he didn't need to get close to them. It is impossible to say exactly what will await the players at the next stage, and therefore it is better not to get too attached to the others and try to stay away. Chan understood that the more information he learned about a person, the more the player would learn about him, and he had no use for that. Dylan said he was glad to hear the system's notification because at first, he didn't believe he could survive. Emma did not remove the weapon from her hands, but Bryan asked not to put each other in danger after an already difficult test. Dylan extended his hand to the players and offered to move forward together, but Chan refused his help. Hyun nevertheless shook the man's hand, and they agreed to survive together in the following locations. There was an open door in front of the heroes, and they decided to go down right now, without wasting time in talking. In the company of 2 players, Chan had to be attentive to all the smallest details so as not to lose his life. The next 3 closed doors hid behind them the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd locations of the 3rd zone. Dylan pointed to the 2nd door and suggested that the players enter it in order to quickly go down to the 4th floor to approach the end of the game. Chan was embarrassed that the entire floor of the 3rd zone consisted of only 1 room. It seemed to him that this was not without reason. The main character believed that one should not rush to move to the next floor, because it would be much wiser to first become stronger, receiving as many rewards as possible from easier tests. In the 2nd and 3rd locations, the reward can be quite good, but the risk of death is high. So Zhang chose the 1st door with the 1st location. Dylan suggested going through the 2nd door, but Emma and Chan said they would go through the 1st. Bryan asked to join the company, but Hyung asked him not to follow them, because they would play for themselves. Dylan realized that he was considered useless and simply asked not to escalate the situation. Before entering the door, Zhang put on a lion mask, which applied a fear effect to the player. The mask seemed extremely uncomfortable to the player, and he decided to wear it only when it was necessary. Chan used 6 souls and improved his hand-to-hand combat skills, shortness of breath to the 3rd level, and his strong skin skill to the 2nd. Now the main character has only 1 soul left, and this is a rather important point. The players opened the 1st door and entered it. The system immediately gave them a notification about entering the 1st location of the 3rd zone. In front of them, the heroes saw a company of armed men, of whom there were about 10 people. Angry people did not hide their dissatisfaction with the appearance of other players in this location. Chan analyzed his skills, uniform, and equipment and realized that he could only kill about 5 people. Apparently, the company of players had a leader whom they did not particularly want to obey. The man turned to the heroes, and the system gave out personal information about him. That his name is Dwayne Smith, and that he has the attribute of muscle strength. Hyun concluded that gaining muscle mass is a pretty good skill, because the further he progresses, the more effective this skill is. The gang leader told the guests that they were not going to fight them, and they should stop reaching for weapons. The man added that it was normal to be careful in this game, but the chances of survival would be much greater if the two groups united. Dylan was wary of these people, and asked his comrades what to do in such a situation. Leader Dwayne friendlily extended his hand to Chong and offered to meet him, saying his name. Lee Jong-hyun returned the gesture of kindness and shook Dwayne's hand, saying that there was no need for them to introduce themselves, since the system did it for them. All the people in Dwayne's group must know each other, but it is not a fact that they trust each other. Chan, Emma, and Dylan talked among themselves, and found out that they were equally wary of these people, and considered them rather shady. The main character concluded that Dwayne's company has a clear advantage, and therefore should not enter into conflict with them. Chan turned to his group and asked them not to trust anyone, and think only with their own heads, otherwise they could easily die. The leader interrupted Hyun, and shouted something about joining forces to fight the monsters again, and overcome the next stage. Chan remembered all the first locations by heart, and came to the conclusion that the more people there were, the easier it would be for him to survive. The gang leader tried to explain further actions to all the players, and asked them to advance to the next stage. Dwayne approached the door, but none of the people decided to trust him with their lives, and they remained in the same place. The man did not understand why other players did not follow him and hesitated before making a decision. The players' faces showed sadness and distrust of their leader. They did not understand what to do. Dwayne keeps trying to motivate people to move together, but they don't want to follow him. Chan turned to Emma and asked her if she was ready to go with him, to which she answered in the affirmative. Dylan said that like the girl, he agreed to go with Chan because he trusted him more than Dwayne. Brian added that it was safest to stay with the same group as before, so he would go with them. Chan was happy with the decision of his comrades, and informed everyone that the three of them were moving forward further. Chan walked to the door and all the people looked after him, but only Dwayne decided to stop this madman. All the players unanimously shouted to Jongwoo to stop and listen to the opinion of the majority. Hyun ignored those present and called Emma and Dylan to go to the next stage. The leader of the other company did not understand how the young man managed to convince his comrades to follow him. Chan turned to Dwayne and offered to go to the test with them. The leader had doubts, but Chan said that he was not going to persuade anyone, because only those who wanted to go. Among the group of people, Duyan seemed the most courageous and decisive, so Chan invited him to go along. The man thought about the proposal and decided to go to the test without his hesitant team. Lee Jong-hyun did not wait for Dwayne's decision and wanted to open the door to the next location. Despite the bewilderment of his comrades, the player shouted to Jongwoo to wait for him and followed him. One by one, a group of people decided to go after their leader, so as not to be left to die in this location. As expected, Chung only had to put a little pressure on the players, and the herd instinct immediately kicked in. The main character decided to consolidate the result, and addressed the crowd with the statement that he was not asking anyone to follow him, because his team was already strong enough to complete the game. People with frightened faces stood in a stupor and did not understand what their further actions should be. The cohesion of the group of people was only to the advantage of the main characters. They were confident that they would definitely pass the test. Chan understood that he needed to be careful and try to assess the situation from different angles in order to make the most effective decision. The main characters had no desire to be in this location and they went on further adventures. 13 people entered the new location and the system immediately notified them of entering the third zone. In front of the players was a forbidden line, behind which there was a red crystal in the center of the room. The system informed the players about a new task where they had to play a staring contest. Chan immediately remembered this test and was confident of his success. None of the players present understood what the line meant that one could not cross. The red crystal that was in the middle of the room had something to do with the test. Right behind the crystal, players saw 4 doors that led to different locations in the third zone. Fortunately, Chan has already faced this task and knows perfectly well what will happen in the location. The crystal darkened, and the system convincingly asked the players to wait for the test to begin without crossing the forbidden line. One of the players decided not to listen to the task and went to the door, but the LAS recorded a violation of the rules. Duyan realized that his players were acting rashly, because it would be wiser to wait until the tests began. Chan looked ahead and warned his team not to take their eyes off the creature that was about to emerge from the crystal. Other players reasoned that they might well have time to reach the doors, which are not so far away. 7 players ran to the exit one after another, but the system recorded a violation of the rules for each of them. Dylan decided to run, but not before he apologized to the team and advised them to join the crowd for a chance to escape. Chan reassured his comrades and asked them to stand still and wait for the test to begin, while keeping a close eye on the crystal. The crystal spun and red energy formed around it, but this did not bother the players and they continued to escape. The crystal exploded into small particles and with its fragments killed people who ran closest to it. One of the fragments reached Emma, and she did not take any action to dodge it. Without looking at Emma, Chan smashed the fragment with his fist with all his might and continued to observe the center of events. Thanks to the passive skills of strong skin and a strong skeleton, there was not a single scratch on the hero's hand from a shrapnel. The location was filled with smoke, and Chan strongly recommended that the company look straight ahead and not take their eyes off the center of the room. One of the players mockingly took the soul from the killed player, not thinking about his future fate and not paying attention to the actions of the location. Chan warned the players that meat had appeared in the center of the room, because of which many people would die. From the dusty cloud appeared a terrible creature with long limbs, on whose chest there was a pair of bright eyes. The monster abandoned everyone with its gaze, and told the players that it would deal with them in a matter of minutes. The system notified players that Myth has special eyes, the skill of which has been promoted to level 6. All the escaped heroes stopped and were shocked by what they saw, but one of them decided to use the haste skill and ran to the doors. The monster immediately reacted with its gaze at the escaped people, and was ready to put an end to them. Mutant Meat jumped up towards the ceiling and aimed at the running man who had previously used the haste skill. The monster informed the players that the first victim would now be made, and waved his hand at the pathetic player. With one blow, Meat stopped the player and tore him into pieces, staining everything around with his blood. The mutant stood over the corpse of the player who had just been torn to pieces, and invited the rest to play a game to find out who would be the next victim. Dylan decided to become a hero, and single-handedly rushed at the monster with a pickaxe, hitting him on the strong head. The player's pickaxe remained in the mutant's skull without causing any harm. Dylan did not expect that the monster would grab him with its bloody hand, and he knew that his end had come. The mutant took the player's pick, and increasingly squeezed his head in his hand, which was about to split into pieces. He lifted the player up, and with a smile on his face, crushed his skull, and Dylan's soul immediately ended up at the feet of the mutant. After the remaining players saw the bloody picture, they began to run to the door, hoping for salvation. The monster left the torn corpses of the players and with loud screams, jumped towards the fleeing people. One of the players stopped and decided to engage in battle with the mutant, holding a medium-sized sword in his hands. The monster, without hesitation, hit the player's weapon and broke it into 2 parts, throwing it to the side. After that, Meat tore off the attacker's head, and just like with the previous player, began squeezing it in his hands to turn it into a bloody mess. When the mutant was convinced of the death of the brave man, he swung upward and jumped after the fleeing players. With all his might, Meat hit one of the men on the back, and his hand went right through the poor fellow's body. Penalties for violations of LAS rules are merciless, and if they are violated, the player will immediately become a target of Meat. Chan informed his company that in this task it is not necessary to kill the mutant, but to act completely differently. One of the players used a skill that allowed him to jump a long distance, and thus wanted to get to the door as soon as possible. The man was confident in his success, and was already near the doors, but the monster did not take his eyes off him. Emma suggested that this player could easily cope with the test, but Chan said that the young man was already almost a corpse. The player stopped at the door, reached for its handle, and Emma shouted that he had succeeded. The monster jumped up again, and the man realized that he would not be able to escape from this location. Miet watched the player's actions with bloody hands, and was ready to tear him into small pieces. Chan asked his comrades to blink until the mutant was looking at them, because you can only close your eyes when Meat's back is turned. The man touched the door, and at that moment a stream of his hot blood poured over his hand and everything around him. The mutant tore off the player's head and threw it on his hand so that it would relax and let go of the door. The man's head fell to the floor, but his hand continued to hold the door until the mutant hit it again. Only now the system announced the start of the test and allowed the remaining 5 players to move forward. Chan warned players to move silently and keep their eyes on the mutant's chest. The main character also asked not to pay attention to the equipment and souls of the killed people, but to simply think about his life and the end of the test. Chan personally addressed Emma and told her to be as quiet as possible, since she is very loud and talkative. Dwayne asked Chan what would happen if he blinked, but he replied that he should not blink or try to avoid the mutant's gaze, because he would immediately attack. The meat monster finished mocking the player's corpse at the door, and his soul flew away from the man's body. Zhang told the players to take advantage of the situation and move forward, while the mutant wasn't looking in their direction. Other players standing near Chan's company decided to listen to him and follow his instructions. While the monster was mocking the bodies of the dead, the players were able to advance to the center of the location. Mutant Miet heard the sound of footsteps and headed towards the stopped main characters. Chan warned those around him that the mutant would come up and play a staring contest, trying in every possible way to confuse him. The monster approached a couple of people who were moving with Chan's company and asked them to play a staring contest. The players were frightened and began to look into the eyes of Meat, who was standing right in front of their faces without blinking. Lee Jung-hyun told the players to speed up their movement, as they were lucky that the mutant did not start with them. The man and girl screamed in fear and called for help, and the monster extended a bloody hand to deal with them. The mutant grabbed the girl by the head and tried to crush her, and at that moment the man tried to escape. The players moved further and further towards the exit, not paying attention to the monster and the souls of the killed people. The company heard that the mutant Meat began to deal with the man who was next to the girl. After the mutant finished, he went after the main players to offer them a game. When Meat was behind the players, Jean told them to keep moving forward slowly, because it is not necessary to look into the eyes of the monster when it is behind. The mutant invited the players to play a staring contest, but they did not pay any attention to him. The heroes continued to move forward slowly and felt every movement of the mutant with the backs of their heads. Drops of sweat flowed down the faces of the heroes, and everyone felt as if the hairs were standing on end one after another. Chan used the shortness of breath skill, grabbed the players, and ordered them to move towards the door that led to the first location of the third zone. The main character did not want to forcefully drag the players. They could calmly move away and go their own way. When the players had about 20 steps left to reach the door, the monster swung and appeared in front of them. The mutant shook off drops of blood from his face and invited people to play a staring contest. The heroes obeyed him and froze. The mutant tilted his chest towards the characters and began to look at them with bright eyes, without looking away or blinking. The first victim of the game was Emma, but she quite bravely tried to follow all of Chan's recommendations. The mutant opened his mouth, inside which there was another eye that monitored the actions of the players. Emma became nervous and screamed in fear, forgetting that she should not make any sounds or show strong emotions. The heroes froze, and the mutant raised his hand to deal with the girl who had broken the rules of the game. Lee Jong-hyun realized that Emma was awaiting reprisals and could not help her, and continued to look the mutant in the eyes. Emma began to cry and asked Chan for help, but he stood focused on Meat's gaze. At that moment, the bloody hand of the mutant grabbed Emma by the head. Chan did not show his feelings about this. The mutant began to crush the girl's head, waiting for her skull to split into small pieces. Chan and Dwayne looked into the eyes of the monster, not paying attention to the massacre of their companion. The monster chose its next victim. It was the main character Lee Jong-hyun, who was standing near Emma. A heavy feeling spread throughout Chan's body. He wanted to scream in fear, but this was impossible. Chan continued to hold Emma's bloody hand in his hand, so as not to attract unnecessary attention from the mutant and not create noise. In many of his previous attempts, Chan often could not stand it at such moments, and in the end he always died. One of the previously crippled players showed signs of life, made a plaintive sound and called for help. This situation played into the hands of Chan and Dwayne, because the monster took wing and went to kill the surviving fugitive. Her bright and innocent soul appeared above the head of the murdered Emma, and tears continued to flow from her frightened eyes. While the predator was busy killing the survivor, Chan absorbed the soul of his deceased companion. Dwayne did not understand why Chan had previously said not to pay attention to souls, and he himself absorbed one. Chan invited another player to take the soul from the young man torn at the door, but he refused to take the risk. After Dwayne's refusal, Lee Jong-hyun himself absorbed the player's soul and went further to the door. The mutant, who dealt with the fugitive, noticed that the players were too close to the door and tried to stop them with his scream. Chan told the man to go through the door, since the mutant could no longer do anything to them if he remained behind them. The monster looked at Chan and plaintively asked him not to leave, but the player did not even turn to his phrase. The players opened the door and entered the next location. The system immediately notified them about this. Hyun looked at Emma's hand and sadness appeared on his face, but Dwayne quickly calmed him down because Chan could not help his friend at that moment. Chan stopped feeling sad for the murdered woman, because he understood that not much time had passed since he met her, and death was an ordinary thing for LAS. The system notified the players that they had completed a common task for which both participants would be rewarded. Dwayne was disgusted that at the moment of killing Emma he was thinking about himself and the possible reward. But Chan said that this was quite normal. After completing the location, Chan was awarded 2 souls, and he had a total of 7 souls. The main character again used 6 souls and improved his strong skin skills to the 3rd level. His strong skeleton and hand-to-hand combat skills to the 4th level. Also, during the last test, Lee Chan received a 2nd level passive fencing skill, which allows him to wield a sword more boldly. It doesn't really matter to the player what kind of passive skill he receives, because all of them, one way or another, will be useful. The system announced to the heroes a new task, which was to reduce the number of any creatures and survive in the cold. The LAG did not give the players time to rest. because it does not stop its progress and moves from the moment the player opened his eyes after waking up. Dwayne thought about the task and did not understand who they should kill, reducing the number of any creature. It dawned on the hero that the system meant human sacrifice, but he did not want to kill Chang-hyun. The men looked into each other's eyes and fell silent, thinking about the cruel task and its outcome. Chan stepped aside with Emma's hand, and Dwayne continued to monitor his actions, fearing a catch. The main character put his hand on the floor, squatted down, and began to talk about how Emma could become a good comrade for him. His heart tingled in Chan's chest. He had experienced this feeling many times, but he still couldn't get used to it. Chan was sure that the girl had found peace, and she would no longer have to go through all this horror, unlike him. Hyun returned to Dwayne, and he realized that the players had been together from the very beginning and sympathized with his comrade. Chan calmed down and explained to the man that Emma had not been with him from the very beginning, but had already managed to contribute to their common survival during the trials. Dwayne apologized to the main character and said that in that situation he was thinking about how to collect souls from the dead. Dwayne added that he wanted to talk, but Chan said that he understood what the player wanted to tell him, and it would be unnecessary in this situation. Hyun explained to the man that there is no need to impose or explain anything, because everyone acts as they see fit. Dwayne extended his hand to Chan and said that since ancient times, this was considered an act of trust, because there are no weapons in the hands, and therefore no evil thoughts. Chan shook hands in return, and asked the player not to shake hands anymore. Dwayne replied that he relied heavily on Chan's strength. The main character decided to go to the next location, but another player stopped him with his empty chatter. Dwayne asked Chan not to fight each other if there was no one else at the next stage except the two of them. The man believed that killing each other for the sake of a few souls was too low, and Chan told him not to worry about it. It's very difficult to find a reliable comrade in LAG, but if Chan has to fight with this guy, he will certainly be able to win. Over all his countless lives, Chan managed to find many good comrades, but there were also many who betrayed him. Chan walked up to the door and froze, thinking about something important, and Dwayne immediately noticed it. Chan told his friend that everything was fine with him. He was just thinking about unimportant things. Players entered the door and saw in front of them a location with icy mountains, reminiscent of the North Pole. The players realized that they would easily freeze in this place, and Jong said that first they need to find a way to shelter from the cold, and then think about the second task. There was nothing around the heroes except snow and mountains, but they tried to see at least some place where they could hide. The main character remembered his passages of this location in past lives, and everywhere equally only one player had to survive. Chan used the skill of light, which warmed his body at least a little, and allowed Dwayne to warm up from its warmth. Chan asked his friend about his skills in raising the temperature, but he didn't have them. The players set off across the snowy field in search of shelter, because a little more and they could die from the cold. Chan remembered these places from past lives, and there was no point in looking for any specific paths. If the heroes had skills that would help them cope with the cold, then the test would pass without problems. Chan was still confused by the condition of the task, according to which he needed to kill some creature. From what Lee Jong-hyun knew about this location, there are only snow-capped mountains around and nothing more. The main character looked at Dwayne and realized that the only way to get out of the location was by killing the one who came with you. Dwayne has not yet paid attention to the conditions of the task, and it is clear what scenario awaits the heroes when he realizes this. Chan and Dwayne could wait for the next one to arrive, but the risk is too great. Chan felt sorry for his comrade, and he wanted to find someone else who could be killed and fulfill the conditions of the task. Approaching the mountains, Dwayne saw a small cave in them in which they could warm up. Before entering, the main character put on a lion mask, because creepy creatures might be waiting in the cave. The players hurried to enter the cave and hoped to find a source of heat or other people to kill. Dwayne was glad that they would finally be able to hide from the cold, but Chan interrupted him by grabbing him by the jacket. Chan pointed out to his comrade that he was completely shivering from the cold, and this could work against them in the event of an attack inside the cave. The main character slightly heard some quiet sound, similar to the howl of the wind, and wanted to quickly make sure of it. Lee Jong-hyun asked Dwayne to come in slowly and removed the light skill just in case. Chan had not visited this place before and had no idea what could await them inside the cave. Dwayne was very cold, and Jung-hyun decided to support him, saying that there was still a little time left. The man laughed and said that compared to what was outside, there was a real sauna inside the cave. Dwayne looked like a good guy, who Chan would have to kill if he didn't meet anyone else in the cave. The main character invited his partner to go deeper to examine the entire territory and try to find a place where he could rest. At the end of the cave, the men saw a lonely tree and went to it to take a closer look. Dwayne was glad that life had given them a chance to warm up, because with the help of Chan's skill, they could light a tree. The players came closer to the tree and saw that it was completely black and only slightly shimmered with light. Chan grabbed his weapon and decided that now was the best moment to kill Dwayne. Hyun suddenly realized that the tree was a living being, which was suitable for completing the task given by the system. The man touched the tree and told the main character that it was entirely made of coal. Dwayne saw that there was another passage behind the tree and invited Chan to inspect it. Lee Jong-hyun, without thinking, used the flame skill, touched the tree and ignited it. The players sat down on the floor and decided that they needed to rest for a while before moving on. As long as Chan has not left the Arab League, he will constantly be faced with dilemmas, whether to kill or leave him alive. Chan turned to Dwayne and noticed that he was unable to use the skill outside. The player understood perfectly well the reasons for the lack of fire on the street, and told Hyun that snowstorms could prevent the fire from starting, and the flames themselves would reduce the player's stamina to a minimum. Dwayne added that even if he freezes to death, he won't blame anyone for it, because that's life. The player thanked Chan for the fact that thanks to him, he survived the previous test and warmed up in this one. After listening to the analysis of actions from Dwayne, the main character concluded that he was smarter than he previously thought. Chan knew he had the wrong first impression of Dwayne, and he didn't like it. Lee Jong-hyun regretted not killing the player earlier when he had the chance, because now he feels bad about doing it after so much talking. Chan stood up and asked Dwayne how he was feeling. He replied that he was warm and did not have any wounds. After a short rest, the players moved on to explore the entire space of the cave. Suddenly, the heroes saw a man and a young, scantily clad girl emerge from an unexplored space. The system introduced the players to each other, and told Chan and Dwayne that the couple's names were Anton and Bree, and they had fairly high skills. Chan looked at the couple and noticed that they did not have weapons, but they both had good clothes that could increase physical performance. At first glance, these two do not seem dangerous to the heroes, but this cannot be said for sure. The players became nervous and told Chan and Dwayne that they did not expect to meet anyone else in the cave. The young people interrogated the arrivals and found out that they were a couple in love. Chung explained to people that he and Dwayne are not a couple, but are simply advancing together through all the challenges. The main character asked the guests whether their meeting really took place in the Arab League. The couple fell silent, and later revealed that their meeting took place long before they were in the game. Hyun continued the interrogation and asked the players what they were doing inside the cave for so long, since apparently there was not much space there. Dwayne explained that in a place where there are no people, two people in love can easily find entertainment. The men ended the conversation, wished the couple good luck, and went inside the cave from which the players had just emerged. The man and woman looked warily after the departing players and were noticeably afraid of something. Suddenly, the man shouted to the heroes to wait and not move deeper, because there was nothing else inside the cave. Chan answered with impudence that these were their personal problems, and thanked the young couple for their special care. On the way to the end of the cave, Dwayne told Chan his guesses that the couple was not telling something, and Chan agreed with him. It was dark ahead of the heroes, and they could not see anything, but they saw that there was something on the ground. Using the skill of light, the men saw two killed people, whose death was due to stab wounds. Blood was still flowing from the wounds of the man and woman, which meant that they had been killed recently. The players noticed that people were missing souls, and concluded that this was the work of that loving couple. Dwayne noted that the people's wounds looked like they had been shot, but the couple did not have any weapons on them. That couple could have shown these corpses themselves and tried to make everything look different. Then they would have had a chance to mislead the players. Chan recognized the skill that the killers used, and noticed that the victim's body did not penetrate through due to the low level of the owner. The men talked and realized that they had found those who could be killed, since this place can only be left if you kill another person. The heroes heard quiet steps coming from the beginning of the cave, and were convinced that it was a couple in love. Anton sneaked up on the men along the wall so that he could not be seen, but was still noticed by the players. The man used a level 5 immaterial sword skill and created a weapon that came out of his hand. The man crept up to the heroes and began observing from around the corner, waiting for the right moment to attack. Anton's face showed hatred towards the guests who had appeared. He wanted to deal with them as quickly as possible. Lee Jong-hyun used the light skill and aimed it at the sneaking man. The player jumped out from around the corner and wanted to attack Chan with an energy sword coming from his hand. The main character removed the light, grabbed a pickaxe, and ran towards the enemy to prevent his attack. Chan jumped up and swung the pickaxe with all his might over the head of the attacking man. Anton felt a deep blow to his skull and felt hot blood flow down the back of his head. The immobilized man fell right at the feet of Lee Chong and began to await his death. A bright soul flew out of Anton's bloody body, and this made Chan understand that the man had died. The main character leaned over the corpse of the attacker, absorbed his soul, and learned that he had 2 souls in his reserve. Now the condition of the task was fulfilled, but in addition to Chan, there was also Dwayne, who also needed to kill someone. Hyun warned Dwayne to come out as carefully as possible so as not to get a hole in his head. There was a high probability that Anton's partner was waiting for the heroes, because it was she who sent her lover to deal with them. Anton helped his companion get rid of other players, but it is obvious that the woman shot those two because the man did not have such skills. Chan noticed that people were killed by bullet wounds, and Anton had a sword-type skill. If he had a long-range weapon, he would not have come so close. The main character warned Dwayne that Bree was preparing to shoot as soon as they showed themselves to her. Hyun turned to his friend and began asking him about active skills, but he did not want to answer. Dwayne said none of the skills he had would be useful in their dangerous situation. Bree's skills are not strong enough to pierce through a human body, but she can kill the heroes if she shoots at least once. Lee Chong had an idea for further action, and this interested Dwayne. The main character suggested that his friend set up an ambush for Bree, hiding at the top of a cliff. Dwayne was nervous, but eventually agreed and wanted, in addition to the ambush, to attack the woman in a slightly different way. The guy reminded Chan that he had a duty to him, and therefore decided to take the entire blow of the attacker upon himself. Jong Hyun encouraged Dwayne and said that he trusted him a lot in this matter. He should handle it. John had to accurately attack the woman while another player distracted her shooting. Bree went deep into the cave and saw the body of her lover, but only became angry with him because of his irresponsibility. The girl was confident of her success, since she had a fairly high skill that allowed her to shoot from her hands from the longest distance. Suddenly Anton's body moved and began to disappear around the bend where the heroes were. Bree didn't understand what was happening. She became nervous, and beads of sweat ran down her face. The man's body disappeared from the woman's sight, leaving behind a black and bloody stain on the ground. Anton's body appeared again from the corner of the cave, but in the hands of Dwayne, who was hiding behind him. The woman realized that the guys were planning to attack her, using the dead man's body as a shield. Bree used the active skill of the 4th level revolver, which allows her to shoot bullets from her fingers. Having used shooting, she realized that all the bullets were flying into Anton's back, missing Dwayne. One of the bullets tore apart the dead man's arm and it flew to the sides, staining Dwayne with blood. Bree tensed up and began actively shooting, hoping that she could hit the player and kill him. One of the bullets hit Dwayne in the arm, but flew only tangentially. The attacker ran out of bullets and had to wait a while the skill recharged. Noticing the lack of gunfire, Dwayne leaned towards Jung Hyun and called out to him for help. The main character decided to take advantage of the situation and jumped out of the corner, hiding behind Dwayne and Anton. The woman realized that Lee Jong-hyun knew about her skill but was sure that it would not save him. From experience in past games, Chan knew that Bree's revolver fired 6 times and took 2 seconds to reload. The player launched the pick, which spun in flight, creating even more force for the attack. The girl was sure that no one would be able to dodge her bullets, since the reloading had already completed. Chan used the mask he was wearing and created a lion's roar, which inflicts the effect of fear. Bree's body trembled, but the restraint was barely noticeable, since the low level of the skill lasted less than 1 second. The pickaxe thrown by Chan flew to its target and struck her, plunging into her attacker's throat. The main character was sure that Bree would no longer be able to attack, and calmly fell to the ground after throwing the pick. The girl resisted her injury and continued to stand, which confused Chong Li. Before her death, Bree put out her hand to shoot and promised to take Chan with her to the next world. Chan could not use the lion's roar skill again and had to cover his face with his hands while waiting for the shooting. Dwayne tried to save his comrade and threw the body of her murdered lover onto Bree. The guy's attack was successful, as the corpse knocked the girl to the ground and she did not have time to shoot at Chan. After the blow received, Chan's pick flew out of Bree's throat and the wounded girl lost consciousness. The main characters approached the bodies of the lovers and began to talk about their further actions. Chan picked up the bloody pickaxe from the ground and ordered Dwayne to finish off the girl and take her souls. The player grabbed the pickaxe, leaned over Bree, and sweat flowed down his face again from overexertion. Dwayne dropped his hands and admitted to Chan that unlike him, he couldn't just kill a person. The comrade asked Chan to leave the girl lying unconscious and move on. Chan got angry, took the pickaxe from Dwayne and told him that he was not going to convince him. Hyun waved over Bree's body and said that such people should not be left alive, because she could easily put them next to Anton. Chan mercilessly and with a calm face finished off the girl to take her earned souls. Lee Jong-hyun said that he is not going to kill without a reason, but anyone who wants him dead will be killed himself. The player absorbed the 2 souls that Bree had, and in total he got 5 souls. Chan went to explore the cave and asked Dwayne to sort out his thoughts. Dwayne stayed where he was because he didn't like his friend's words and got angry with him. Hyun gave the guy the right to choose because he had no desire to make an enemy out of him. The player had a choice whether to follow Chan or go alone. But in any case, the conditions of the task were met. Chan went to the murdered couple and realized that the man died, covering the woman with himself. The player felt sorry for the lovers, The hero laid down the corpses of the dead and concluded that they could be a wonderful couple or friends. While Chan was mourning the dead, he noticed an incomprehensible drawing on the wall of the cave, behind which there could be something. Dwayne thought about Chan's words and went to him to discuss the problematic issues that had arisen. The second player did not expect Lee Jong-hyun to show his humanity over the bodies of the killed people, but he explained that he should have realized this in the past trials. Dwayne told his partner that he was willing to follow him because he liked him, but did not want to kill someone for the sake of souls. Chan asked the player not to get in his way, but also to try not to be so kind, since people would not be merciful to him. Dwayne exudes humanity, and it will be difficult for him in this game, because such a character will tie him hand and foot. The heroes stopped talking on this topic and began to examine the wall on which an incomprehensible drawing was applied. Chan suggested that there was a hidden space behind the drawing and suggested checking it out. Dwayne clenched his fist and swung his hand to hit the wall as he was confident in his abilities. The player's strong impact caused dust to rise and the rocks of the cliff to fall to the ground, revealing a hidden space. Chan was surprised by the power of his comrade, because he suspected that he was significantly superior to him in strength. The main characters saw a hidden cache containing a sword-like weapon. The men were glad to find the thing, because the extra weapon could help them in difficult trials. The system notified the guys that this was a sword of scarlet flame that exudes heat and, when equipped, increases agility by 2%. Zhang took the sword and swung it once to make sure of its strong characteristics that the system said. As it turns out, if you activate the sword as a skill, the flame becomes even brighter. Dwayne opened his mouth at the fact that the sword was completely covered in fire, and expressed his surprise at such a useful find. Chan reminded the player that a few minutes earlier, a woman had shot him with her own fingers, and that was the only thing that should have surprised him. Chan, with Dwayne's permission, took the sword for himself and gave him his strong pick, which had saved him more than once in trials. The main characters finally left the bodies of the murdered couple and went on to complete the current task. The players stopped at the exit of the cave and did not want to go out into the cold, because inside the cave, in their opinion, there was a real paradise. Chan handed his comrade a fiery sword and asked him to warm himself with it, and he himself had the skill of light that creates heat. In Dwayne's hands, the sword glowed with a bright flame, which greatly pleased its owner and inspired hope for the successful completion of the task. The players walked across the frosty field. Chan warmed himself thanks to the light skill, and Dwayne used a sword. While looking for a way out of the location, the heroes discovered the corpse of a frozen man who had no soul. The man had been lying in that place for a long time, and apparently had been abandoned by his companions. After the player was found, Dwayne and Lee Chong moved on to quickly find the door to the next zone. The main characters managed to get there alive, reaching 2 doors that were located in a secluded place. One door leads directly to the testing area, the other to the solid space of the 3rd zone. Chan couldn't decide which door to enter, but Dwayne asked him to make a decision quickly, because he was terribly cold. Dwayne admitted that he trusts the choice of his comrade because he went a long way with him and survived thanks to him. He believed that it was quite normal for him to give the right to choose to someone who gave such a right to him. Lee Jung-hyun and Dwayne opened the 2nd door, and the system immediately notified them of their entrance. The mission in the zone was completed, the reward of which was receiving 6 souls in addition to those taken from the killed players. Dwayne was grateful to Chan for the sword, which helped him survive in the cold. Hyun decided to take a break, because after the severe cold it was dangerous to move on. The system invited players to use souls and increase their skills, but Chan did not want to rush into this, considering it reasonable to increase them if necessary. The hero considered his active skills to be his biggest problem, and he needed to get more useful ones, since light and flame would not help him in all trials. Zhang's equipment was quite good. He had speed boots, elastic pants and jacket, a lion mask, a black hammer, and a leather hip pouch. The hero had a particularly useful skill, a sword of scarlet flame, which would be necessary after the 5th floor. Dwayne informed his comrade that his body had warmed up and his strength had been restored, and Chan decided to move on. The main characters entered the next location, and the system notified that players need to get rid of heavy objects and carry out the transaction in any way. For the first time, Chan sees 2 goals at the same time, the reward of which will be 10 souls. He concluded that the task will be complex and difficult to achieve. The players saw something strange ahead of them and did not know what to expect from this location. At the walls of the room, there was a group of people who were very interested in the arrival of new people. A group of merchants with the leader sat at the opposite wall, but it was clear from their faces that they did not respect him and did not even want to listen. Such merchants sat throughout the room, waiting for the newly arrived players to purchase goods from them. At the very end of the room there was a curtain that was covered in drops of human blood, and behind which there was definitely something. Dwayne didn't understand why people posted all these things, and Chan didn't remember the zone being exactly like that. One of the sellers snapped his fingers and called the arriving players to him, but this confused them. The system notified that Song Wei Ren, that was the man's name, had the movement attribute and the highest level of one of the available skills. The guys looked at the merchant with caution and asked him to speak from his seat, as they were afraid to approach him. The man asked not to be so cold and just listen to him, because he wanted to explain to the newcomers what kind of place this was and what was happening in it. According to him, this is where people relax and exchange items because they can't move on because of what's behind the curtain. Basically, these people sell junk. But there are also things that can be useful to players, such as elixirs of restoration and cold mind, skill stone. Dwayne decided to go look around and buy something, and Chan was interested in the things that Sun had on sale. Hyun asked what the merchant would exchange the stamina restoration elixir for, but he replied that the main currency of this market was souls. The main character asked the seller how many souls he would sell him this elixir for, he thought, and decided that for 2 souls. Chong did not like the man's answer and decided to bargain, naming the price of the elixir equal to 1 soul. The merchant was against bargaining and said that he could only sell for 2 souls. Hyun continued to stand his ground and named the price for the item as 1 soul. The seller began to get nervous and in a raised tone told the player that he would give the item only for 2 souls. Chan noticed that the merchant was here not because of a desire to trade, but only because he wanted to acquire souls and leave the location, and he agreed with him. The main character tried to find an advantageous position for himself and offered to buy the elixir along with a skill stone for 2 souls, but the man refused. Dream became angry. Beads of sweat ran down his face, and he openly showed his dislike for the impudent customer. As a result, the man agreed to a deal for 2 souls, but things had to be handed over with his left hand and taken with his right. Lee Chong-hyun, according to all the rules, handed over 2 souls to the merchant, and he handed him a bottle of elixir. Having taken the souls, Sun moved his hand with the elixir and kept it with him. The deal was unsuccessful. The man absorbed the acquired soul and improved the attribute, adding 10% to his movement speed when equipped. Jongwoo didn't like this situation because Sun deceived him by using the hero's souls and not giving the elixir in return. For the player, this was a common thing, because every person in this game was aimed at other people's lives for the sake of their own salvation. A group of people stood behind Chan and wanted to attack him without even assessing his skills. Hyun turned to the seller and told him to return the souls if he did not want to die within these walls at his hands. The dream began to threaten the main character, hinting to him that he was in a very unpleasant situation. An angry Chan kicked the man in the face, and scarlet blood flowed from his nose. The merchant fell from the blow, and the elixir and crystal that the player wanted to purchase flew out of his hands. Sun said that thanks to Chan's souls, he would be able to get out of this location. But Chan took out a hammer and wanted to finish off the player. Lee Jong-hyun's face changed, and reminded the seller that he warned him not to do anything stupid. But he did not listen. The dream rose from the ground and explained to the main character that he planned to simply take his souls away and leave him alone, but now he would not be able to survive. The man used a skill to create a purple ball in his hand, but Jong quickly kicked his hand into the wall. Sun's hand was left with imprints from the player's shoes, and all his fingers were broken in all phalanges. The merchant screamed in pain and began to insult Chong-li with hatred. The hero hit the man in the face with a hammer and said that for such a man, 1 hand would be enough. The hammer pierced Sun's cheek and blood ran out of it. The man continued to scream in pain. Chan once again turned to the merchant and asked to return the souls. He shouted to his companions to attack Hyun. The man, with blood in his mouth, shouted to everyone so that they would not allow this vile hero to survive. Despite the words spoken, Chan looked at the merchant and realized that he had no choice but to finish it to the end. Using a hammer, Hyun struck Sun's head in order to later take his souls. One of Sun's partners was outraged by what was happening and prepared to attack Chong-li. The man suddenly fell silent and felt someone else grab his head tightly. Dwayne pushed the screaming man into the wall, and he immediately lost consciousness. The hero turned to Chan and said that he intended to help him, but believed that it was not necessary to kill for theft. Chan finished off Sun, collected 4 souls from him, and made it clear to Dwayne that he would continue to do the same. In LAS, souls equal survival, and if someone poses a threat to Chan's life, he intends to immediately kill such people, no matter who it is. Dwayne did not like the words Hyun said, and he remained silent, looking dissatisfied. The main character took out a fiery sword and explained that the same fate awaits those who try to stop him. Those present watched the picture and were shocked that Jong easily finished off Sun and planned to deal with him later. Enmity broke out between Lee Chong and Dwayne. The rest of the players did not understand what to do in such a situation because they saw that the heroes came to the location together. One of the men told his companions that this disagreement would work to their advantage. Another player decided to take on Dwayne alone and tried to attack him from behind using a longsword. The hero heard movement from behind and turned around to prevent the attack and subsequent death. At this moment, the attacker used the active skill of snake venom on the sword, which slowly paralyzes the affected target for a while. Chan tried to save Dwayne and used a light skill, blinding the attacking player. The man did not expect Chan's attack and closed his eyes when the bright light hit his face. Opening his eyes, the attacking player felt someone's fist hitting him in the face. Dwayne struck the man, throwing him to the ground with such force that he lost his grip on the sword. The attacker's face turned into a bloody mess after Dwayne's powerful blow. The hero began to finish off the player so that he could no longer attack him. Having thought over his actions, Dwayne removed his bloody hand and considered that he had again given in to the prevailing circumstances. The three players from Sun's company used active skills and were ready to attack Jong Hyun. People attacked the players from different sides, and judging by their coordinated actions, this is not the first time they have done this. Chan noticed the display of the attacker's skills and concluded that all their melee skills were just a minus, since Chan could fight most of them. Hyun used the flame skill and created a fireball in his hand, expecting active actions from the players. The men rushed at Chan and he used the skill in their direction, creating a large cloud of fire. One of the attackers fell to the ground, and the other players did not understand what happened to him. The man was stuck in the eye with a hammer, which was thrown at him by Lee Jong-hyun. The player fell to the ground and the main character was glad of his successful throw, which hit the target. Lee Ek-bong, who had the attribute of visual acuity, ran towards Chan, promising him a quick, painful death. If the players had attacked all together, they would have had a chance, but they decided to lose their cool and act thoughtlessly, losing their lives. Hyun threw flames at Bon, but then used the active haste skill and dodged the fire. The main character used the skill of a strong skeleton and strong skin and took the blow from the sword. The man who attacked Jong was shocked that the sword did not penetrate his arm. Bon realized that the player had a high passive skill that protected the skeleton and skin. A sharp, fiery sword entered the man's forehead, and he screamed in unbearable pain. From the blow he received, Bon fell unconscious to the ground, and smoke came out of his head. The two players used skills on their swords, and wanted to take revenge on Jung for the death of their comrades. Jong noticed that the guy on the left could increase his muscle strength, and the one on the right had an explosion skill. Hyun, without hesitation, launched a cloud of fire into the attackers' faces and stopped their attack. The men fell to the ground and screamed as their heads burned with bright flames. Lee Jung-hyun, thanks to his active skill, was able to kill several people. The main character walked between the bodies of the dead and decided to collect souls from them while there was time. Chan took his hammer from the corpse's eye and told the dead man that there was no need to hope for survival among so many people pretending to be allies. Hyun turned to Dwayne and hinted to him that the same miserable death awaits him if he continues to pretend to be a good man. Chan expected his comrade to choose life principles because in this difficult situation, it's time to decide to kill. Dwayne raised his leg over the head of the player he had not finished off, and he did not believe that the hero could finish him off with his foot. With one blow, Dwayne killed the man he pitied a few minutes ago. The player took the souls from the dead man and told Jongwoo that he now realized the essence of the game, in which there would always be those who had to die, and he did not want to be among that number. Chan explained to his partner that this is why someone else's death is a plus for one's own survival, and there's nothing wrong with it. Hyun picked up the elixir and skill stone he bought from the merchant. With the help of the crystal, Chan acquired the passive skill of a cold mind, which allows him to maintain his sanity under any conditions. Dwayne noticed that the other players didn't react to the battle, but Hyun said that was to be expected. None of the people wanted to interfere, since the most active players of Sun were already dead, and only the newcomers remained, who did not want to risk their lives. Chan was sure that they had defeated everyone who belonged to Song Wei-ren's gang, and those who could attack them. The bloody curtain began to move, and everyone fearfully expected that something terrible would appear. The sounds of breathing were heard. The main characters did not understand why people's reaction was quite alarmed. A young guy, Yu Byung-ho, who has 2 active skills, appeared in the room and greeted all the players. Jong was wary of the guest, and decided that now was the time to improve his breathing skills by using 11 souls. The player introduced himself to Chan and Dwayne, but they decided that there was no point, because they could read his name thanks to the notification system. The guy turned to the heroes with a proposal to create a team to get out of this location. Dwayne and Chan didn't know whether to trust the newcomer or not, and decided to start talking to him. Yu Byung-ho told the heroes that he did not require their trust, but simply wanted to join forces and increase their chances of survival. Jun-hyun turned to the guy and told him that it was likely that he would become a burden, and they would not be able to help him. Ben asked not to worry about him, because in fact he is much stronger than he seems outwardly. The player pointed to the curtain and explained to his interlocutors that they had a big problem in the form of one guy. Dwayne was against Ben joining their team as he did not inspire confidence in him. The guy insisted on joining forces, believing that even with his support, it would be difficult for two strong players to fight the creature. The company approached the bloody curtain, and the young player decided to open it so that everyone could clearly understand the scale of the problem. At first glance, there was nothing behind the curtain except bloodstains and a door located at the end of the room. A monster suddenly appeared from the corner, its body covered in human blood. The system introduced the heroes to the megalithic man and notified them that he had a skill level of 8 and a body as hard as a rock. The golem was 3 times taller than a man, but fortunately he was behind bars. Dwayne compared the task with the monster and concluded that it was the heavy and large one that needed to be gotten rid of. Chan asked his comrade if they could defeat this creature, but Dwayne doubted and suggested simply bypassing it. Postponing the task for later, Hyun turned to Ben, because he was interested in his selfish goal of uniting forces. The young player believes that the monster can be taken by numbers, but those present did not agree with him. The guy added that he had previously agreed to go to jail along with those who were killed by the heroes. Ben was stopped only by the fact that that company united and began to exterminate other players. The guy himself almost died at their hands. Chan grabbed the guy by the t-shirt and asked how he was able to heal the wound in such a short time. But he answered with bewilderment that he used a skill. Ben explained to the heroes that effectiveness depends on the level, but he can only heal small wounds, after which he becomes very tired and cannot move for a long time. Hyun had never seen a skill like this before, so there must be new passive skills in the game. Ben suggested that the heroes get rid of the monster altogether. Chan agreed, since he does not intend to completely rot in this room. Hyun used 11 souls to improve the durable skeleton skill from level 4 to level 7. With the level and skills that Chan has, it is impossible to kill the monster. So, in any case, he needs to collect souls and increase levels. The main character understood that the giant could be destroyed by tactics and numbers. However, it is unknown how many will survive. Ben suggested that the players try to convince someone else. Chan said that simply convincing would not work, and went to the crowd of people. Lee Jong-hyun shouted at the top of his voice to everyone present to listen to him. The player added that people can now either try to break through, with a high risk of dying, or simply start killing each other. All those present listened attentively to the hero, who invited them to choose an opponent, who could be Golem or they, the 3 players. Whatever the people choose, Chan promised to do everything to achieve his goal and attack the monster with a crowd. The hero explained to the people that, in the absence of voluntary consent, he, along with Dwayne and Ben, would kill them and take all the souls to increase their chances of success. After the speech, Ben became noticeably nervous and asked Chan why he was saying such things without asking the opinions of others. Ben turned to Dwayne and asked to do something about this situation, but the main character refused, arguing that he was still alive only because he trusted Chan and followed him. The surrounding people did not like Hyun's menacing statements, and they believed that it was easier to kill these 3 than to listen to their conversations. Player Mark Rowan, who has high skills, reproached the heroes that they would not be able to cope with everyone present. Based on the situation and the attitude of those around him, Chan concluded that this guy is the main one in this company. The main character was confident in his abilities, and invited Mark to test them. Rowan told Jung that he didn't want to fight him because he agreed with his words to some extent. The guy added that joining forces to fight the monster would be much more necessary than an empty fight over souls. The heroes asked Mark how he wanted to attack the monster while saving the lives of everyone present, but he could not give a clear answer. Hyun said that they would not be able to do this, since there was no way to avoid casualties. The main character understood the essence of the conversation and concluded that Mark needed to join forces in order to increase his individual chance of survival. Rowan was unable to answer Chan, ended the conversation and suggested taking action. Everyone present heard a loud knock and saw the monster hitting the bars trying to get out from behind it. Ben explained that this had happened before, but he simply tapped lightly on the bars, not like this. The metal grate began to collapse and dust rose near it, which horrified everyone who was in this location. Frightened players turned to Ben to find out if everything would be okay, or if the situation was getting out of control. The grate fell to the floor, and a huge mutant with bloody stains all over its body was ready to attack the players. The closest to the monster were Lee Chong-hyun, Dwayne, and Ben, who needed to take some action to avoid being killed. The players became noticeably nervous because they did not have time to develop an action plan, and decided to simply concentrate their forces and act according to the situation. The mutant rolled forward along the broken grate and found himself a few steps away from Dwayne and Ben. Lee Jung-hyun shouted to the nearby players to dodge as the mutant decided to launch an active attack. The monster waved his hand and wanted to grab the heroes, but he failed as they managed to run a couple of meters further. The remaining players who did not manage to dodge the monster were wounded in different parts of the body. Several players died when their limbs were blown off, and they fell to the floor with a huge impact. The colossal size and terrifying power, as well as incredible speed, helped the mutant, with one attack, dispel the confidence of everyone who was in the location. Chan silently watched what was happening and tried to choose the right tactics to repel the monster's attack. While the mutant dealt with the 3 dead players, the rest froze in a stupor because they did not understand how to act correctly in this situation. Lee Chong took control and shouted to the survivors to pull themselves together and keep distance between each other. Hyun approached the monster and asked the players to use their ranged skills, whoever had them, and aimed them at the monster's legs. The monster turned to the crowd of people and began to run into them. At that moment, a cry for help rang out throughout the entire location. The mutant grabbed several men with his huge hand and bled from them. He threw the dead players against the wall, and bright souls immediately appeared above them. Jung noticed how one of the players was too close to the monster and shouted at him to keep his distance. People were terrified, so they did not hear the voice of Chan, who wanted to save them. Hyun realized that he could only rely on himself and absorbed the 3 souls of the killed player, but it was still not enough. Suddenly, Mark used his powerful voice skill and shouted to the crowd of people that the golem was ready to attack again, and they needed to gather their strength. The man added that they should keep as much distance as possible and aim for the legs. The mutant created dust around himself, and everyone around him nervously watched his actions, expecting a second attack. Chan grabbed the fire sword, and Rowan shouted at the players to use their ranged skills now. Previously, Hyun had never thought that the powerful voice skill could be useful in such situations, as it could break through the player's fear. The main character absorbed several more souls, because he believed that he had to do everything possible to survive, comparing himself to a hyena that feeds on carrion. Several players used their skills and unleashed streams of fire and energy at the mutant, expecting that this would somehow be able to stop him. Chan knew that the players would not be able to deal with the monsters in this way, because with the current levels of their skills, magic was useless. Dwayne grabbed a pickaxe and ran at the monster, but Hyun recommended that he collect souls and improve his skills to attack at the same time. One of the players who used magic fell into the hands of a monster and was thrown into the wall, as a result of which he died instantly. The 2 men used close combat skills, but the mutant did not even stagger and was preparing to kill these brave players. When Chan was collecting souls from the dead, one wounded player asked Chan to finish him off. Hyun responded positively to his request, pulled out a flaming sword, and said that this death would not be in vain. All the players ran to the 2 men who used magic and wanted to help them deal with the monster. The monster attacked the escaping men, and the wounded players flew in different directions. Chan approached the dead who were lying against the wall, collected souls from them, and in total, he got 19 pieces. Mark created red active skill balls in his hands, ran up to the monster and prepared to attack it. The player placed a level 6 time bomb on the mutant's back, which explodes in the range of 1 to 10 seconds. Mark warned those around him. Everyone ran away, and the bomb exploded with red flame. Players asked Mark to use the bomb again, but he couldn't do it because the skill had to cool down. Chan shouted sharply that the mutant was not finished and everyone should step back. The monster noticed Mark attacking, raised a powerful bloody hand over him and wanted to grab him. Lee Jong-hyun suggested that Dwayne save Mark, but to do this he needs to approach from different sides and aim only at the legs. The bloody mutant, smoke coming out of his body, grabbed Rowan by the head and lifted him up. The monster's hand crushed the player's head into mush and splashed blood on everything around him. There was a large pool of blood under Mark, and a bright soul flew out of his body, signifying the death of the player. Mutants began to finish off those remaining and threw a random player aside, tearing off his legs. One of the men had his arms broken by the impact, and he screamed in pain throughout the entire location. Everyone who was close to the monster could not escape his attack, and died from their wounds. Chan watched what was happening, as a result of which he realized that because of Mark's death, the confidence of the others was shaken, and they acted completely rashly. Dwayne used an active skill that increases strength by 50% for a certain period, and ran towards the mutant. The hero dealt a strong blow to the monster with a pickaxe, and hoped that this would somehow help deal with him. Dwayne was surprised that the pick was strong and was able to survive the attack, because if he had a sword, it would have already broken. The golem grabbed the player's hand, which held the pickaxe, and squeezed it lightly. The hero's hand weakened, and the pickaxe fell out of it, falling on the bloody floor near him. Dwayne used an active stomp skill that created a powerful crushing kick and was about to hit the monster. The monster hit Dwayne in the chest, but he resisted, and then the golem decided to hit the floor, testing its strength. The hero's reinforced hand could not withstand the monster's compression for long, and Dwayne decided to do something. The hero hit the monster in the head. He did not expect such a strong blow, but continued to squeeze his hand. There was an imprint of Dwayne's fist on the monster's head, and he himself looked perplexed. The player injured his hand on the mutant's body and realized that it was too strong, and he alone would not be able to take the monster with his bare hands. Dwayne fought with the enemy and hoped that Lee Jong-hyun would soon rush to his aid. At the same moment, Chan decided to attack the mutant from behind, using only one hammer. Hyun's blow was so strong that a cloud of dust rose from the monster's bloody body. Chan climbed onto the monster from the blow he received. It fell to its feet in front of Dwayne, but did not let go of his hand. The main character used 19 souls, increasing the skill of Strong Skin to level 6 and Strong Skeleton to level 9. Hyung punches the monster several times, hoping that this will somehow help deal with it. After receiving blows from Chan, the mutant laid down on the floor and let go of Dwayne's bloody hand. Chan continued to stand on the mutant and decided to strike him with a pickaxe until he gained strength and stood up. Suddenly, Ben's voice was heard from the side, warning Chan about a possible mutant attack. A blue ball appeared near the hero's face, which the monster created to attack him. When Chan noticed the ice ball, he realized that he only had a few seconds to cover. The golem sent an icy stream towards Chan, but fortunately he managed to dodge it. The monster carefully rose to its feet, and all the survivors prepared for its next attack. Hyun noticed that the players wanted to get rid of him in order to gain 10% of the contribution to the challenge to advance to the next stage. One of the players used an ice spear to attack Chan and jumped on him, saying that he would kill him and take all the souls. Lee Jong-hyun concluded that the players were waiting for the moment until he exhausted all his strength in order to take him by surprise. Hyun hit the man in the face, because after hundreds of rebirths, he was tired of people who were waiting for a chance to stab him in the back. After receiving the blow, the player fell unconscious to the floor and blood poured from his mouth. The main character leaned towards the man and began finishing him off with blows with a pickaxe so that he could no longer rise from the ground. If the player had not screamed when attacking Chan, but had struck unnoticed, then Chan would have been dead long ago. The golem continued to kill people, throwing them into walls and squeezing their heads into a bloody pulp. The monster turned towards Chan and began to run. He realized that it was necessary to attack him with the whole crowd when he was immobilized. The blood golem wanted to destroy everyone who was in this location, and it seemed that it was unkillable. While the mutant was running towards Chan, he grabbed a random player by the head and he screamed in pain. Dwayne offered to help the crowd of pathetic people, but Hyun refused, explaining his refusal by saying that it was necessary to wait for the reduction of people in the location. The monster killed everyone who was near him, leaving behind them a long trail of blood. Chan said that people deserve a dog's death, because instead of attacking the mutant, they intended to get rid of him, Ben, and Dwayne. The main character asked his friend how his hand was, but fortunately, he replied that it was not broken. Hyun advised Dwayne to collect as many souls as possible from the dead and wait for the best moment to attack the golem. Those who are even a little bit smart also caught on and began to increase their levels. Chan saw the woman's corpse and wanted to take her soul, but on the other side of the location, one of the players wanted to do the same. The man tried to get ahead of Hyun by using the jumping skill, which allows you to quickly cover a large distance. Chan, who was standing to the side, laughed at the player and asked him to look to the left, because his death itself was there. The man looked sharply to the left and changed his face, because Golem was near him. The monster approached the player and swung his hand at him. He understood that the end had come for him. With one powerful blow, the golem tore off the man's head, spattering his blood all around. Having finished with the pathetic player, the mutant glanced at Chan, choosing his next victim. Lee Jong-hyun did not take cover from the golem's attack, but simply took out a hammer and wanted to check something. The main character crossed his strong arms in front of his face and began to wait for the monster's blows. The mutant hit Chan with all his might, but he stayed on his feet thanks to the active skill of the strong skeleton. Despite the fact that the main character strained his body, it was difficult for him when the monster attacked. The player's hands were left with a dirty mark from the golem's fist, but not a single bone was damaged. Chan realized that he could easily engage in close combat with the mutant if he did not miss too many blows. Hyun ran up to the monster and wanted to attack him alone, but he, noticing the player, again swung his hand at him. The hero planned to hit the monster from the back, but Golem did not allow this. And then Chan decided to attack in the head. The mutant released beams of energy, but they passed tangentially and did not injure Hyun. The hero never expected such a quick reaction and speed from such a huge monster. The golem increased its distance, turned towards the crowd, and suddenly ran, forgetting about Chan. Realizing that getting rid of Lee Jong-hyun would not be easy, the monster decided to deal with the others first. The players did not understand how Hyun managed to survive the direct blow, and they wanted to get rid of him along with the stone monster. A girl from their team was against killing Chan out of jealousy and a few souls. The two standing men did not expect the monster to attack, as they thought that it would finish off Chan first. The guy used the passive skill of strong skin, and believed that he would be able to resist the golem just like Jungwoo did. The player received a direct blow to the head, not having time to cover his face with strong hands, and fell to the ground in an unconscious state. The monster dealt with the guy and later noticed a girl standing alone who was very scared. The bloody hand grabbed the girl and was about to kill her, which made her even more afraid. Dwayne ran towards the monster and attacked it from behind to appear like a hero and save the girl from his hands. The half-naked woman managed to get out of the hands of the mutant, and Dwayne persistently asked her to run away as far as possible. Lee Jong-hyun noticed the monster behind Dwayne and warned him of the danger with a loud cry. The mutant turned to Dwayne and swung his bloody hand at him, and he had a couple of seconds left to take some action. The player has used the entry-level active hammer skill, which allows you to strike with a heavy hand, as if with a hammer. With the current stats, Dwayne can only use the skill once, so his strike must be accurate. The player sent a blast of energy at the monster and their hands touched, creating a powerful blow. The shockwave created as a result of the simultaneous attack threw Dwayne and Golem on opposite sides. The player staggered and raised his hand up to balance his position in space. If Dwayne cannot quickly get into an advantageous position, there is no way he will survive the next attack. Ben ran to Dwayne's aid, using the active light walk skill, which increases movement speed by half for a certain period. The monster noticed the guy and hit the wall, but he managed to be out of the impact zone. Ben had his own tactics. He hit the golem powerfully, and then quickly ran away from the dangerous place. The player told Dwayne and Lee Jong-hyun that he had just saved their lives, and that should not be forgotten. The three men used magical powers and aimed an energy beam at the monster's eyes. However, the magic weapon hit the mutant's hand, which cracked in several places, but still continued to be strong. After being wounded, the golem noticed the attacking players and violently jumped towards them. The mutant threw the three men aside, and Chan silently watched the death of his offenders. The hero believed that his help would be inappropriate, since then he would give his potential enemies a chance. A huge monster tried to tear off all the players' limbs, spattering blood throughout the entire location. Chong Li had more than once cases when people begged him for help, and he did not refuse, but as a sign of gratitude they plunged a knife into his back. Initially, there were 40 people in the zone, but thanks to the monster, their number was reduced to 7 people. The survivors were 2 men, 2 girls, Dwayne, Ben, and Lee Jong-hyun. Ben and Dwayne were confident of their success if they attacked the mutant, but Chan was not thinking about that. The main character asked his comrades if there were any survivors who tried to kill him. Ben pointed to one of the players. The monster, with a sword in its eye, began to show active actions again and was ready for the next attack. Chan noticed that Golem was noticeably exhausted and concluded that it was time to finish with him and move on to the next stage. Dwayne, Ben, and Chan simultaneously grabbed their weapons and ran towards the monster. The girl single-handedly attacked the mutant, but was immediately thrown aside by him. Hyun watched what was happening and realized that the end of the monster was already close, and he was simply trying to take at least one more person with him. NG used the 5th level agility attribute and directed an energy flow towards the golem. The girl took cover from the enemy's blows as best she could, and 3 players rushed to her aid. Chan realized that they needed to upset the monster's balance in order to attack, and asked Ben to go to the left and wait for the golem to move. The main character added that it is necessary to use a stomp and hit with the supporting leg as soon as the monster loses its balance. And use the ice all, which allows you to shoot at a target by freezing the area where it hits, and confidently attack the monster. Ben decided to help the girl and climb the wall so as not to accidentally fall under the mutant's hand. The guy hit the monster with a running start, causing small particles to fly and smoke to rise. Ben again used his tactics, hit the monster, and began to run to a safe distance. Dwayne saw the player's successful shot and decided it was time to go in on the left, as Chong Li recommended. The player created an active stomp skill and began to aim at the place where the effect of the blow would be maximum. After Dwayne's powerful blow, the mutant's leg cracked and small particles fell from it. Lee Jung-hyun climbed onto the golem, kicked it, and wanted to attack with a hammer. The main character grabbed the monster by the head and hit him several times with his weapon. From the blows it received, the golem began to crumble into stones, on which Chan accidentally injured himself. Hyun struck with such force that he reached the heart of the monster, and there was only one swing left to finish it off. The sword, which shimmered with red fiery flames, was in Chan's hands, and was ready to strike the final blow. Lee Jong-hyun hit the golem with special pride, from which a powerful stream of blood shot out, and the body took on a red tint. A golden soul appeared above the monster's body, signifying the completion of this ordeal. Chan wanted to take the soul for himself and asked all the survivors for permission, but they were not against it. The main character absorbed the golden soul of the golem, of which there were 8 pieces in stock. The players who were not on Jong's team were surprised by the number of souls and looked at the winner with particular envy. The system notified the heroes that Jeff Norris had the 7th skill level and the steel right-hand attribute. Alejandro Sanchez could lose consciousness if he held his breath for more than 2 minutes. And Anna Taylor had the inability to maintain the same position for more than 1 minute. The girl Anna thanked Chan Li for saving them, but he did not give in to emotions and simply listened to her silently. The main character explained to the girl that he did this not for their sake, but for the sake of himself and his team. Zhang approached a player who was on the enemy team and asked him about his most advanced active skill, but he did not want to answer this question. The player added that the answer to the question would influence the decision whether to kill or live, and asked the man again about his high skills. Alejandro Sanchez said he is not obligated to answer questions from other players or reveal his personal information. Jeff Norris asked Chan to resolve the issue with words without resorting to rash actions, but Hyun asked him not to interfere. The main character threw the chalk over his shoulder and asked the player the same question for the last time. Chan said that silence would also be considered an answer, to which he would have to respond accordingly. Alejandro created an active skill in his hand in the form of a glowing blue ball and showed it to Hyun. This skill was familiar to Jungwoo, since it was the one that almost flew into his head some time ago. The hero asked the player about this, but he replied that he was confused during the bloody battle. The man wanted to justify himself, but Chan did not want to listen to him because he was convinced of everything without his words. The hero explained Alejandro's entire logic, the essence of which was to kill the strongest player and take all the souls he earned from him. Chan warned Sanchez that his entire company was already dead and he would immediately go after them. Alejandro twirled the ball in his hand threateningly, and after a moment said that Chan had made one slip. The man added that it was not he who would die, but Hyun, and directed an energy ball of an active skill in his direction. Lee Jong-hyun took out his fire sword and easily cut the ball into small pieces, leaving behind a long orange trail. Alejandro did not lose attempts to attack Chan, took out a sword and wanted to rip open his stomach. The blade of the sword was a few centimeters from Hyun's throat, and he was very scared. Jung, without thinking, leaned back to allow the weapon to pass his head. Sanchez became nervous, because he did not understand how the player managed to so cleverly avoid the fatal blow. Chan swung his fiery sword and told the man that he should be prepared for his own death at the moment when he seeks to take someone else's life. Alejandro felt a hot blow from a sword in his throat, and realized that the end of his life had come. The player fell to his knees and let go of the weapon, and began to await his death. Chan pulled the sword from Sanchez's throat, and blood flowed from the wound and a trail of fire stretched out. The main character stood over Alejandro and watched his body writhe in its death throes. A bright soul flew out of the player's body, and now only 6 people were left alive. Chan suggested that the survivors forget about this incident and quickly get out of this terrible place. Dwayne, Ben, Chong Li, and the rest of the players approached the door that led to the 4th area. The heroes entered the location and the system notified them of the successful completion of the task, as a result of which Chan, Dwayne, and Ben were rewarded. Jongwoo was given 10 souls and wondered which passive skills he needed to improve first. As a random reward, the hero received a mask with the jaw of a skeleton general, which granted the active skills of a bone blade and a skeleton soldier. Despite hundreds of reincarnations, this was the first time Hyun had seen such equipment, and was pleasantly surprised. Chong also received a 3rd reward in the form of a coin, which allowed him to exchange his skill. The hero put on the resulting mask. It created a sword from bones, the strength proportional to the physical capabilities of the owner. The mask summons a bone soldier whose strength is proportional to the player's physical characteristics. Dwayne received a random piece of equipment, and Ben's mouth dropped open in surprise. The system awarded the young guy a strong belt, and Ben was very upset about such a useless award. The girl complimented Jung, but he replied that he did not put on the mask because of his beauty. The female player did not like Hyun's reaction and made a displeased appearance. The lady explained to Jung that rude guys are not popular with girls, but he remained silent. Players entered the door and headed down the stairs. LAG constantly forces players to make decisions about the path forward. During his time in the game, Jong made countless choices, but in the end they always led to his death. There can be no right decisions in the Arab League, and those who manage to survive will themselves become the answers to all questions. The main character noticed that the LAG had changed again, because before there were only 2 doors, but now there are 4. The players analyzed the appearance of the doors, and concluded that the first one differs from all others in its size, and possibly in the level of danger and the significance of the reward. Dwayne asked Lee Jong-hyun to choose a future direction as he only wants to go through his decisions. Ben said that he would also follow Chan's choice because he trusted him. Nothing will change depending on how long Chan thinks about the choice, because no one will know anything until he goes inside. The main character invited the others to make their own decisions, since their lives are at stake. The remaining players also agreed to go as a single group in order to increase their individual chances of survival. Chan listened to the opinion of each of the players, and as the leader of the group, was the first to go to the door. The hero stopped and informed everyone that he could not open the doors because they were closed. There was no doorknob on the metal door, and there was no reaction when touched. Hyun concluded that the door opened to the side, and Dwayne decided to deal with it himself. The player grabbed the door with all his strength, and a trembling from overexertion ran through his powerful body. Ben and Chan watched what was happening and were sure that Dwayne would not be able to open the door. The hero used a skill that increased strength, and if he failed again, he just wanted to break through the door. After using the skill, Dwayne exerted all his strength and moved the door a little. The door opened halfway and Ben shouted to Dwayne not to give up because there was only a little time left. The player stuck his foot in the doorway and asked the other players to enter the location as soon as possible. One by one, those present jumped over Dwayne's leg and found themselves on the other side of the door. The heroes entered the location, and the system announced a new task to kill all the monsters, the reward of which was 15 souls. Hyun received a personal task, which was to not kill a single person, as a result of which he would receive 20 souls. Everyone present tensed slightly, because no one could know what task the other players had been given. Chan asked his comrades to be on alert because the room was completely dark. The light in the location turned on, and the heroes saw that there was something in the center of the room. None of those present understood the full danger of this place, and the players simply continued to look into the distance in fear. On both sides of the center there are rows of stone statues that look like wolves. In the center of the room lay a naked girl, on whom rays of golden light fell. A sunny eye was drawn on the girl's chest, and she herself plaintively asked for help. Despite his extensive experience, Chan had never encountered such phenomena before it was new to him. The players looked around and realized that besides them and the girl, there was no one else in the location. The girl looked at the players, extended her hand to them, and again asked them for help. Ben smiled and told his friend that the girl was very beautiful. But Anna asked the guy to control himself. Jeff grabbed his sword and walked to the center of the room, surprising everyone with his rash decision. The man explained his action by saying that he could not just stand and watch a beautiful woman suffer. Dwayne thought that the woman in the center looked more like bait. Chan asked him to take his time and just wait to see what would happen next with Jeff. The main player has already had similar situations in which this was either a reward or a bait. The man approached the woman and asked her about her well-being, but she asked him to take her hand and save her. After touching, an incomprehensible force threw the player several meters back. The players asked Jeff why he stopped, but he said that the girl was melting before his eyes. The girl quickly melted, forming a large puddle of wax on the carpet underneath her. Jeff Norris was recognized as a brave man, ready to lend a helping hand, and he was given possession of the soul of a girl who had 12 pieces in stock. Lee Chong knew that a reward given out in such an easy way always comes with a price. Golden pollen settles at one point in the puddle, from which a large bright ball suddenly flies out. The wax puddle disappeared, and particles of its pollen pulled the sphere straight into the ceiling. The light fell on the sphere and bright rays fell directly on the heads of the wolves, launching special energy into them. The eyes of the statues glowed with the same light, and the wolves themselves seemed to begin to come to life and strike terror into the souls of the players. Players saw a message from the system that the wolf statues had a strong body and high agility, as well as the 6th level of the highest skill. The system notified that the test of those who helped and those who did not help had begun. At the same moment, the wolves finally came to life and descended from the columns. First, a flock of monsters decided to attack the winning player, surrounding him from all sides. What was happening surprised Ben, and he opened his mouth, saying that he couldn't believe it. The heroes should have expected this, since free cheese only comes in a mousetrap. Jeff Norris looked around and realized that he was in a hopeless situation. Dwayne was about to help the man who was surrounded by wolves, but Chan stopped him in time. The main character explained to his friend that if he rushes thoughtlessly, he will not live long. Jeff was desperately trying to escape from the stone wolves and punched one of them in the face. At that moment, the player felt pain in his right leg and saw that another wolf had torn off his limb with one blow. Jeff Norris screamed from the pain that arose as a result of losing his leg. He realized that he was no longer a tenant. The heroes believed that the man himself was to blame for his fate, because every choice is followed by a result. The stone wolves dealt with the player and mercilessly tore off his head, which he left to bleed. A soul appeared above the man's body, and the system made it clear to the players that the one who helped the girl had failed the test. The wolves went towards the heroes, and the system notified everyone that a test had begun on those who did not help the girl. The heroes silently watched the approach of the wolves and considered a plan for further action. The girls panicked, but Chan asked them to calm down and prepare to repel the attack. Chan had already encountered similar monsters before, and knew that in terms of their strength, they were not inferior to the golem. Suddenly the wolves stopped within the red carpet and looked at the frightened players. Young knew he had a lot of souls in reserve, but he was in no rush to upgrade his skills unnecessarily. The stone wolves, one after another, glowed with golden spheres, inside of which there was emptiness. Lee Chong seized the moment and decided to attack the wolves alone, telling the other players to dodge. Monsters have a special skill that allows them to remotely kill players with a stream of energy. The wolves launched jets of energy towards Chan, but he managed to avoid a direct hit. After passing through the obstacles, the main character jumped up and was about to hit one of the wolves with a hammer. The blow hit the monster right in the head, and it roared and fell into small pieces. Despite Chan's strong blow and a broken piece of his skull, the wolf survived and continued to growl at the player. The statues turned out to be stronger than Hyun thought, and he needed to think through a further plan of action. The monster attacked the player but was unable to bite through his body, which has high passive skills. It was difficult for the hero to withstand the attack, but he tried his best because he did not want to die again. One of the wolves set off and ran to the aid of his comrade in order to destroy Chan. Lee Jong-hyun still managed to dodge the dangerous attack of the statues and move aside. Thanks to passive skills, the player's bones remained intact, but Chan understood that it would not be possible to take the wolves with ordinary hands. The main character decided to use the active skill of the Bone Blade, which creates a sword from bones, the strength of which is proportional to the physical capabilities of the owner. For Chan, using the sword was problematic because it consumes too much stamina, and the player does not have these skills well developed. Dwayne ran towards the pack of wolves, but they met him with a stream of energy, hoping for his death. The monster's attack was unsuccessful, as Dwayne's head was as hard as a rock. Chan realized that Dwayne's armor skill was acquired due to the successful completion of the previous test. Lee Jong-hyun turned around and saw a large stone wolf running towards him. However, the hero managed to jump to the side and hit the monster's jaw with a hammer. The wolf's jaw froze in one position, and the rays of energy directed in different directions. From an excess of energy inside the body, the wolf caught fire and was about to explode. Chan observed the self-destruction of the predator and calculated that there were 9 more similar individuals left. The main character encountered a stream of yellow energy and was able to dodge it, possessing high speed and agility. When the rays hit the floor, they create a powerful explosion that can easily kill any player. The hero ran forward and the wolves continued to aim their deadly weapons at him. One of the girls used magic and tried to stop the golden rays. The other heroine panicked and started screaming. Dwayne found himself at the center of most of the wolves' attacks and was able to deflect several beams from himself at once. The hero hoped that, unlike Chan's blow, his blow would work and contribute to the victory over the wolves. Dwayne used an active skill, took a pickaxe, and began to fight off the attacking wolf. Lee Jong-hyun continued to run from the fast beams of energy and did not understand what to do. Chan noticed how he climbed the wall and ran to their aid, but one of the wolves was aiming right at him. Ben used an active skill and destroyed 2 predators with a shockwave. Having landed carefully, the player ordered his companions to attack the remaining wolves. Hyun noticed something terrible and shouted at the top of his voice to Ben to quickly turn around. One of the wolves hit the guy in the lower back with his powerful paw, and he flew into the wall. The hero screamed throughout the entire location from the pain that appeared as a result of a severe back injury. Ben flew up to the ceiling, and fortunately, the wolf left him behind and went to the other players. The guy fell to the floor with tremendous force, which even created a shockwave and dust. Ben growled in pain, but the wolf did not finish him off, but only silently waited for his imminent death. Chong Li was too far from the tragic actions and could not help his comrade. At this time, Dwayne grabbed one of the wolves by the head and wanted to turn it in the opposite direction. It was difficult for the hero to cope with such a large monster, but he did not give up until the last. After numerous attempts, Dwayne finally managed to tear off the stone head of the predator. Ben was unable to get to his feet and asked the players to ignore him until they dealt with the remaining monsters. The girls continued to stand in the center of the room and used magic to reflect the rays of energy from the 5 wolves. When Lee Chong noticed this picture, he grabbed the hammer and ran to the girls' help. Dwayne followed the example of the main character and ran towards the girls with a pickaxe in his hand. The men attracted the wolves' attention to themselves, but 3 individuals continued to aim at the heroines. The wolf ran up to Chan and he decided to trust his strong skeleton and strong skin. The wolf opened his mouth and launched streams of powerful energy at the players to destroy them. Dwayne took the blow and told Jun Hyun to run forward while he dealt with the wolf. The main character, with amazing dexterity, ran around all the rays and was a few meters from the wolf. The wolves did not understand how the player managed to avoid the activity of the rays and carefully crawl under them. Chan was afraid to use the flame sword, because it could easily break if he moved carelessly. Hyun hit the wolf with his fist, and a powerful dent was left on its head, but the predator continued to stand. The main character assumed that his blow would not work, so he thought about this moment in advance just in case. Lee Jong-hyun used the passive skill of a strong skeleton and strong skin, which helped him save his hand when bitten by a wolf. The player hit the predator's head, causing a powerful explosion to form around it. Chan lost half his sleeve and slightly burned his hand, but this did not stop him from continuing to fight the wolves. At some point, Hyun felt heavy breathing on the left, and realized that the monster was near him. Dwayne came to Young's aid and used an active skill that created a special force in the player's left leg. The players did not understand where the fragments of the statues were coming from, but later they noticed a huge pink hand. The heroes looked around and realized that they had managed to deal with all the wolves. The girl used a giant hand and began to finish off the tortured wolves to death. Despite the fact that the girl looked very uncollected, she still managed to kill the last monsters. Chong Li was surprised because he did not expect to see such a strong skill from the heroine. Dwayne walked over to where Ben was lying down and excitedly asked Jun Hyun to come over to him. The main character approached the players and asked Ben about his condition, but he said that he was not feeling well. Ben reported that he could not feel anything below the waist and began to regret the missed joys in life. The heroes examined the guy, and Dwayne concluded that he most likely had a broken spine. The player suggested that the victim use the recovery skill, but he said that he could only heal minor wounds. Ben asked Chan to kill him because it is difficult to survive in this game even in a healthy state. Hyun, who was distinguished by his qualities, refused this idea and encouraged the player. Chong Li handed Ben an elixir that would help him not feel pain for a while. The main character did not know what awaited them next, whether they could find a way to heal the guy, and therefore decided to carry him on his back as long as possible. Ben cried and asked Chan to kill him because he did not want to become a burden in such difficult trials. The heroes all went to the door together, but the girl hurried to enter it first. Lee Jong-hyun concluded that her rush was due to a personal assignment. Ben agreed with him. The heroine nervously pulled the door and then pushed it forward, but it didn't even budge. The heroes heard strange sounds and noticed that the location began to darken. Jong-hyun took out a fire sword and told the rest of the players to prepare for another battle. The girl, who was already standing at the exit from the location, looked hopefully at Chan's powerful weapon. The players saw a shadow ball appear behind the heroine, inside of which there was emptiness. The girl examined her hands and wanted to use her active skill to increase them, but she couldn't. The heroine noticed how particles of something black fell from the ceiling above her head. A black coal wolf suddenly appeared from the darkness, with a bright light in its eyes. The predator, without hesitation, pounced on the lady and mercilessly bit off half of her body. The players turned only at the moment when the girl's limbs flew in different directions, leaving a bloody trail. This situation scared the players so much that beads of sweat ran down their faces. The girl's bright soul appeared at the wolf's bloody mouth, and the predator glanced at the rest of the participants. The system notified the players that the shadow wolf has the 8th level of the highest skill, and can control the darkness at will. Previously, Chong Li had encountered the shadow wolf more than once, and died from its clutches countless times. There were times when Hyung couldn't handle the wolf, even if he was stronger than he is now. The shadow wolf disappeared into the floor, turning into a black puddle of energy, which greatly surprised the players. Chan knew that this monster was a rather difficult opponent, and if you did not know how to fight it, then there was a high probability of dying from its clutches. The main character grabbed a weapon, prepared to attack, and asked the other players to stay in place and be vigilant. At Chan's request, Anji created a light barrier, beyond which all players were forbidden to go. Hyun took the souls of Jeff and Anna, and explained to his companions that the wolf is afraid of light, and therefore will only aim at him. The main character carefully looked at the ceiling, where a shadow wolf appeared out of nowhere. The monster descended from the ceiling and released light rays from its eyes, but the experienced Chan was not afraid of its attack. Lee Jong-hyun grabbed the fiery sword and was ready to deal the killing blow to the monster. To begin with, the player decided to hit the wolf in the side with his fists to confuse him. Hyun ran to a safe distance and planned to strike with a fiery sword. Other players noticed how the wolf disappeared into the darkness and instantly healed its wounds. Thanks to hundreds of rebirths, Chan knew that while the wolf was in the shadows, no attack would work, because his body seemed to not exist at all. The predator disappeared into the floor, leaving behind dust and black energy. Lee Jong-hyun knew the weaknesses of the wolf, so dealing with him was not difficult. The main character stood in the middle of the room, and a vortex of shadow energy formed around him. The wolf reappeared from the floor, and Jun-hyun managed to quickly react to its appearance. The hero looked into the eyes of the monster and carefully took out a sword covered with a layer of fire. The girl was worried about Chan, but Dwayne said that they had no choice but to trust his actions. Anji told her companion that she was running out of strength and would try to hold out as long as possible. Ben overheard the conversation and said that they were in danger for now, since it would be hard for Chan to last long. Lee Jong-hyun used his active flame skill and aimed it at the shadow wolf's face. The predator caught fire and Chan was waiting for the right moment to finally kill it. Light is the wolf's weak point, as areas exposed to light materialize and attacks begin to cause damage. While a part of the wolf has materialized, it cannot go into the shadows. The wolf tried to avoid the light in order to get rid of the fire, but Chan did everything to prevent this. Due to the wolf's running, it was difficult for Hyun to focus the stream of light emanating from his palm on it. However, the player managed to catch the shadow predator, which was burning with a bright flame. The wolf screamed in pain from the fire and light, and could not do anything about it. Jong-hyun jumped over the predator to get closer to the flames to inflame them even more. The shadow wolf flared up, and the main character continued to shine on its torso, waiting for its death. The active skill of light is the only chance to save all players present. If you allow the wolf to go into the shadows, he will instantly be able to heal all his wounds. Lee Jong-hyun realized that he needed to finish with this predator as soon as possible and ran to attack him. The hero continued to highlight the wolf and began to strike his burnt body. The wolf's muzzle was too close to Jun-hyun's face, and he screamed in fear throughout the entire location. The hero knew that he was the only one who could save everyone from death, confidently took out his sword and stuck it in the head of the predator. The girl suggested that Dwayne go to help Chan, but he believed that they would only hinder him. The main character resolutely stuck a fiery sword into the wolf's throat and continued to highlight the wound site. The shadow predator's body was completely covered in flames and it had no chance of survival. The fire went out and the charred body of the wolf fell to the floor, creating a powerful roar. A purple soul appeared above the killed monster, and the rest of the players approached the victorious Chong. Lee Jong-hyun decided to take the souls he earned for himself, but none of the players were against it. A light suddenly appeared in the location and the system notified the players that the task had been successfully completed in total. Chan had 80 souls. The players decided to go further and saw 4 doors in front of them, but Chan remembered that previously there were only 2 doors in this area. The companions turned to Hyun with a question about which door they should go through, and Jong thought about it. For himself, Chan said that he would go where there would be more different passages in the future. One by one, the players agreed to go with Jong because they trusted him completely. Lee Jong-hyun opened the first door and everyone entered the next location. The system immediately notified about this. In the room, the company noticed a rather strange picture in which the player was engaged in lovemaking with a half-naked woman. It was Anil Kapoor, who had a 12th skill level, and Kim Ji-na, who had an 11th skill level. All the players who entered had the impression that these heroes were not interested in their future fate, and they were here to admire each other. The girl turned to her lover and said that someone had entered the location, but he had no time for guests. Jung would have liked to avoid the fight, but he was ready for it, since lovers have very high stats. Hyun upgraded his skills just in case, and then entered into dialogue with strangers, telling them not to pay any attention to them. Fortunately for the players, there was a door in the location that led to an attribute merchant. The girl noticed the sick Ben and said that the merchant had nothing to get him back on his feet. She added that the location has a full recovery room that they can use. Chan had never encountered such rooms before, but this did not mean that LAS had changed in this regard as well. Hyun turned to the door and was about to enter it, and the lovers looked after him with particular malice. In the recovery room, there were 4 capsules in which it was necessary to lie down to fully restore strength and heal all wounds. Lee Jong-hyun opened the lid of one of the capsules and asked Dwayne to put Ben inside it. Dwayne complied with the request, put the guy down and closed the lid behind him with special hope. The system issued a notification that 124 souls were needed to fully restore Yu Ben-huo. The cost of treatment is determined by the severity of the injuries, and in Ben's case, recovery was impossible. Chan understood that they could unite all their souls, but he did not want to do this, because in this game, everyone fights only for themselves and their lives. Hyun was already tired of being reincarnated hundreds of times. He wanted to get out of this hell as quickly as possible. All the players thought exactly the same as the main character, because humanity was just below the desire to survive. For the sake of decency, the girl still offered to unite the souls, but Ben himself refused this idea. The guy believed that players should not waste their precious souls for the sake of someone they met only recently. By spending all their souls, the heroes would greatly reduce their chances of survival. Ben didn't want the whole group to hate him in case it caused the whole group to fall down in the next trials. The guy shed a tear and asked Chan Li to kill him, because it would be safer for him to die by his hand. Lee Jong-hyun agreed to this action because he understood that they had no other choice. Before his death, Ben handed the players his souls and asked them to share them among themselves. The main character took out a sword and swung it over the torso of the young player. Dwayne was unpleasant to look at this picture, but he did not say anything against it. Finally, Ben wished his comrades to get out of this terrible game as soon as possible. The guy sat and silently awaited his death, but Chan asked him to close his eyes so as not to see his sadness. Ben asked Hyun to do it instantly so it would be painless. Lee Jong-hyun said goodbye to his comrade and promised to meet him in the afterlife. Ben looked at his companions and regretted that this happened to him. With one blow of the sword, the main character cut off Ben's head from his body, and his soul flew out of it. Chan couldn't even count the number of people he sent to the next world with his own hands. Many times Hyun had to end the lives of those with whom he spent more time than Yoo Byung-ho. But this was the first time it was so difficult for him. In front of the young guy's body, there were 2 blue balls, in which were the 21 souls he had earned, and one of his personal ones. Chan decided to properly divide them among himself, remembering that for the death of a player, he would be given an additional 5 souls. The girl began to talk about humanity, escalating the situation, but Dwayne quickly calmed her down. Dwayne told Eunji that now they need to distribute the souls and move on. Suddenly, a man from the location appeared on the capsule, who absorbed all of Ben's souls. The main character managed to quickly react to the player's appearance, but he again used the teleportation skill. The man noted the quick speed of Chan's reaction, because previously people could not even move in surprise. The player wanted to attack Hyun, but he was faster and hit his head in the jaw. The man broke his nose from the blow he received, and was extremely angry with all the players present. Chan extended his hand forward and wanted to grab the player by the throat, but remembered his high characteristics. The man's hand, which was holding the sword, ended up in the burnt hand of the protagonist. The player teleported along with Jong Hyun, and he still had a couple of teleportations left. The players appeared next to the girl who was in the previous location, and were in the same position, which made the man afraid. Lee Jong-hyun took out his sword with his other hand and swung it near Anil's hand and was about to chop it off. The player's body suddenly became heavy, and because of this, he was unable to resist Chong Li. The main character carefully cut off the man's hand, spattering his blood all around. Anil's bloody hand was left with Jun-hyun, and he screamed across the room in terrible pain. The hero ordered the man to give up all the souls that he had, including those that were there before the theft. Anil grabbed his bleeding hand and began to insult the player, not planning to give him his souls. Chong Li, without hesitation, pierced both of the player's legs to inflict even more horror. The main character again asked the man to return all the stolen souls, but he still refused. Jong said that it would be fun for him to chop off a player's limbs little by little. Anil's face changed after hearing the words, because he was in complete horror. The man almost cried and handed Jung Hyun a blue ball with all his souls. The player was sure that after giving up his souls, Chan would leave him alive, but Hyun cut off his head. The bloody head rolled to the feet of the girl, who did not show a single emotion of regret for the death of her lover. The heroine explained that she did not know this man, and in this location they simply decided to let off some steam and relieve tension. The players didn't know how sincere the girl was with them, so Hyun continued to interrogate her. The heroine warned that if she was attacked, she did not intend to stand still. Lee Jong-hyun trusted the girl, and besides, he didn't want to get his hands dirty with the girl's blood once again. The hero gave the other players the selected 42 souls, and offered to divide 14 of them each. Chan turned to the recovery room and wanted to enter it again. Dwayne and Eunji did not understand his motives. When Hyun returned, he told the other players to be the first to buy from the merchant. Eunji and Dwayne agreed with Chan and went to the cellar to purchase weapons and other skills. The main character stayed with Kim Ji-na to monitor her actions, because she was the companion of that thief with teleportation. The player immediately warned the girl that in the event of an unplanned attack, she would instantly die at his hands. Kim Ji-na looked at Jun-hyun with offense and reprimanded him for his rude communication with the female sex. At this moment, Dwayne and Eunji returned from the trading room. Chong Li was next to enter. Before entering, Chan advised Dwayne to keep an eye on Kim and be on guard, since no one knows what is on her mind. Hyun entered the trading room and saw a rather strange merchant, who, as before, was a ghost. Over 100 reincarnations, Chan learned all the merchants, and this time he noticed that this seller was very different from the previous ones. To begin with, Hyun decided to acquire useful skills, because there is a particular shortage of them. The hero with his burned left hand pointed to the skills that he liked. Jong acquired skills such as Owl Eyes, Underwater Breathing, Electric Man, Danger Sense, Lizard Tail, and Level 1 Pain Threshold. Due to restrictions, the player can only choose 2 active skills, so he removed the light and took an electric charge, leaving him with 15 souls. Next, Hyun wanted to purchase various items and asked the merchant to show them. Suddenly, the hero saw something that made him regret his past actions, and he was very angry. Jung ran out of the trading room and immediately went to Kim Ji-na to blame her for Ben's death. The girl suddenly felt Hyung sharply squeeze her throat, and was unable to do anything from surprise. The hero reminded Kim Ji-na that he had previously warned her not to do anything unnecessary, since she would immediately die. Lee Jong-hyun remembered what the girl said about the merchant not having a healing potion, but he saw it in that room. The girl said that the player was confusing something, because she personally visited the merchant, and there was no such medicine there. Chan squeezed Kim's throat even tighter and asked why she lied and came up with some kind of insidious plan. Lee Jong-hyun didn't want to listen to the girl's stupid excuses and just wanted to end her life right now. Kim Ji-na grabbed the player's hand and reminded him that she did not intend to stand still and endure various types of pain. Chan was angry at the current situation, but Dwayne stopped his intentions in time, and the hero did not like it. Dwayne said he also didn't have the medicine in the trading room, and Hyun didn't understand why things were happening the way they were. An Ji-na informed Young that she too was missing a healing potion when going to the trading room. The main character remembered that previously, all players who were on the same floor were provided with the same goods by the merchant. The girl asked to let her go, because a stupid situation had arisen, and she was not considered to blame. Kim decided to reassure the player and added that a regular potion would not have helped restore Ben, since even the recovery room revealed the huge cost of his treatment. Jun-hyun let go of the situation and invited everyone present to advance to the next test. Before entering, Chan turned around and asked the girl if she was ready to go with them, and she agreed. The main character was not against the appearance of another member in the team, opened the door, and entered the location. All players saw in the new location a place that looked like a cemetery, in which there were many corpses and swords stuck everywhere. The players looked around and realized that this time something serious was waiting for them, and they would have to bravely fight for their lives. The system notified the heroes that only 5 people could leave the zone, and advancement was impossible until this condition was met. Chung, Dwayne, Kim, and Anji saw a group of people in the distance, each of whom had angry eyes and a bloody body. Usually in tests you can refuse the reward and leave the location, but this time the condition of the task was mandatory. Player Katsuji Ryo was angry about the appearance of new players, because his company had almost already passed the test. Chong Li realized that the task was to kill the extra players, which is what that group of people was doing. Every time new people appear in the location, the mission is restarted, and you have to start all over again. Chan decided that he needed to act in such a way as to prevent a mistake, due to which his company would be tied hand and foot. Kim Ji-an noticed that they still had the advantage because those players looked exhausted and their injuries were quite serious. Hyun turned to the group and agreed with the girl, but it seemed to him that it was not so easy to kill people who had not yet managed to do anything to you. Dwayne told his comrades that those players did not react at all, but simply looked at them. And Ji-ah noticed that the company was not looking at them, but somewhere upward, as if they were expecting something terrible. The girl raised her head up, and with particular apprehension, also began to peer at the ceiling. Chong Li, Dwayne, and Anji noticed a blue energy cloud appearing above, similar to a portal. Chong Li, who was an experienced player in this game, had a bad feeling when he saw the portal. The players of the second company shouted in one voice, and one after another, ran in different directions. When everyone ran away from the dangerous place, the girl and her companion saw Katsuji, who did not hide and simply continued to stand in place. The man said that he could no longer take this test because he had to kill his comrades for his own survival. But it was all in vain. The player believed that they would definitely die in the next trials and decided to end this game right now. The gate began to move down, and along the way cut the player into several pieces. A lot of dust formed on the ground, and the main characters did not understand what fell from top to bottom. The dust cleared and a black knight appeared out of nowhere, looking at the players, and later began moving towards them. The system immediately notified everyone present that it was a rusty knight, whose metal looked old, but was in fact very durable. Lee Chong-hyun, Dwayne, and the girls were stupefied by the uninvited guest and did not understand how to behave further. Chong Li had already met the Dark Knight before, and felt that now was not the right time to meet him. The Metal Knight looked around and noticed a desperate man running in the distance. The knight abruptly moved from his place and ran after his victim. Chan and his company silently watched what was happening. The man ran with all his might without looking back, and hoped that he would be able to win this difficult race. The player's body had several bleeding wounds, but he did not plan to give up and ran to the last. At some point, Lee Jung-hyun and An noticed that the player stopped and surrendered to a dangerous enemy. Thanks to past experience, Lee Chong knew that the Black Knight did not experience fatigue, and if he did not complete the test, he would not be able to get out of this location. The man became covered with drops of sweat and said into the void that he could no longer move, as he was very tired of it all. With one sharp blow, the Rusty Knight cut the player's body and arms into several pieces and splashed blood all around. Hyun said that they will be next after this guy, and first they need to find the door. One of the girls used an active skill that created eagle vision for a while, and she discovered that the doors were about 500 meters away. The Rusty Knight continued to destroy the fleeing people and released blood and bright souls from their bodies. After the knight killed random players, the system notified that the location's goal had been achieved, and the reward was 15 souls. Players realized that the Rusty Knight was also the type of player these challenges were designed for. But everything was not so simple, because the Black Knight continued his hunt for people, despite the completed task. Having previously been in the location, Chong Li asked to wait for him, and returned to the room where the murdered Ben was. When he returned, he asked the girls and Dwayne to go to the merchant first, but they did not understand why. Chong-li was still a very kind person, since he returned to the murdered guy, returned his head to its original place and closed his eyes. The heroes needed to get closer to the wall as soon as possible, since the night would soon switch to them. The girl used an active skill, thanks to which the body becomes light like a bird's feather. The girl ran ahead, leaving Lee Jong-hyun behind, but most likely it was the wrong decision. The main character liked the girl's active skill, since it allowed her to not even make the sounds of steps. The girl intended to collect as many souls as possible and believed that she would be able to do this, since her speed exceeded the speed of the night. The heroine stopped at the body of one of the players and absorbed his bright blue soul. She ran over to the other person's corpse and quickly took his soul so that she could improve her skills at any time. Jung-hyun ran forward and saw that there were 3 doors a few hundred meters away from him. As soon as the hero left the previous place, a black knight descended from the ceiling there. The metal knight noticed the running players and ran after them at high speed, hoping to attack. Dwayne and Hyun were much further away from the knight, and the girl was close to him, and was very frightened by this. The heroine continued to run with all her might, but the knight was getting closer and closer to her and was ready to cut her down with a sword. The main character noticed that Anji was in danger and that she could be caught before they reached the door. Chong-li turned around and turned to Dwayne with a request to help the girl who was about to be captured by the knight. The girl realized that her stamina had noticeably decreased, and she saw how the rusty knight swung an axe at her. The men ran to help Anji and realized that they were a little behind in time, since the enemy was as close as possible to the girl. The heroine used a special active skill and shot a stream of energy at the knight running after her. The rusty knight fell to his knees, but continued to hope to cut the girl to death with his metal sword. Suddenly, Kim appeared from the void, and thanks to her high speed, grabbed Anji and snatched her from the knight's hands. Kim Ji-na understood that without Anji, she would not be able to get out, and asked her not to die ahead of time, and she thanked her for this. The knight rose from his knees, came to his senses, and was ready to again continue the attack on the unfortunate girl. Dwayne was close to the metal knight, who attacked him with a powerful blow. The hero was surprised by the fact that the rusty knight did not stagger or even fall from his blow. Then Dwayne decided to use an active skill that increases strength, and was ready for a second attack on the knight. Additionally, using a crushing hammer, Dwayne struck the knight, but he managed to hide behind his metal shield. The player stopped striking the enemy and looked into his eyes. He also looked at Dwayne and removed his shield. Dwayne realized that his attacks were having no effect on his enemy, and beads of sweat began to run down his body. Lee Chong-hyun told his comrade to dodge as quickly as possible and be careful with the shield. NG covered Dwayne with herself and, using an active skill, launched streams of icy energy towards the knight. Only Chan understood that with these weak skills they would not be able to repel the enemy's blows, and he took out his fiery sword. Hyun was extremely careful, since his one blow could kill not only the knight, but also Dwayne and Anji. A stream of fire hit the knight's head, and he burst into flames and lost his balance. Lifting his metal head, the rusty knight realized that within his skull was Chong Li's long flaming sword. Anji continued to shoot streams of icy energy towards the knight, but they had no effect on him. The knight used his shield and mirrored the girl's attacks on herself, as a result of which Anne rolled her eyes and vaguely understood what was happening. The girl fell unconscious to the ground, and Dwayne became the next victim of the Black Knight. The player did not know what to do in this situation, and began to silently wait for the enemy's next attack. Suddenly, Chong Li appeared above Dwayne, who wanted to take the situation into his own hands and attack the knight alone. The main character tensed his entire body, and used an active skill on his right hand. Chong Li hit the knight's torso with his electric hand, but apparently it did not harm him at all. The girl decided to help Jong Hyun and used an active skill that creates level 11 eagle claws instead of legs. Ji-ah swung over the rusty knight and wanted to defeat him with just her legs, but the men realized that it was in vain. The Black Knight stood with a sword in his head, and on his chest were small streams of Chan Li's electrical energy. Hyun was worried about the girl and asked Dwayne to grab her and run away with her to a safe place while he dealt with the enemy. The player had created an active electric shock skill again, and was about to attack the Black Knight again. Thanks to Lee Jong-hyun's blow, the knight's leg received a large charge of current and was slightly damaged. The knight fell to one knee, and the main character decided to take advantage of this situation by jumping on his shoulders. Being above the knight, Jong-hyun tried to get his fiery sword out of his head, but he had difficulty succeeding. There were endless streams of electricity around the knight and Chong Li, but this did not bother the main character. The rusty knight fell to the ground. Lee Jong-hyun climbed on him, but understood that the enemy would not die from such an attack. The hero immobilized the knight only for a while and wanted to finish him off before he woke up. Lee Young-hyun noticed that Dwayne and Kim Ji-an were standing over the second girl's body, and he didn't know whether she was alive or dead. The main character approached his comrades and asked them what was happening, but there was no soul above the girl's body, and this meant that she was alive. Young was frightened by the current situation, and beads of sweat ran down his tense face. The girl lay unconscious, and thin streams of blood flowed from her ears, eyes, mouth, and nose. The player understood that, thanks to the ice shield, the girl only managed to lose consciousness, but she would not last long in this state. Dwayne stroked the girl's torso and said that he was very to blame for this, and the second girl believed that without NG they would not be able to get out of this location. Chan picked up the heroine and said that in the future they can stabilize her condition. But first they need to get out of this room. Hyun turned to his comrade and asked him not to fall into despair, because now is not the time for this. The doors were as close as possible to the players, but to enter them they had to fight a rusty knight. The main character shouted to the other players to run to the doors that did not have zone numbers. Thanks to her high speed, Kim Jian managed to reach the door first. When the girl touched the door, a stream of energy appeared in front of her, from which a rusty knight was about to appear. The doors abruptly went underground, and the main characters did not know what to do next. Players saw a message from the system, which stated that the task was cancelled because the condition was not met. Elag also told players that all acquired souls were returned back, and all increased skills returned to their previous values. The players thought that the reason was Anji-A, because the condition was that the 5 of them had to return, and she was on the verge of life and death. Lee Jong-hyun began to think about the task, but in the end he still couldn't guess where they made a mistake. A door appeared at the beginning of the area, and the system reported that Fulian Norden and Mario Sanchez had entered the area. It dawned on the main characters that there were 6 people and 1 rusty knight in the room, which did not meet the conditions for passing the test. The system notified about a new task, which said that 6 people should remain alive, but at the same time the rusty knight should be killed. The girl looked back and realized that after rebooting the test, the position of the main door had changed. The rusty knight rose from the ground and was ready to attack the newly arrived players. A blue portal appeared above the players again, which scared them very much and made them nervous. The arriving players decided to increase the number of people to get out of this location, but a rusty knight suddenly approached them. Just like Jong, one of the men had a bad feeling when he saw a portal coming from the ceiling. The portal landed on the ground in front of the players, creating a huge bang and a cloud of dust. A second rusty knight appeared in the location, and this created certain difficulties for all players. The main characters concluded that after each reboot of the game, another rusty knight appears from the portal. Fulian Norden, who had quite high skills, froze at the sight of the second knight. But this was a manifestation of some kind of strength. The man was unlucky, as his position was the closest to the knight, who immediately cut him into several pieces. In addition to the 5 players, there were 2 rusty knights in the location who were trying to reduce the number of players to a minimum. The second man called the players for help, but they did not dare approach him, since his death would become a condition for completing the task. Jung-hyun explained to those around them that they could get out of this location if that guy died, but the doors were still not visible. The main character understood that An-ji could also die, and then they would have to wait for the next batch of new players. Lee thought about killing the girl himself and saving himself, but in time he remembered the words of the surrendered man. The player then said that death awaits them all, and therefore there is no point in fighting the Black Knight and killing his comrades. Kim approached Jung and brought him back from his world of thoughts, telling him that he did not need to take responsibility for all the players, including the injured girl. The main character took out a sword and ordered his comrades to first save the player who was between the 2 Black Knights. The man fought bravely with 2 enemies, but he did not do it well enough. Sanchez used an active skill that allowed him to move freely through the air. Thanks to his skill, the man jumped high and ended up above the knight. The brave player managed to escape from his enemies, and the Black Knights remained behind but did not give up. Lee Jong-hyun once again took full responsibility, saying that he would take the left knight, while Kim and Dwayne would get the right one. The main character created an active skill of electrical energy and advised his comrades to aim for the knight's back when attacking. Both knights were running after Sanchez, and he realized that he was losing to them in this race due to his low endurance. The player was scared and drops of sweat were flowing from his face, but suddenly he heard Chan's voice, which urged him to duck down. Chong Li used electrical energy and struck the rusty knight with a powerful blow to the chest. Thanks to the help of Heck, Sanchez managed to escape from the knight for a long distance, but Dwayne and Anna, who were also hiding from the knight, ran towards him. The player ran to Chan to thank him, but he said that now was not the right time for this. The girl, who was running with Dwayne, decided to divert the knight's attention to herself, and asked her comrade to strike at the most opportune time. Anna again used an active skill that allowed her to run as if it were the flight of a feather. The heroine waved her arms and found herself above the knight, and he did not expect such a trick. Dwayne and Anna found themselves on either side of the knight and were ready to attack him simultaneously. The heroine improved her active feather skill to level 10 and soared even higher. When landing, Anna did not expect the knight to be so close to her, and she was quite scared. The feather skill was deactivated and the metal knight seized the moment to strike the girl with his sword. Fortunately, Anna managed to dodge the enemy's attack and flew to the side. When the girl fell, she saw that the knight was flying at her from above, swinging his weapon. Dwayne used an active dropkick skill that created a heavy double-legged kick when attacking while jumping. The player struck the knight's chest with his powerful legs, and he flew back. The flight of the rusty knight left a long furrow on the ground, and Dwayne realized that the attack was a success. While the enemy was rising to his feet, Dwayne inquired about the well-being of his partner, but fortunately, she was safe and sound. It turned out that Chal Lee's electric stun gun could be used in many different ways, and the player decided to try all of them. This time, Hyun created a shockwave that should have thrown the knight back several meters, but only knocked back Sanchez. The man, without hesitation, rushed at the rusty knight and dealt him a strong blow to the head. Chong Li took out his sword and stuck it halfway into the knight, hoping for success. The main character used the flame skill on the sword, but it was difficult for him to hold it in his hands. The knight's torso was covered in a small cloud of flame. The hero took out his sword, but it was broken to the very hilt. Lee Jong-hyuk understood the danger of the situation and decided to jump back while time allowed. Once near Sanchez, the main character told him that they had little chance of surviving this battle. Lee Jong-hyun understood that one powerful blow was needed, since the strength of all the players was almost running out. Chan asked the second player to distract the enemy, because he had a mature plan to destroy both knights. Sanchez agreed to this idea, but said that he did not have enough strength to hold the knight for long. At this time, Dwayne bravely dealt with the second knight, delivering powerful blows to his shield, sometimes hitting him in the torso. The girl flew above the knight. Dwayne warned her to avoid contact with the shield. The rusty knight released a corridor of light that emanated from his shield, causing players to second-guess their actions. The main character noticed that the strength of the other players was almost at the limit, so he decided to finish the battle in any way. Chan extended his hand, and thanks to his active skill, created a bone blade inside it. The blade was quite large, and drops of human blood were visible on its blade. Lee Jong-hyun gathered his thoughts and shouted to the players to prepare for the final attack. The knight noticed Sanchez running and swung a metal sword at him, but the guy managed to change his location. Hyuk was determined to face the approaching fight and created the skill of an electric shocker. The main character waited for the right moment to attack, commanded Sanchez to start a distraction, and himself prepared to deliver the fatal blow. After being maneuvered by another player, John grabbed the longsword and ran forward towards the knight. The hero ran to the enemy and mercilessly cut his body into two halves with one blow. When the cut knight fell to the ground, there were 5 living players and 1 other rusty knight left in the location. Chan's bone blade consumes too much stamina, but you can wield it effectively if your breathing level is at least 10. Tired Sanchez and Huck heard a notification from the system, which said that player Liam Wilson had entered the location. The game informed players that the challenge task remains the same, but its conditions will be slightly changed. Everyone present again noticed the appearance of energy gates on the ceiling, which foreshadowed the appearance of a new knight. 2 more knights appeared and the system announced that only 7 players should leave the room. A special clause of the condition included that if there were 7 players, the rusty knight would automatically stop. Liam Wilson had the attribute of increasing ranged attack power by 5% and a skill level of 13. Sanchez and Chong Li looked at the newly appeared player and did not know how to treat him. At this time, Anna and Dwayne continued to fight with the former knight, inflicting various blows on him. And Ji, who was lying by the stone, began to come to her senses and made strange, hoarse sounds. The 2 knights ran towards Anji. Chong Li noticed this and moved forward to help. The main character used an electric shocker and attacked the lone knight. Next to Chan were Dwayne and Anna, who watched the reprisal of the enemy. There were 2 rusty knights and 6 people left in the location, but the doors were still nowhere to be seen. The heroes have no choice. They need to get rid of another Iron Man. Liam stood alone in the field, aiming at the knight and not even trying to team up with other players. The man turned to the players and said that in such a situation the easiest way was to get rid of the weak lamb. Lee Jong-hyuk realized that Liam was not talking about the knight, but about Anji, who was unconscious. The main character quickly looked at the girl, but so far nothing threatened her safety. Hyuk feared for the life of a man from his team. Beads of sweat ran down his face. Anji opened her eyes with difficulty and did not immediately understand what was happening around her. Wilson uses an active skill that allows him to shoot fingernail-shaped bullets from his index finger. Chong Li realized that the player had a skill similar to a revolver, but this was his first time encountering it in the game. Liam put his hand towards Anji and was ready to fire a batch of bullets at her. The main character grabbed the bone blade coming from his palm and ran to save the girl. The man fired the first bullet, but Hyuk hoped to catch it on the fly so that it would not hit An's body. It was difficult for the main character to catch the bullet, but he tried his best. Chan put his hand in the path of the flying cartridge, and a stream of hot blood sharply shot into the air. The bullet pierced Heck's palm, from which smoke came out and blood flowed. Thanks to Chan's developed passive skills, the bullet remained in his hand. Having calmed down a little, Lee Jong-hyuk turned his head and looked at An Ji-ah. Drops of blood were running down the girl's face, but she had them before the shooting. Chan's excited face turned black from what he saw, and hope for saving the girl disappeared in his eyes. The main character was angry at the inhumanity of Liam's act because he killed their comrade. N.G. was shot in the head, and a blue soul appeared above her body. The system notified those present in the location that the task was considered completed, and the knights stopped their movement. There are 5 people and 2 knights left alive, and all of them will be awarded 20 souls and 4 healing potions. Sanchez looked at the girl's bloody body, and did not understand why Liam Wilson did what he did. At the end of the location, the floor began to move, and 3 doors jumped out of it. Lee Jong-hyuk received a lizard tail as a reward, which created increased regeneration. The main character turned to Liam and rudely asked him why he killed an innocent girl, and he apologized to Chan Lee for killing his companion. Wilson added that getting rid of the useless player was the simplest and correct decision. Lee Jong-hyuk attacked the player with accusations that he had just killed his comrade. Liam said that if the test conditions had been different, Chan would have personally killed this unfortunate girl, but he only slightly accelerated the process. The man added that the strong take advantage of the weak, and when they stop being useful, they simply get rid of them. Embittered, Chan and Dwayne told the player that he does not have the right to decide who lives and who dies. The players decided to deal with Wilson, but he said that in this case, the test would restart to the very beginning. Out of despair, Chan turned around and told Dwayne that they should leave, but he was angry at the situation. Hyuk concluded that revenge was not worth putting the entire group at great risk. The main characters decided to first get out of the location, and then carry out reprisals against Liam. Walking towards the door, Chan turned to the killer and said that he would not be able to survive their next meeting. The words of the main character did not frighten the man at all, and he only laughed at them. 5 players approached the door, and Heck told them to enter as quickly as possible before extra players appeared in the location. Sanchez grabbed the handle of the first door and said that he intended to move on alone. Lee Jong-hyuk waited for Liam to enter, but he replied that he would enter the room last because he did not want to get stabbed in the back. Chong Lee's players turned to the door in disbelief and slowly entered it. After entering the location, the heroes took off their equipment and were going to rest before the next test. Liam Wilson never showed up in the room, and the players continued on without him. The heroes walked down the stairs for a long time, and Chan Lee suspected something strange, because they should have been on the floor below a long time ago. The system notified players of a new challenge in which players needed to reach the 5th basement floor. The players had the strange feeling that they had not made any progress down the ladder. The staircases began to collapse into small fragments, and this greatly frightened all the players present. Dwayne, Anna, and Chan looked up and saw that huge stones were about to fall on them. Fearing for their lives, the players abruptly moved from their place and ran down the stairs screaming. The players barely managed to escape the falling rocks that were everywhere. The girl was noticeably lagging behind the men, and Jean turned to warn her about a large rock flying from above her. The girl dodged, and Chong Li smashed the falling Hulk with a powerful blow. The main character suddenly stopped and froze. Dwayne asked him what happened. The path in front of the players ended in a cliff, but they also had no way back. The heroes had no choice but to jump onto the broken steps and fly down with them. Kim Ji-na used her active feather skill and waved her arms as if they were 2 wings. Dwayne and Lee Jong-hyuk fell down under the falling stones and screamed loudly in fear of death. Below the players were several hundred meters, or even more, that they did not even see the end of this flight. During the fall, Jung continued to worry about the other players, but Kim Ji-na didn't need to. The players were gaining more and more speed, and because of this they had a low chance of survival. The main character looked around and realized that there was a close enough distance between the walls that allowed him to escape death. The player, without thinking, shouted to Dwayne to try to get as close to the wall as possible. Dwayne did not listen to Chan's advice and continued to fall down. Hyuk concluded that his comrade did not hear him due to strong fear and the air whistling around him. The player decided to dive down to fly to Dwayne and convey his advice to him. Finding himself close to Dwayne, Chan shouted to him to come to his senses and turn on his head. The main character kicked the player's body, causing Dwayne to flip over in the air several times. Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne found themselves at opposite walls, and having hit slowed down their fall a little. Chan slid along the wall at high speed and asked his companion to come to his senses. Otherwise he would die. Dwayne heard Heck's words and tried with all his might to make as much contact as possible with the wall. Chan told his comrade that thanks to his strengthening skills, he would be able to descend by pushing off from wall to wall. The players had to maintain their composure, and then they would definitely be able to survive this test. Lee Jong-hyuk yelled at Kim Ji-na to be more careful and avoid the falling rocks. The main character will use a special active skill and, without falling down, fly to the opposite wall where Dwayne was. The players synchronized with each other and carefully moved down from wall to wall. Chong-li saw something in the distance and stood on the wall for a while, using an active skill. The players realized that the gap between the walls of the location was beginning to gradually increase. Such a long distance is quite difficult to overcome in one jump, and it was necessary to quickly come up with a new plan of action. The player looked down and realized that he and Dwayne would most likely face a terrible death. Dwayne was no longer able to use the jump skill and continued his free flight downwards. The main character turned out to be much shorter than his comrade, and lost sight of him. Suddenly Chan noticed that the floor was already close, and this made him even more nervous. The players grappled in the air, and at that moment Chan informed his companion that it was necessary to take some action in order not to die. Dwayne and Huck landed together on a large slab, but this did not mean that they were saved. The block of stone tilted, and Chan realized that they had little chance of a soft landing and survival in general. Jung-hyun decided to use electricity to keep the stove horizontal. The main character also improved the levels of his skills of strong skin and strong bones. Due to the shockwave from the electric charge, Chan was pushed off the plate, and he and Dwayne flew down. With particular difficulty, the men approached the nearest wall and slowed down the speed of their fall. The heroes suddenly found themselves on the floor, but Dwayne did not have time to realize how they managed to do this. Dwayne thanked his comrade for saving him, but Chan said that not everything was over yet, and it was too early to relax. Huge stone slabs continued to fall on the players, and Dwayne believed in the words of his comrade that this was not the end. When large stones fell, the players jumped in different directions. Some of them had time to go where. Dwayne used one of his active skills and his body was covered with a red energy layer. The hero did not move away from the falling slab, but simply stood right under it and began to wait for its contact with him. The player broke the stone into several small pieces with one powerful blow of his hand. The main character, Lee Jong-hyun, opened his right hand and released a bone blade from it. Chan swung his blade from side to side, cutting into pieces all the plates that flew next to him. Kim Ji-na flew like a bird's feather, and at some point she landed on a large slab and flew along with her. The girl realized that the speed of her fall had increased noticeably, as the stones around her appeared faster and faster. The slab on which the girl stood began to move away from under her feet, and Kim made the comparison that it was as if she were being pulled to the floor by a magnet. Kim Ji-na raised her head up and saw a rain of stones, which scared her very much. The heroine barely managed to fly past the huge slabs, which could easily kill her. The girl managed to land on one of the blocks and hoped to fall with it, but it broke into several pieces. Kim Ji then flew down, and right above her there was a huge stone that was about to catch up with her and crush her with its weight. The girl tried to dodge the slab, but at some point, she felt a strong blow to her back. The heroine flew down like a star and could not use her skills as she received a serious blow. Dwayne noticed Kim falling and quickly informed Chan-li about this in order to have time to take some action to save her. Hyun realized that both Dwayne and Kim Ji were knocked out mid-flight by contact with the large slabs. Jun-hyun used his electric energy skill and flew up against the floe to catch his companion. The main character grabbed the girl, who was unconscious, and pressed her against the wall. Chong managed to climb down carefully thanks to the skill of the bone blade that he slid along the wall. Dwayne was visibly nervous about the falling rocks and about the lives of Lee Jung-hyun and Kim Ji-na. The player decided to protect his comrades and jumped onto the wall to soften their fall. Dooyeon grabbed Chan and Kim and they all slid down the wall together. The stones continued to fall rapidly, and one of the slabs ended up above Dwayne, but he did not give up and tried to hold it. The players used the fallen slab as a shield against the falling debris, and this was their best solution. It was difficult for the player to hold the slab for such a long time, but he tried to the last to save the lives of his comrades. At some point, more than 100 heavy stones simultaneously fell from the ceiling. The rain of stones stopped, and Dwayne threw the slab aside with a heavy exhalation. The players examined Kim Ji, and judging by the absence of serious injuries, they concluded that she had simply lost consciousness. Chan took out the green potion that he received as a reward on the previous floor, and decided to heal the girl with it. The player leaned over Kim and carefully gave her the elixir straight from the jar. After this, the player himself drank a healing potion to heal various wounds on himself. The girl did not come to her senses for a long time, and Junhyun decided to give her artificial respiration, giving Dwayne a topic for jokes. Kim Ji-na woke up and the system notified the players that the task was completed and they were on the 5th floor. The girl held her head with both hands, and the men decided to check if she could walk. The heroine asked the men how she managed to survive and drink the elixir on her own, and Chan told her all the details. Dwayne decided to clearly show the girl's rescue, and depicted 2 people kissing, which greatly embarrassed Hyun and Kim. Kim Ji-na rose to her feet and was grateful to Jung that it was he who performed artificial respiration on her and not this clown. The players began to quarrel, and Jun Hyun asked them to forget about this situation and ordered them to take the rewards they received, which were in the form of a random skill. The main character was given the 4th level limit door active skill, which allowed him to exceed skill limits and improve the player's strength. The player had not encountered such a skill before, and in order to obtain it, he had to give up the flame skill. Jung Hyun believed that he should be more careful when choosing skills so as not to lose the most important one. The player had passive skills that were tied to equipment, and which he could not exchange for something else. After receiving the reward, John turned around and saw 4 doors appear out of nowhere. When the players entered the location, they noticed that there were 2 entrance doors and 1 exit door. Having seen the entrance door numbers, the heroes concluded that several doors could lead to the same location. For the first time, Chan encounters the fact that 2 players can choose 2 different doors and still later encounter each other. Hyun opened the exit door and invited the other players to quickly go to the next test. The heroes found themselves in front of a deciduous forest, and the system notified them of a new task, in which they had to kill all the water ghosts and collect more than 20 souls. Dwayne got nervous and asked if there would really be real ghosts, but Kim Ji laughed at his fear and suggested that he take cover behind her back. Chan walked ahead, and Dwayne decided to take a moment to discuss past grievances with his companion. Having entered the depths of the forest, Kim decided to climb up and look around, and told the men to wait for her in the same place. The girl used the active feather skill and quickly ran up the trunk. The players were amazed at the usefulness of Kim Ji's skill and simply watched in silence. The girl found herself at the top of the tallest tree. She quickly looked around and was ready to go down. Kim went down to the men and reported that she had discovered the sea, which was right behind this forest. Chan said that crossing the sea would be very problematic for them, since no one has the appropriate skills. The girl thought that she would be able to overcome the water, but Chan and Dwayne needed to build something similar to a raft. Chan had already undergone a similar test in a previous life, but it was located on the 4th floor. Hyun said uncertainly that very problematic creatures could be waiting for them in the forest and sea. Kim Ji noticed that the player spoke as if he knew what would await them in the future, but Jong said that this was just intuition, because LAG is quite predictable. The hero decided not to tell his comrades that he was already living his 100th life, because he understood that they would not believe him. Having walked a little forward, the players saw multicolored balls resembling Christmas tree decorations on the trees. The girl asked the men if they were fruits, and Dwayne volunteered to get them for her to check, and if necessary, try to eat. The player used a skill that increases strength and hit the tree trunk with all his might. From Dwayne's powerful blow, the tree shook, and multicolored fruits flew to the ground. While Chan was picking fruit, Kim remarked to Dwayne that he could attract the attention of unwanted creatures with his noise. The heroes tried the fruits and did not expect to taste the taste of cheesecake and fish. Although it is quite possible to exist in PAH without eating, people enjoy food on an instinctual level. The company moved on, and everyone present noticed that there was someone ahead of them. It was Barbara Dova, who saw the players and immediately told them that they needed to be careful, as dangerous monsters were already close. The players asked the girl to tell her more about these creatures, and she said that they have the body of a man and a huge head of a fish. Chan listened carefully to every word of Barbara, and realized that his fears were confirmed. Fishmen appeared in the distance, intent on killing the players and turning them into food. The girl heard strange sounds, turned and saw more than 10 armed monsters a few meters away. The system notified the players, saying that the fishman was able to breathe underwater and swim well, and that he had the 12th level of the highest skill. The players became nervous, and the girl told them that these were the creatures she had just spoken about. Interrupting the conversation, Barbara took out her sword and cut one of the monsters at full speed. Chan noted that the girl surpasses him in speed, even if he uses a stun gun. Dwayne asked his comrades what they would do, but they decided that first they should get rid of all the ghosts. Chan believed that it was better to attack the fishmen now, while they were in such a state of shock. A turquoise soul appeared above the killed monster, and the girl shouted to the players not to stand around and kill other monsters. Chan shouted to his comrades that it was time to attack, and they ran towards the terrible creatures. The teenage fishmen immediately noticed the fleeing players and were ready to repel their attack. Using the fish's head as a support, Jong Hyuk maneuvered and ended up behind the monster. Using his electrical energy skill, Chong Li tried to immobilize the nearest fishman. From the blow received, the head and body of the fish shattered into small pieces, spattering human blood all around. At this time, another monster swung at Dwayne, but he grabbed his weapon, and the fishman did not know what to do. The monster rudely called the player a gorilla and asked to let go of his weapon, to which Dwayne became seriously angry. The brute fishman was finished. He fell to the ground and began to bleed. Kim Ji-na used her Eagle Claw skill and attacked the attacking monster, and he piteously asked her for mercy. The girl grabbed the fish's head harder and tore it into several pieces. The main character took the axe and his turquoise soul from the killed monster. Huck went to kill the remaining monsters, and along the way teamed up with Barbara, who was surprised that the heroes decided to help her. Chong-li said that he was not doing this for her sake, but in order to collect the fallen souls and pass the test. The girl flew forward, and Zhang noticed that her high speed appeared without the use of skills. While running, Barbara took out her sword and cut the monster and its weapon into 2 parts. One of the monsters wanted to attack Chan, but he fired a stream of energy at him in time, and the fishman was thrown back and killed. Dwayne used a powerful stomp skill on his right leg, and took off the head of the attacking monster with it. The fishman who threatened Zhang-woo tried to pierce him with a spear, but missed due to Hyuk's maneuver. The main character hit the monster with all his might and threw him up. Chan also grabbed the monster's hand and used electricity to punch it in the stomach. From the blow received, the monster's body flew back, as a result of which the arm was torn into 2 parts. The fishman flew into a tree and blood flowed from his body parts. The player ran up to the fallen monster and, having finished it off, took its bright soul. All weak monsters were killed, but the challenge still did not count. The players looked at Barbara and did not know what to do with her. The men concluded that the girl was not yet dangerous to them, so they decided to leave her alive. Barbara realized that the players might attack her later, and told them that they had done well together in this challenge. Kijina said through clenched teeth that killing a couple of monsters was clearly not enough to build trust. The girl asked Kim how much she trusts the 2 men next to her, whom she clearly has not known for very long. Chan interrupted the women's argument and said that he did not see hostility on Barbara's part. She said that there would be none if they did not attack first. The girl added that if she does not have the intention to attack, this does not mean that she is ready to join their team. Chan asked Barbara if she would be on the team if they invited her, and she answered positively. The players were not against the new member on the team, but Kim Ji-na still had anger towards Barbara. The girl approached Chan and said that uniting would help her increase her chances of survival. Those around her did not like this tone. Kim Ji-na warned her new companion that if she did anything wrong, she would be brutally killed. The players moved on, and Dwayne told Chan that fishmen have a child's voice, which seems pretty cute. The heroes heard someone crying coming from the depths of the forest, and realized that a new battle with monsters awaited them. Chan concluded that it was the parents who were mourning their teenage fishmen who were killed by the players. The main character warned his companions that their parents would want to track them down and avenge the death of their children. Chan added that children, young and old fishmen differ from each other in appearance and abilities. Barbara was surprised and asked the man how he knew these facts. The players united and suspiciously reproached Chan that he always knows how to deal with creatures and how to find a way out of any situation. Barbara said that it was impossible to know such things in advance just by being smart, and asked Hyun who he really was. It began to seem to everyone present that Chan Li was somehow connected with this damned game. The hero expected such a reaction, but he was annoyed by the fact that the players began to show distrust. The girl grabbed the weapon and showed everyone that she was ready to kill Chan at any moment if the situation required it. Chan remembered Barbara's past words and realized that she was still hostile. Kim Ji told the second girl that Hyun was just smart enough, and thanks to his intelligence, the 3 of them managed to survive several trials. Barbara said that one person's opinion is not enough for her, but Dwayne also admitted to trusting Lee Jong-hyun. The man said that he would follow Hyun even if he did not tell anything about himself, but he would really like to hear the truth. Chan looked at his company with impudence and asked if they were ready to tell something about themselves in return. Dwayne immediately informed him that when he wore strength-enhancing equipment, he received an additional 10% bonus. Kim Ji followed Dwayne's example and said that when she feels fear, her physical abilities noticeably decrease. Barbara also tried to talk about herself, and opening her mouth, could not find the right words. Chan asked the girl why she was hesitating, but she thought that Hyung himself could guess about her abilities. Barbara suggested that Chan Li could identify the characteristics of monsters, and Chan himself agreed with her. To get the truth from the main character, the girl said that when she receives wounds, she bleeds twice as fast as usual. Jung Hyun lied to the company and said that his hidden attribute was that he received a description of each level when entering it. The players trusted Chung, and he continued by saying that he had information about monsters, locations, and items that could be found. To get rid of stupid questions, Chan explained that his ability is not constant, since sometimes instead of a full description, he receives only small tips. In the past, Chong Li had already used this deception to satisfy the interest of those he considered his comrades. Thanks to past experience, the hero knew that he could not tell the truth, because most simply would not believe him, and some would ask him to sacrifice himself for them. Humans are animals who are willing to do anything when their lives are in danger, and the same can be said for Zhang's comrades. Dwayne noticed that in the past, Jun-hyun had exploited monsters' weaknesses, as if he had some experience. But there were also times when he himself seemed unfamiliar with the situation. With the exception of Chan's two original comrades, Dwayne is the first one he can trust, and if this continues, then both of them will go too far. Kim Ji-na realized that they needed to kill all the fish people to complete the level. Hyun told his comrades that the next batch of monsters would be more problematic than the ones they had encountered previously. Dwayne asked who should be most feared. Chan replied that the old ones are the strongest. Hyun added that before dealing with the old ones, you need to kill all the other monsters. It turned out that there is only one old individual, and when she dies, another fishman immediately takes her place and becomes much stronger. The players tried to find out from Chan what kind of water ghost was waiting for them, for which there was a reward. But Chan himself did not know this. The heroes went deep into the forest and came across a new batch of monsters that were stronger than the previous ones. As expected, these were the parents of those teenagers who were previously killed by the players. The monsters were quite far from the players, but their terrible screams could be heard by the players. Chan looked at the monsters and concluded that it was the teenage fishmen who had come again. The armed monsters were advancing closer and closer, and wanted to disembowel all the players. The main character used the electric shocker skill and jumped on the crowd of monsters. Dwayne used his powerful stomp skill and hit the monster, which subsequently flew to the side. The body of the killed monster flew straight into other monsters, who did not expect such an active attack from people. Chan directed his electrified hands at the heads of the two monsters, and they were cut into several pieces. Kim Ji-na used her eagle claws to tear off the head of one individual, and Barbara cut another into pieces thanks to her increased speed and sharp sword. After attacking the monsters, the new girl reproached Kim for always using only one skill. A powerful monster appeared from the void, which had a developed body and muscular arms. The monster waved its arms and sharp claws, spikes and a crest appeared on its body. The monster began to threaten the players, which greatly frightened them, because they did not expect to see such a strong enemy. Dwayne was confident in his skills, and decided to take it upon himself to kill the powerful monster. Barbara felt terrified by what she saw, and Kim Ji mockingly suggested that she hide behind her back. Only Lee Jong-hyun was happy about the appearance of a strong individual, as he wanted to finish this test as quickly as possible. Kim Ji-na rushed towards the monster, but Barbara tried to stop her. The monster swung at the girl, but did not have time to hit her, as she sharply swung over his head. Kim used her favorite eagle claw skill and grabbed onto the monster's shoulders. At some point, the girl's face changed as she realized that her claws could not pierce the mutant's strong body. Barbara hurried to the aid of her companion and with particular force threw her away from the monster. The huge mutant growled at the girls and promised them that their death would not be easy. The girl understood that she needed to maintain sufficient distance in order to survive, but she had not yet succeeded. The monster swung at the girl and she realized that his speed skills were more developed than hers. The monster hit the place where Kim Ji-na was standing, but fortunately the heroine managed to escape. Kim, who had just been killed by the monster, reproached Barbara for standing still and not helping her make the attack. Barbara told her companion that now was not the time to talk about personal grudges. The fishman turned out to be stronger than previously thought, and the girls understood that they could not cope with him alone. The two men were unable to help their friends, as they were dealing with smaller specimens of the monster. The girls consulted and decided that in order to survive, they needed to keep their distance, take time, and avoid rushing. Kim flew up and wanted to divert the monster's attention to herself. Barbara advised her to be careful. Chan wanted to leave the young ones to Dwayne, and he himself wanted to go to the aid of the girls who were in a more difficult situation. Hyun created a bone blade from his hand and ran to attack the young monster standing nearby. The main character jumped up above the monster and hit him with a stream of electrical energy. Using a bone blade, Chan struck the mutant in the neck and he roared in extreme pain. Hyun carefully jumped back and began to wait for the wounded fishman to die. The monsters with the bloody neck and the other one who was missing an arm wanted to join forces and kill the attacker. Chong had a hard time dealing with the young ones, as they were strong in many ways, including strength, speed, and reaction. The hero put his hand forward and stopped the madmen with the same flow of electrical energy. From the resulting electric shock, the monster's eyes closed and streams of hot blood flowed out of them. Chan swung his bone blade and with one blow finished off the wounded monster. The monster did not have time to realize the threat to his life, and his body was cut into two parts by the blade. The one-armed individual rushed at Chan and swung its severed bloody hand at him. Lee Jong-hyun stood still and waited for the moment when he could finally finish off the monster. The monster hit the place where Chan was standing, but he had already managed to climb a nearby tree. Hyun jumped from the tree and at the same time struck with a blade which cut off the monster's head. Jong-hyun flew back and saw that both individuals were already dead, and there was nothing to be afraid of now. Dwayne dealt with the two monsters, breaking his pickaxe on them, which was now useless. The men looked at Kim Ji-na, looked at each other, and fear appeared on their faces. The huge monster grabbed the girl by the leg, and she could not do anything about it, and only silently waited for help from her comrades. Barbara and Chan rushed to help their companion, who was about to be killed by the fishman. Chong Li was noticeably worried about Kim, as her life was in serious danger. Dwayne understood that his speed did not allow him to save the girl from the hands of the monster. Hyun created a cloud of electrical energy around himself and threw a small sword at the monster. The blade hit the monster's hand, with which he was holding Kim Ji's leg, but this did not help. Lee Chong believed that the unfortunate girl could still be saved, and rushed towards the monster with a bone blade. The mutant squeezed the girl's leg harder, and she lost consciousness from the severe pain she received. The players saw drops of human blood pouring onto the ground, which meant the heroine's imminent death. The monster jerked his hand sharply, and without much effort, tore off part of Kim Ji's leg. The wounded girl fell to the ground and was still unconscious. Blood flowed from the girl's mouth, but her soul was not visible. The heroine was still alive. At this time, two young individuals crept up to Chan, and without hesitation he cut them into several pieces. Hyun hoped to move to the next dimension as soon as possible, and receive a medicine as a reward that could restore Kim's strength. Barbara looked around and saw a crowd of monsters, and she realized that she might not be able to cope with them. The girl used a special skill and released long strands of hair from her head, which can be used as deadly whips. Barbara turned to the mutants and pointed her hair in their direction, hoping that this could somehow kill them. Hair whips, when in contact with monsters, caused deep wounds and released blood. Dwayne took advantage of the moment and used his powerful arm skill to finish off the youngsters. The man hit several monsters, and they fell to the ground, letting go of their weapons. Kim Ji-na was left alone with a huge monster who was about to kill her. The mutant did not expect that the girl remained alive after her injuries, and said that it was easy to fix. Chong Li hastened to save his friend and, rushing at the monster, cut off one of his hands. In addition to the lost arm, the monster felt a powerful blow to the face, which was accompanied by red energy. Dwayne's attack threw the monster several meters forward, which allowed the players to deliver the decisive blow. The adult mutant was thrown into the stone and lost consciousness, drops of blood flowing down his body. Chong Li realized that he needed to attack the monster right now, before he came to his senses. The main character jumped over the monster, hit him with an electric shocker, and was ready to stick a bone blade into him. Lee Jong-hyun looked at the mutant and saw something that made him nervous. Dwayne noticed that something wrong was happening in the fight between his comrade and the mutant and told him to be more careful. Hyun did not foresee that he could be thrown back several meters where Dwayne was standing. While the monster was unconscious, his arm grew again and was no different from before. When Chan met such a mutant in past lives, he did not notice such strong regeneration skills in him. While the players were discussing further actions, the monster came to his senses and screamed in a loud voice throughout the forest. Dwayne decided that now was the time to end the monster, and despite Chan's calls, he ran to the mutant. The player used a crushing hammer and hit the monster's body with all his might. Dwayne's attack did not work as the monster mutated and became much stronger and larger. Chan hurried to help his comrade, since he alone could not cope with such a giant. Without waiting for help from other players, Dwayne hit the monster several times, but it did not bring any results. The monster leaned towards the player and whispered that his blows were just small things for him. At that moment, Barbara crept up behind the mutant and threw her hair-like bonds at him. The fishman informed the girl that her pathetic attack would not be able to penetrate his strong scales. After hearing the words, the girl became nervous and did not know how to cope with the monster. Chong Li jumped up and launched streams of electrical energy at the mutant. The fishman had a strong body and impenetrable skin, but his eyes were still vulnerable. The mutant suddenly grabbed the player by the leg, and he instantly used the skill of strong skin and strong skeleton. Thanks to a blow to the mutant's eye, Chan managed to escape from his hands, and he decided that he and Dwayne needed to retreat. The monster jumped up and the armed players quickly stood up to repel its attack. Chan didn't have time to blink his eyes when he saw a huge carcass of a fishman in front of him. The mutant turned in the opposite direction, and all the players were surprised by his actions. The monster decided to end Kim Ji's life, ran up to her and dealt a fatal blow with his hand. The players fell into a stupor at the sight they saw, and drops of sweat ran down their faces. Even Barbara, who hated her companion, was noticeably sympathetic to her death. A bright soul appeared above the girl's body, which greatly delighted the fishman. The mutant asked the players how they feel when they watch their loved one leave. The monster warned the company of people that they would face the same fate as the unfortunate girl. The men decided to attack the monster closely, and Barbara was told to guard the situation from the back. Liam appeared behind the tree, silently watching the fight between the heroes and the monster. A few hours earlier, when the main character was telling his comrades about his special skill, a stranger was in the forest and was watching them. Liam liked the information he heard about Chan and wanted to quickly deal with such an advanced player. The man couldn't think that this meeting would take place so quickly, but he was frightened by the number of players on Hyun's team. Liam extended his hand and began to aim at the crowd of players who were in search of monsters. Chan didn't even suspect that the player he had once pitied and left alive was aiming at him. Liam used the active skill of his finger rifle, but still did not dare to shoot at the players. The man considered that it was too early to kill Chan, since his companions would immediately attack the murderer of their comrade. Liam decided that the smartest thing to do would be to simply observe the situation from the sidelines, without stopping the players from dealing with the monsters. The man remembered Chan's words and, thanks to them, knew that only one fish would enter the adult phase. The player used the life detector skill, which allows you to find out the number of living people and monsters in the space in which the player is located. Liam looked around and discovered that there were 4 people and 2 monsters left with him in the location. There are also other creatures in the forest, but they are of no significance to the challenge, since they are neither human nor monster. The remaining monsters include the freak who lies unconscious by the tree. This also applies to the monster that Barbara, Chung Hyun, and Dwayne bravely fight. The man realized that he should not kill the young individual, since the adult would immediately move into the next stage. Either way, Liam was hoping to finish off whoever was last standing to claim a big reward for the challenge. Barbara held the monster with her bonds and called her comrades for help, since she could not resist the monster's power for long. Dwayne grabbed the fishman's hand and hoped that Jun Hyun would have time to attack him. Chan activated his electrical energy and was ready to deliver a powerful blow to the mutant's torso. The player launched a stream of energy at the monster, and he did not expect such a powerful blow. The main character sharply shouted to his comrades to quickly retreat back. Hyun used the blade and cut the monster's body into 2 parts, from which a fountain of blood sprayed out. The monster fell unconscious to the ground, and the players breathed a sigh of relief, because they believed that the test was over. Suddenly, Chan heard strange sounds from the depths of the forest, which reminded him of a gunshot. Dwayne and Barbara changed their faces and told Chan that they had seen something terrible. Players noticed that the body of the young individual began to degenerate into something more. The heroes did not understand how this happened, but they did not have time to even think about it. The mutant had long claws and a very strong body, which looked very terrifying. Chan informed his comrades that this was the last phase of the mutant they needed to fight. The players discussed the situation and came to the conclusion that it was all the work of someone hiding in the forest. Hyun warned his comrades that the unknown player had a long-range skill with which they needed to be more vigilant. The girl let go of her hair and tried to immobilize the monster, but Chan realized that she had made a mistake. The hair fetters had no effect on the mutant since he had a strong body. The inexperienced girl did not understand why her skill did not work on the monster, and she was afraid. The huge fishman grabbed all of Barbara's hair and began to pull it. The mutant decided to end the girl's life and began wrapping her hair around his fist. The tension in the hair was so strong that the girl even moved several meters. Chan swung his blade and asked Barbara to stand still, because he planned to cut off her hair. Hyun did not have time to complete his plan, because the mutant, using his power, tore off the girl's head. A soul appeared above the girl's body, and Chan, in anger, decided to take revenge on the mutant for the death of a member of his team. The monster laughed because of the murder of the girl, not even suspecting that the player was creeping up from behind. Player Dwayne used the skill and dealt a serious blow to the mutant's torso. The man did not expect that the fishman's body would be much stronger, as he had thought earlier. Dwayne wanted to hit the monster again, but saw that it was about to hit him back. Chan hurried to help his comrade and hit the mutant with his foot, which carried an electric charge. In addition, Hyun grabbed the bone blade and swung it wildly at the fishman, hoping that this would somehow help destroy him. From the blow to the head received, the monster moved from its place but continued to stand on its feet. Dwayne created an active skill of a powerful stomp and hit the monster's leg with all his strength. The mutant tensed all his muscles and seemed to the players more powerful than he was before. The monster hit the ground in front of the players and was ready to mercilessly rush at them. The players flew back from the shockwave and tried to protect their bodies while flying. Chan asked Dwayne to use defensive skills so as not to end up in the other world in the event of a direct blow. The monster was sure that he could easily deal with the men, because before that, he had managed to kill quite strong girls. Dwayne looked back and looked at the body of the murdered Kim Ji. But Chan, noticing this, asked him not to fall into despair and focus his attention on the enemy. Hyun asked his comrade to pour unused souls into the development of passive skills in order to increase the chances of survival in a fight with the mutant. A muffled sound was heard from the mutant's side, and the players noticed that the fishman's arms had become longer. One of the mutant's arms was right above Chan's head, and he had a bad feeling. The monster's second hand dug into Dwayne's stomach and threw him back some distance. Chan was worried about his comrade, but he asked not to pay attention to him and take the chance while the monster's hands were busy. Chong Li grabbed the blade and hit the mutant on the arm with all his might, but nothing happened. After the unsuccessful attack, Hyun jumped up and released a stream of electrical energy at the fishman's head. The monster did not expect the player to engage in close combat with it and released a powerful portion of saliva at it. The player managed to dodge the spit, which, due to its force, could have blown his head off. Saliva and outstretched arms allowed Chan to conclude that PAH had changed dramatically. The hero decided to no longer rely on past experience in the game and act only according to the situation. The mutant grabbed Dwayne with his other hand, and he asked his comrade to finish off the monster with one single blow. Hyun again created an energy field and swung his bone blade over the monster's hand. Dwayne used a passive skill to strengthen his body and was able to withstand the enemy's attack. At that moment, the monster turned its head and saw Chan with a weapon in his hands flying at him from above. The mutant fired water bullets from his mouth and hit the main character's torso several times. Chan did not lose heart and was still able to cut off the monster's left arm with one blow. The fishman screamed from the pain he received, and a fountain of hot blood sprayed from his body. The monster did not want to give up and kicked Chan Li in the stomach, throwing him back several meters. The main character flew into a lonely tree and seemed to lose consciousness from painful shock. The mutant, without hesitation, took on Dwayne and also threw him into a nearby tree. The men sat by the tree for some time, as they had a slight concussion in their heads. Chan came to his senses and asked his friend how he was feeling, but he replied that everything was fine. The players looked at the mutant and noticed that he was using the healing and regeneration skill. Chan realized that they had little chance of a successful attack, and decided to act immediately. The main character ran forward and told his comrade that they must not allow the monster's arm to completely regenerate. Suddenly, a weak shot was heard, and the regrown parts of the arm fell to the ground. The players did not understand what kind of person fired the shots, but decided to take the chance and attack the monster. Hyun ran at the mutant, having previously created an electric current and a long bone blade. The hero hit the monster's stomach with energy, and it doubled over in acute pain. Chan felt the mutant's right hand on his back, but was not afraid of it. Dwayne created an active power skill and jumped onto the dying creature with a powerful blow. The pitiful fishman did not expect to receive a direct blow to the head from the player. The mutant did not tolerate Dwayne's powerful attack, grabbed him by the stomach and threw him aside. Chan crept up to the monster and dealt him a good blow with his sword, which released several drops of blood from him. The fishman had very little time left, since his entire body was covered in blood. The monster fell to the ground and had no strength to continue the battle with the players. The mutant raised his head and saw Lee Jong-hyun flying at him with a deadly blow. A stream of electrical energy reached the monster's throat, and blood poured out of its mouth. Chan began to brutally finish off the monster, which was no longer showing signs of life. The main character stuck his sword into the enemy's throat, and a bright green soul appeared above the mutant's body. After a tough battle, Chan Li asked his comrade about his well-being, and he reported that his wound was not so terrible. Hyun asked Dwayne to first heal the wound and collect all possible souls of the killed. The main character himself absorbed the souls of the girls because they contain more than one thing. After collecting the souls, Chan turned to the depths of the forest and asked the stranger to show his face. Liam realized that he had been figured out and came out from behind the tree to enter into a dialogue with old acquaintances. The man mockingly asked the players how they managed to stay alive for so long after their last meeting. Chun did not like the meeting with Liam, since last time they parted on a rather bad note. The system notified the players that the task was completed, and everyone present would receive 20 souls as a reward. The reward was also a random equipment exchange coin, which carried great meaning. Liam took the coin for himself and began talking about some of its notes. Jungkook was not interested in listening to the player, and gently asked him to close his mouth. The main character reminded the man of his previous words that their next meeting should be fatal for the player. Liam smiled at the words he heard, and asked Chan to listen to his proposal to join forces. The man said that without his help, the players would not have been able to complete this difficult quest, and Chan grabbed his weapon. Hyun and Dwayne realized that the player was claiming a large share of the reward, because he said that he almost single-handedly dealt with all the monsters in this location. Chan revealed all his cards and concluded that Liam decided to use them as bait for the old man. The man was quite annoyed by Hyun's quick thinking, and he regretted not finishing him off during the battle. Chan reproached the player for deliberately speeding up the process of turning the fishman into an old individual, which is why 2 girls died. The main character took out a bone blade and promised Liam that this place would become his grave. The player decided to flee the place, and 2 armed men ran after him. Liam stopped and used his active finger rifle skill, which shoots sharp nails over a fairly long distance. Chan, with the help of a maneuver, avoided being hit by bullets, and Dwayne covered himself with a shield, which he created using a skill. The man realized that his shooting was not effective and decided to take the last chance. Liam had no choice but to escape into the sea, which was several hundred meters away. The player reached the shore and turned to make sure that there was no pursuit in the form of Dwayne and Chan. Noticing the players, Liam immediately pointed both hands at them and used fingernail shooting. Chan dodged the bullet and advised Dwayne to follow in the opposite direction. The players were on opposite sides of the man, which created certain difficulties for him. Seeing the flying bullets, Chan maneuvered and let them pass by him. Dwayne covered himself with a powerful shield that came from his shoulder and also dodged the gunfire. The man was only interested in the death of Yong-hyun, who had previously come into conflict with him. The main character noticed that Liam was not using his skill to its full potential, which meant that he was noticeably exhausted. A huge water ghost appeared behind Chan, which was already quite familiar to him. The system notified that the ghost was the deceased Sanchez, and a bullet hole was visible in his forehead. Chan realized that Liam had deliberately lured them to the sea in order to hand them over to Sanchez for reprisal. The water ghost attacked the main character, but he managed to fight him off with a sword. The system notified the heroes that the goal of finding the water ghost was considered achieved. Lee Jong-hyun covered his face with his hands and waited for an attack from the water ghost. After analyzing the situation, Chan realized that Sanchez became a water ghost due to the hands of Liam. Dwayne turned towards Chan Lee and noticed the murdered Sanchez attacking him. Liam said that because of the ghost, he was unable to get out of this location, because he interfered with him. The man said that when he killed his comrade, he did not expect such a turn of events. When the players managed to find a common language, Sanchez lost his vigilance and was killed by Liam for the sake of several souls. Out of anger, Dwayne spent more than half of his souls and increased his strength to the 20th level. The player created a cloud of red energy around himself and was ready to take revenge on Liam for the death of Sanchez. Dwayne also used the active skill of Beast Power, which gives beastly physical abilities. Liam shot at Dwayne, but he managed to avoid the bullet thanks to a well-timed downward tilt. Dwayne's fist appeared in Liam's face, and he became angry at the player's high speed. The hero grabbed the man by the torso and threw him up above him as high as possible. Active and passive skills helped the player surpass Liam's stats. The man understood that with such powerful power, Dwayne was too dangerous for him. Liam seized the opportune moment and took aim at Dwayne, preparing to put a bullet in his forehead. Dwayne again used the created shield and deflected all the bullets from Liam's rifle pistol. The player came closer to the enemy and struck him with his strong shoulder, throwing the man some distance. The shockwave threw Dwayne to the beginning of the beach, but it didn't bother him. Dwayne, using the skill, tensed his body and prepared for a new attack on the enemy. Liam noticed that at the moment of impact, Dwayne managed to move away slightly to avoid serious damage. The player pierced Dwayne's stomach with something sharp, but he managed to stay on his feet. On Liam's right hand were bloody claws of the 9th level, which had just pierced Dwayne's body. Chan noticed the enemy's regeneration skill and asked his comrade to be as careful as possible. Dwayne understood that the player was quite experienced, because he had the regeneration skill and stored up healing for his health. Liam quickly reloaded his finger rifle and decided to start the whole battle over again. Dwayne decided to close the distance between him and Liam to create an opening to attack. The man was surprised that the player would go head-to-head with someone who has ranged combat skills. Despite numerous bullet wounds, Dwayne decided to run to Liam and neutralize him with all his might. Liam noticed Dwayne's creation of an active skill and said that he would not fall for the same trick again. Dwayne swung his powerful hand at the man and wanted to knock him out of consciousness with one blow. Liam didn't expect the player to launch an attack from a long distance away. The man, without thinking, created a stone cliff in front of him to prevent the hero from approaching. The player understood that the guy would come out either to the left of the rock or to the right of it, and began to wait for his appearance. Chan impudently asked Liam to leave, but he looked fearfully towards the players. The rock continued to protect Liam from the attack, but also prevented him from retaliating. Liam lit both hands and was ready to meet Dwayne, who was in no hurry to emerge from behind the rock. There was some movement behind the stone. The player noticed a piece of white cloth and thought it was the player. When the man shot at the fabric, he saw emptiness in the bullet holes. This was a diversion for Dwayne to use his skill and attack the enemy from above. The hero kicked Liam in the stomach with all his might, and he screamed in surprise. Liam flew several meters back and was at the very shore of the sea, creating sand splashes around him. The man was all black from the guy's unexpected attack, and a stream of blood came out of his mouth. Dwayne used his powerful leg skill, swung at the prone Liam, and said that such attacks were not his style, but now he was doing it for the sake of elimination. The hero dealt a powerful blow to the enemy in the leg, from where hot blood immediately sprayed out, and he screamed in wild pain. The player put more and more pressure on the man's wound so that he could not even get up from the ground. After a few insults, Liam stuck out his lit hand and threatened Dwayne with immediate violence. One of the bullets hit the guy in the shoulder, and the other, fortunately, went tangentially. Dwayne was not stopped by the pain he received, and he sharply grabbed the player's hand, on which the active shooting skill was used. Dwayne strengthened his muscles and grabbed Liam's arm, causing it to tear at the wrist. Liam screamed in terrible pain, and he decided to save his limb with the skill of sharp and long claws. The man pierced Dwayne's hand, releasing some blood. At this time, Chong Li desperately fought with the ghost of Sanchez and tried to cut off his head with his bone blade. From the blow he received, Sanchez's neck twisted, and the ghost's body instantly fell to the ground. Jung Hyun was sure that he had dealt a powerful blow to Sanchez, and his death would not be long in coming. The main character lowered his weapon and exhaled the air of a winner with extreme ease. Suddenly the ghost moved, which made Chan begin to get nervous and grab the blade again. The monster rose from the ground and used the skill of quickly regenerating its injuries and wounds. Sanchez grabbed his head and in one motion twisted his neck back to its previous state, while looking at Chan. The main character did not expect that the ghost had regeneration, and was quite alarmed by this. Lee Jong-hyun realized that he could not help Dwayne, who was trying to hide from Liam's attacks. Chan entrusted Liam to his comrade and began to fight the water ghost of Sanchez. Sanchez opened his mouth and sprayed streams of white energy towards Chan. The player did not expect the ghost to use ranged combat skills, and was quite alarmed due to his unpreparedness. Jean decided to improve his skills with a sword, lizard tail, pain relief, and strong skin for 19 souls. The monster set off with terrible screams and flew towards the main character. Ghost Sanchez launched an energy ball at the player's body, but Chan managed to withstand this attack. The main character covered himself with a bone blade and kicked the monster in the stomach area with all his might. Any person would have been writhing in pain long ago from Chan's powerful blow, but not in the case of Sanchez. The ghost grabbed the bone blade. Jun-hyun created an electric charge on it to remove his hand. Sanchez's hand relaxed, and the player tried to snatch his expensive weapon from his hand. The electrical energy worked in Jung-woo's favor and created a powerful bang that sent the ghost flying backwards. Sanchez was carried several meters behind him, and Chan was preparing to quickly attack him. An alarmed Hyun realized that the stun gun had not worked, and the attack required brute force. However, the main character did not yet know all the intricacies of his new skills, so it was risky for him to use them in battle. Lee Jong-hyun used 16 souls and improved the skill levels of strong skeleton and breathlessness. Hyun decided to first increase his stamina and strengthen his skeleton, thereby increasing the damage from attacks with a bone blade. Chong Li hit the monster in the side, but he managed to react and knocked the weapon away with his hand. The blade ended up in Sanchez's hand, and unexpectedly for both players, it made a cut in it, from which blood poured out. The main character decided to distract the enemy's attention, and threw a piece of damp sand into his eyes. While Sanchez was trying to figure out what was happening, Chan was behind him and was preparing to deliver the fatal blow. If Chong Li's strike does not work, he will face a quick death at the hands of a ghost. Hyun swung at Sanchez and planned to cut off his head with his powerful bone blade. Chan was maximally concentrated on the blow, since it depended on him whether Sanchez would be dead or not. The water ghost didn't even suspect what Chan Li, standing behind, decided to do. Sanchez raised his hand and the blow of the bone blade hit it, wounding him quite a bit. The main character did not expect such an action from his opponent and became noticeably nervous. Without hesitation, Hyun pulled the blade stuck in Sanchez's hand and he bent down along with the ghost's body. The water monster kicked itself in the backside, hitting the hero in the stomach, causing him to fly away. It was hard for Chan to stand on his feet, but he was still able to gather his strength and go at his opponent. The bone blade was quite ineffective as it was of low level and lacked destructive power. Using several souls, Chan upgraded the weapon to a higher skill and made it 3 times thicker and wider. The hero was hampered by the fact that the ghost instinctively protects its neck, since a direct and accurate blow was necessary on it. Lee Jong-hyun closely monitored every little action of Sanchez and waited for the right moment to attack. The water ghost bent down, leaned on his hand, and began to make strange movements, which greatly confused Chan. Sanchez began to run towards the player, while holding his head with his left hand. Jong used his passive threat detection skill, which told him that the situation was quite bad. The main character noticed that the water ghost waved his hand and released black streams of energy. The most powerful stream flew towards Jong-hyun and almost touched his chest. The player tried to react, but it was too late. A black stream hit him in the stomach. At this time, Dwayne, who had 5 sharp claws stuck into his hand, grabbed Liam's attacking hand and tried to twist it. The hero knew that Liam could not be killed by the sea, as he would become a water ghost, and this would complicate the test. Dwayne removed his hand from the claws, and the immobilized Liam realized that something terrible was waiting for him. The hero broke both of his opponent's arms at the elbows, to such an extent that bones appeared from the wound. Liam, in shock from severe pain, began shouting various insults and death threats at Dwayne. The player knocked his opponent to the floor and decided to finish him off until he died, using a skill of increased strength. With the first blow, Dwayne hit Liam in the face and smashed him into a bloody pulp. The hero did not have to strike anymore, since the man was almost a corpse. From Dwayne's powerful fist, Liam's face looked like a black and bloody mixture, and his teeth were completely missing. The player was proud that he managed to destroy such a strong opponent, who could easily kill them. At this time, Young Hyun was trying to deal with the black energy rays fired by Sanchez. The main character had not encountered such a phenomenon before, so he did not know which of the active skills would be more effective. When Dwayne dealt with Liam, he decided to help his comrade with the black streams. The player used the skill of a strong jerk, and pouncing on the blackness was able to push it back. The main character was surprised that just one roar could defeat such a strong skill of the water ghost. Chan took advantage of the moment and cut the blackness into 2 parts with a blow from his bone blade. The ghost of Sanchez attacked the main character, but he was able to quickly react to it. Hyun put out a powerful blade, and the ghost hit it with all his strength, causing a bang. Dwayne pushed Chan away and decided to deal with the enemy himself, hitting him in the face. Sanchez stepped aside and tried to come to his senses. Dwayne and Chan decided to take advantage of the pause and ran in his direction. Hyun jumped over the monster and cut off his free hand with a blow from his bone blade. Chong Li wanted to continue the attack, but Dwayne beat him to it and struck the ghost's legs with a powerful blow, using his skill. Sanchez again released streams of black energy and hitting the guy in the stomach, threw him back. The ghost fell to its knees from the shockwave, and Chong Li ran towards it to deliver the final blow. Dwayne rose to his feet and ran to help his comrade, at which time Sanchez released his hand from his head for the first time, causing his neck to recollapse. Lee Jong-hyun noted that Sanchez's open neck allows him to deliver a devastating blow to players. Without hesitation, the main character grabbed the bone blade and ran to attack the ghost. Hyun jumped up and struck the back of the neck with his blade, but it was shallow. Sanchez's strong body did not allow him to completely cut through the neck, which created certain difficulties for the players. Dwayne decided to hasten the death of his enemy, and using the force skill, struck him in the face. From a direct blow from the player, Sanchez's neck began to slide along the stuck blade of the blade. Thanks to Dwayne's timely help, Chong Li was able to cut off the ghost's head and it flew to the side. Dwayne and Junhyun did not expect that the ghost was killed for good, and would no longer be able to regenerate. A bright yellow soul appeared above Sanchez's body, indicating that the water ghost was dead. Jong-hyun inquired about Liam's fate, and Dwayne said that he had neutralized him, but did not kill him. The player showed his friend the place where he left the bloodied Liam, but he was no longer there. The players did not understand where the man had gone, but later they saw footprints that led into the sea. Chan and Dwayne didn't know if there was a chance that Liam would become a water ghost like Sanchez. Chan suggested leaving everything as it is, because now they need to find the door and get out of this location. Before leaving, the players buried Sanchez's corpse to say goodbye to him in a human way. The task of finding the water ghost was completed, and as a reward, Dwayne received a sleeve that increased his strength in proportion to his physical capabilities. The second reward was the legs of the water ghost, which increase agility in proportion to physical capabilities. Dwayne asked his comrade how they could get to the doors, but Chan, even during the battle, noticed a boat that stood nearby. The boat was quite strong and had a pair of oars inside. Lee Young-hyun and Dwayne planned to cross the sea by boat and immediately went to her. Having sailed some distance, Dwayne wondered if they would be able to reach the end of the sea and find the door. The current pushed the boat in a certain direction. The heroes realized that the water itself would direct them in the right direction. The water splashed around the boat, which seriously alarmed Chan and Dwayne. The boat rocked from side to side. Hyun reported that there was clearly something underneath them. The bottom of the boat was broken by someone's hand, and at that moment Dwayne admitted that he could not swim. Unexpectedly for everyone, a water ghost of a man jumped out of the water, small parts of the wooden floor flying behind him. Due to the monster's jump, the boat broke into 2 equal parts, separating the main characters from each other. The alarmed players looked up and saw that the water monster was Liam, who had been killed. Chun did not like this return of his opponent, and he created his 2 main skills. Liam's ghost wanted to attack Hyun, but he was shot with electrical energy. Despite the electrical burns, the ghost managed to grab Chan Li by the throat. Clutching each other, Chan and Liam went under the water. Confused, Dwayne did not know what to do. The rest of the boat began to sink, and the player braced himself before ending up in the water. The man had doubts about his further actions, since he did not know whether to follow his comrade or not. Once at the depths, Dwayne looked around and saw a couple of water ghosts that were very close. Lee Jong-hyun and Liam's water ghost were already far from their previous place, and from Dwayne. Hyun used the passive skill of underwater breathing, which he had developed to the level of a master. Liam grabbed the player by the throat and many other ghosts swam to his aid. Chan realized that this sea is the grave for all the water ghosts who were once ordinary players. The hero created a powerful bone blade and struck the ghost on old wounds. Young managed to cut off Liam's hand, which later released a black liquid that looked like blood. From the wound he received, the ghost lost consciousness and was carried away from the player. When Hyun realized that the ghost was not threatening him, he decided to quickly get to the surface and return to Dwayne. Chong Li swam back but suddenly felt something solid like a wall. It was not a wall or a fence, but the lower eyelid of a huge underwater creature. The main character began to be pulled by a strong current, and he could not do anything about it. Something opened under the player, and an abyss appeared, which sucked in all living things. The player realized that a huge whale was trying to swallow him, and this meant the end of his again unsuccessful life. Chong Li tried to swim out of the current, but he did not succeed. When Chan saw that he was inside the whale's mouth, he stopped trying to save himself and dropped his hands. After all living things were inside the whale, it carefully closed its mouth and swam further. Hyung found himself in a dry place, came to his senses, and the system immediately notified him that he had entered the next zone. The system gave the player a new task, which was to kill someone who is similar to a person, but is not one. The reward for completing the task was presented in the form of 20 souls and 1 passive skill. Lee Jong-ho used the Owl's Eye passive skill, which allows him to see in complete darkness. The hero knew that he was inside the whale, but decided to make sure of the strength of the walls by hitting them with his fist. Chan realized that the whale was part of the Elag, and its arrival here was according to the script. The hero concluded that this way he could quickly get to the 6th zone, since the whale was the 5th location. The player was lonely without Dwayne, but he believed that his comrade would definitely survive. Chong Li could not sit and wait for a friend, since there was a high probability of dying. After going through some testing in the dark, the hero suddenly heard the sounds of someone alive. Lee Jong-hyuk created a bone blade, took a fighting stance, and began to wait for the creature to approach. The one who made the sounds of footsteps in the distance heard Chan's movements and froze in anticipation of an attack. The unknown could not be given a chance to think, so Hyuk decided to attack first. The main character put his hand forward and created an active skill of electrical energy on it. Chong Li carefully peeked around the corner and was ready to attack something. Having sent streams of energy around the corner, the player noticed a humanoid creature, near whose head there was a bright cloud of light. The light blinded the hero, and his eyes needed time to fully recover. Since Chan knew the approximate location of the person, he blindly swung the blade in different directions to hit the enemy. When Hyuk found nothing, he realized that the extraneous noise had disappeared. Until the hero's eyes were restored, he decided to retreat and keep his distance. After a while, Chong Li managed to see with a dull glance the silhouette of a man who was cautiously pressed to the ground. The girl admitted that she was delighted that the guy accurately determined her location, guided only by sounds. Cara Levine reached out and suggested that they stop making blind attacks since she didn't need it. The girl said that she could have already attacked the man, but did not take this chance because of her interests and principles. Chan had some doubts about the girl's words, but her lack of hostility pleased him. Kara believed that they needed to join forces to fight the monster together, rather than kill a potential ally for the sake of a few souls. The girl added that she was not ready to kill people in order to get their souls. Chan inquired about the company of people with whom Kara went through all the tests, but it turned out that they all died in the previous test. It was learned that there were 6 of Kara's comrades, and all of them became water ghosts. The girl used an active recording skill, which allows her to review what she saw earlier. Chan realized that the girl used the skill in order to illuminate the room and see his face. The hero asked the girl not to waste her stamina, but to use a light ball as lighting. Kara put her hand out and created a yellow ball of light on him. The girl's active skill allowed her to illuminate the room and communicate with Lee Chong without difficulty. Hyuk realized that the skill of light was raised to the highest level, and that is why he was able to blind him. Kara felt distrust on Chan's part and suggested moving alone. Hyun accepted the girl into the team, since it would be difficult for him to pass all the tests alone. Lee Chong went ahead and the girl did not know whether to follow him or not. The hero turned to the girl and asked why she didn't follow him, but he didn't care much. On the way, Kara asked Chan about his company, and he told the story of his partnership with Dwayne. In this situation, the only thing that distinguished Chan from the girl was that his friend was still alive. Kara couldn't understand why Dwayne left Chan alone at such a difficult stage. The main character said that because of the water ghost, he was sucked inside the whale, and Dwayne remained outside. The girl felt sorry for her interlocutor, and she asked him if he was sure that his comrade was alive. Lee Jong-hyuk knew that Dwayne was a strong-willed player, so he had a high chance of survival. The players went deeper and suddenly smelled human blood. Looking closer, Kara realized that the smell was coming from a corpse that lay nearby. A murdered man sat against the wall, who had a through wound in his heart and was missing his soul. Kara recognized the player and said that this was one of the people who killed her comrades. Chan noticed that the corpse had no traces of the monster and concluded that the player was killed by one of the people. Hyung looked around, as the remaining surviving members of that team could be waiting for them. The main character asked the girl how she managed to survive without her 6 comrades. The girl nervously lowered her gaze and whispered that that group consisted of 4 people. During the battle with the fish people, their group attacked the girl's company and killed 5 of her allies. Kara said that she and Sanchez chose to run away, and this interested Chan. The hero asked the girl to tell more about the 4 who attacked them. One of the attackers was actually a murdered man, and the girl also remembered that there was a black-haired man. Also in that company of killers, there was an old man from whom a strange inhuman aura emanated. Chan asked about the 4th player, but the girl only remembered his shooting skill and tall height. Based on the description, Huck recognized Liam, but it was not clear to him why he broke away from his group. The girl said it was the tall man's shooting skills that killed Sanchez. Kara said that she managed to escape from the killer and asked Jong not to criticize her for it. The main character thought that she acted wisely, since she could die along with the others. Chong Li calmed the girl down and told her that the killer had already repaid his debt to her comrades with his death. Hawk added that his group also had a score to settle with that person, as a result of which he became a water ghost. Li Chong concluded that there were 2 players left alive and suggested moving on. On the way, the girl asked if Chan trusted her. He replied that to some extent. When Chan felt danger, he asked the girl to take on at least 1 monster in case of an attack. The hero interrupted the conversation with Kara and told her that someone was moving in their direction. A dirty man's hand appeared around the corner, and this greatly alarmed both players. Lee Jong-hyun immediately used the Bone Blade active skill, and the girl created a fireball in her hand. Suddenly, a bloodied player, Ryan Young, appeared, who persistently asked for healing medicine. Chong Li realized that this man was from the same company of people that killed Kara's comrades. Leaning down, Young spat out a pool of blood and said that he should not have trusted that lying man. The unconscious man fell to the ground with a bloody blade sticking out of his back. A soul appeared above Yang's body, and Jong noticed that the wounds were similar to those of the previous corpse. The main character did not understand whether the culprit was the last member of their group, or whether there was a monster in the location. Suddenly, someone's steps were heard, and the players saw in the distance the black silhouette of a man approaching them. In the light, Chan and Kara saw an old man, and the system notified that it was Zelekio, whose feature was similar to a person. The girl got scared and whispered to Chan that this was the old man she was talking about. The hero was surprised that he did not feel any traces of the old man's presence until he showed up. The man smiled at the players they met, and through his smile gave them a sweet compliment. He leaned over the corpse of a man who had just died, and absorbing the soul, condemned him for his disobedience. Chan Li had previously heard about monsters that were indistinguishable from people, but this one surpassed them all, taking the souls of the players he killed. The hero analyzed the current situation and concluded that Liam left the group because of this creepy old man. Zelekio, with a bloody hand, invited the players to become his companions in order to get out of this game together. Chong Li could not understand how the monster managed to move from one level to another, because such cases had never happened before. The main character realized that this old man was very dangerous, and he couldn't get rid of him so easily. Hyuk applied an improvement to the breath-holding skill, and transferred the electric shock skill to the stage of mastering electricity. The man persistently asked Chan and Kara to become his companions, and if they refused, he threatened them with death. The old man rushed towards the players, saying that he really liked the young girl's body. Kara created fireballs in both hands, and asked Zelekio to behave more correctly. The girl confidently launched the balls into the attacker's face, resulting in a powerful explosion. Chan realized that this ball was hanging over the girl's head the entire time they were walking together, which means she could have attacked him initially. But remembering Kara's words that she wants to kill people for the sake of souls, the main character calmed down. Chan told the girl that her words were true and she was worthy of his respect. The girl didn't hear what the player whispered, but he said not to get into it and just focus on the goal. Hyuk decided to immobilize the subhuman and asked Karu to support his strike from the rear. Lee Jong-hyuk created an energy stream and sent it towards the old man, preventing him from moving. The man was electrocuted and shook, screaming in pain. Despite the electric shocks, Zelekio tried to convey to the players that they were his friends, and he did not want to harm them. The main character realized that his skill had no effect on the old man, or he simply did not feel pain. The electric current hit the old man in the face, and he, not expecting this, lost an eye. Zelekio screamed in frustration and said that without an eye he would no longer be able to pretend to be human. Energy rays tore the old man's body into numerous wounds, but he didn't care. Chan wanted to attack the man with a blade, but the girl asked him to step aside and again created fireballs. When the player walked away, Kara put her hands forward and directed streams of fire towards the electrified old man. Chan's skill completed its effect, and Zelekio met the fireballs flying towards him. The fireballs intertwined into one and created a powerful explosion, after which the subhuman's body caught fire. It seemed that the old man would completely burn out and die, but this did not happen. When the fire went out, the charred man told the players that he would rip out their hearts and tear them to pieces. Chan realized that all the wounds inflicted were not fatal for Zelekio, but at the same time he did not have strong defense. The old man, black from the fire, stood and waited for the best moment to attack the players. It was dangerous to fight a subhuman blindly, so Chan decided to use a skill that would require a strong recovery as a result. The main character put out his hand and waited for his skill to work. Chan's hand broke into two parts, and a stream of hot blood shot out over a long distance. Following the blood, bones flew out of Chan's hand and stuck into the ground. The girl was worried about her companion, but he asked not to worry about him, since this skill was needed for attack. Hyuk noticed that the old man was approaching and asked Kara to wait for the signal to attack. The hero believed that there was no point in attacking the creature blindly, and only one precise blow was needed. The man ran to attack the players, but on the way he tripped over Chan's bones. The girl kept asking if she could attack already, but Chan asked to wait a little longer. Something scary and black began to emerge from Chong Li's bloody bone. When the old man was already close, the girl told Chan to start the attack, since it was impossible to wait any longer. The man was as close as possible to the players, but at that moment a bony hand grabbed his neck. The system notified that it was a skeleton soldier created by Chan. It was annoying that the hero could not use one hand, but the soldier moved according to his will. The skeleton pulled the old man back, but he did not resist much and only shouted threats at the players. Chan commanded the girl to use her skill, but she was afraid of damaging his bone. Jongwoo didn't care about his bone, and so the girl decided to create a powerful stream of fire. Kara created a level 12th active skill that summons a fire demon. A fireball in the shape of a demon's face flew towards where the skeleton and the old man were standing. The ball blinded the subhuman and the skeleton soldier, and they froze for a moment in their previous position. When the fire reached Zelekio, the skeleton under Chan's control managed to jump out from under the blow. The damage taken by the skeleton is also transferred to Jongwoo, so the player decided to increase his passive skills. It turned out that the bones used to summon the skeleton healed regardless of my regenerative power. The effectiveness of a soldier is proportional to the level of the strong bones skill, regardless of the level of pumping. A large fire broke out at the place where the subhuman Zelekio stood, and the players watched in silence. When the fire went out, the charred man was still on his feet and shouting incomprehensible phrases to Jong and Kara. The players did not understand why the monster did not burn. They concluded that it was either too strong or too weak. Taking advantage of the calmness of the players, the burnt old man set off and ran towards them. Thanks to the electric man's passive skill, the current did not hit Chan, so he could fry the old man as much as he wanted. Chan stood and calmly fired powerful beams of electrical energy at the monster. The skeleton from behind pressed itself against Zelekio and tried to stab him in the stomach. Suddenly the old man flew up and hit the skeleton soldier against the ceiling with extreme force. At the first powerful blow, the skeleton relaxed its arms and lost consciousness. The players watched in silence as the subhuman flew around the location and hit all the surfaces of the skeleton. Jongwoo didn't like this situation as it used up his stamina, so using the skeleton soldier was now pointless. Lee Jong-hyuk stretched out his hand and pulled his bones back, destroying the summoned assistant. Hyuk asked the girl if she had something powerful to attack, but she said that first she needed to fix the old man in place. The subhuman stopped flying around the location and found himself between Chan and Kara. The mutant promised the girl that she would become the first victim in this situation, from which he would rip her heart out alive. When the old man extended his hand to the girl, Chan realized that he would not have time to resist him. Chan uses the red color skill for the first time, which meant opening the first gate. The player's eyes filled with blood and it looked quite terrifying. Chan put away the bone blade, since in this case he would not have enough stamina for both skills. The subhuman's hand reached further and further towards the girl, and she simply silently looked at it. When Huck's skill activated, it seemed to him that time had slowed down, or that he had become too fast. In this dangerous state, the protagonist could defeat any opponent. Unlike Zelekio, Chan moved as quickly as possible, which gave him a high chance of a successful attack. The girl was surprised that Chan had such a skill, since she was already sure of her death. The main character knocked the subhuman to the floor and dealt him a powerful blow to the head with a bone blade. Chong Li raised his leg up and, swinging with all his might, began to finish off the creature. Instead of gratitude for the rescue, Kara only reproached Chan for hiding his skill all this time and not using it before. The hero explained to the girl that he himself did not know what this skill was or how it worked. Hyun realized that this skill was pretty cool and wanted to quickly increase its level to the maximum in the future. While the players were communicating about rescue, the charred Zelekio began to make various sounds. After Chan's skill disappeared, The girl inquired about the hero's well-being, but it was difficult for him to even answer her question. Hyun whispered with particular difficulty that the test was not over yet because Zelekio was alive. The girl suddenly fell silent and looked with fear at the floor where the subhuman lay. Kara created a level 13 flame blade that summons a blade filled with intense flames. The girl approached the monster and swinging, struck him on his burnt torso. A powerful fiery explosion occurred above Zelekio's body, which threw Junhyun aside. Kara held the flame over the monster, and when she noticed Chan's fall, she began to empathize with him. The shockwave threw Hyun to the side, and he could not stand on his feet. Chan noticed that after the extreme attack, Zelekio stopped moving, but the task was still not counted. The players could not understand what mistake they had made, because they thought that the mutant was already dead. The player took out a healer to heal his wounds, and asked Kara to do the same if possible. The description was that once you kill someone who is human-like, the one pretending to be human will get angry. Chan was sure that Zelekio was a subhuman, and concluded that there was someone else in the location. Lee Jong-hyun created a bone blade, and approaching the mutant, was going to finish him off. He swung his blade and struck the mutant's head with all his might, but the blow was blunt, and he almost injured the player's hands. The bone blade did not pierce him, but showed the player that Zelekio had something else instead of bones. As the fire gradually died down, the mutant began to mumble and tell players that he was human. Both players opened their mouths in surprise because it seemed to them that Zelekio was finished. The black-blooded mutant non-stop repeated to Kara and Chan that he was definitely human. Gaining strength, the burnt Zelekion waved his arms and lifted his body off the ground. Noticing the rise of the mutant, Chan asked the girl to quickly hide, but because of her confusion, she did not listen to him. The players looked at the mutant, and he suddenly swung upward, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Zelekio pressed himself against the ceiling, and a long wooden rod appeared below him. Chong Li and Kara were surprised at the appearance of a new input from the mutant, and did not know what to do with this rod. Zelekio, leaning on the stake, trembled and was now shouting that he was not human. The heroes watched what was happening warily, and noticed that the rod was gradually decreasing. A wooden beam came out of the mutant's face and was his nose, reduced to a minimum size. Zelekio broke off part of the rod and shouted to the players with all his rudeness that he also wanted to be human. Chan and Kara rushed towards the monster, and at the same time the girl used fireballs. The fire reached Zelekio, who had descended from the ceiling, and he again burst into flames. The mutant told the players that they must resolve all issues by conversation, and not by force, since they are called people. There were many human souls flying around Zelekio, which he collected from all the players he killed. Chan came to the conclusion that it was just a wooden body, fueled by a soul, making it appear human in appearance. He explained that when he lies, his nose lengthens, and this prevents him from appearing human. The monster took a few steps forward and stopped, whispering to the players that it would kill them. Zelekio made it clear to Chan and Kara that he would definitely become human as soon as he killed them. Chan noticed that the mutant had become several meters taller, and Kara excitedly asked what they would do with him, since ordinary attacks did not work on him. Hyun asked the girl to get ready to strike with the best weapon she had, while he himself tried to buy time. Kara was worried about Chan's condition and asked him if he would last such a long time. The hero said that his condition does not matter, since in other circumstances their hearts would become the monster's lunch. Chong Li ran to attack Zelekio, but he suddenly appeared close to his face and tried to bite his head. The mutant was faster than Hyun expected, and therefore he did not see its sudden movements. John Hyun wanted to increase his speed and strength, but circumstances did not allow this. The main character changed the shape of the bone blade and struck the mutant with it, hitting him directly in the mouth. Despite the strong blow, Zelekio put his hands forward and wanted to grab Chan. However, Lee Jong-hyuk managed to react and strike the enemy again in the head. He grabbed the blade of a sharp blade with his teeth, and the mutant quickly pulled back. The power of the fight was such that even the air shook and threw the combatants in different directions. Zelekio ran at Chan, and he understood that even a strong skeleton would not save him in the event of a direct blow. Ordinary electric shocks have no effect, so the hero had to concentrate the charge at one point. A beam of electricity flew towards Zelekio's face, but he quickly deflected it to the ceiling with just a wave of his hand. The monster began to strike at the places where Hyuk stood, but fortunately the player managed to dodge them. Chan understood that at this rate he would not hold out for long, since the enemy's maneuverability was superior to him. During Zelekio's next attack, Chan Li was thrown into the wall, which created certain difficulties. The player had nowhere to run, and he anxiously watched the mutant's movements. When the monster was about to deal a fatal blow to Chong, he felt the manifestation of fireballs on himself. The girl managed to strike in time with her active skill, and this slightly calmed Hyuk. When the fireballs entered the active attack phase, they created a powerful explosion on the mutant's torso. Chan jumped towards the girl, and they silently began to watch Zelekio burn. The girl was sure that she managed to neutralize the mutant, but Chan had some doubts. When the fire disappeared, an unharmed Zelekio was there, planning to launch his attack again. Hyun asked the companion to strike again with such a powerful blow, since the past was not enough. The girl said that her stamina was only enough for one time, and this blow would require more time to prepare. The hero understood that the chances of death were quite high, and used the active skill of hitting the gate. Kara asked Chan if he was sure that he could withstand using this skill again, but he did not want to think about it. The girl admitted that this was the first time she was using her skill in practice, and therefore asked Chan to lure the monster as close as possible. It was difficult for Hyuk to do this, but he promised that he would try to do it with all his might. The hero jumped up and confidently ran to the place where the giant Zelekio stood. Chong needed to hold the state of the limit gate until he dealt with the monster. Zelekio did not take any action and simply shouted insulting phrases at the player. When Chan was nearby, the mutant tried to catch him, but he failed to do so. Chan slipped out of Zelekio's hands, and with a precise maneuver slipped between his legs and ended up behind him. The monster did not understand where the player had gone, but meanwhile he was behind him and was preparing to attack. When the mutant realized what was happening and wanted to turn around, Chan jumped on him. The main character dealt a powerful blow to the monster with his knee, which hit the face area. Zelekio swung his hand sharply at Hek, but he managed to dodge the flying blow. The player flew up to the ceiling and, thanks to his skill, stayed there for some time. Chan understood that he could not slow down, but needed to maintain a speed that exceeded the speed of the monster. Speed is the only parameter by which the main character can compete with Zelekio. Chan hung on the ceiling, and the monster tried to reach him with one hand, but it was extremely difficult. Suddenly the mutant's hand was in Hyuk's face, and he managed to dodge it back. Chan, without hesitation, struck her with a strong blow, after which Zelekio fell to the floor. The mutant quickly rose to his feet and did not understand how he could get rid of the player who looked like a fly. Lee Jong-hyuk suddenly fell from the ceiling, creating a loud bang, and this was the monster's chance to attack. However, he did not have time to do anything, because the hero struck him in the side with a running hand. Chan gathered his remaining strength and ran away in the opposite direction. The player's body was already at its limit, and the monster, noticing this, did not waste time thinking. The hero understood that in his current state it was unwise to use two skills at once, but he must create an opportunity to attack in any way. The hero used his second active skill and ran towards Zelekio at full speed. Chan hit the mutant in the stomach with an electric current, causing him to bend over and be unable to respond. The electrical energy created a powerful explosion, but this did not stop the player from continuing the attack. After Jong-hyuk hit the monster, small cracks appeared on Zelekio's body. It was difficult for the hero to fight the mutant alone, but fortunately, Kara was already ready to release her fireballs. After the electric shock, Chan pushed the monster away from him and it flew into the wall. The main character realized that during the attack he broke his arm on Zelekio's strong body. As Chan thought, it was necessary to aim only at one point, which is located on the shield. The hero was already at his limit. If he ran out of steam during the next attack, he would be finished. While Zelekio lay and realized what was happening, Chan swung over him and wanted to kick him in the torso. After this blow, the embittered Hek began to finish off the prone man with electrified hands. Looking at the player who was preparing to deliver a fatal blow, the monster became noticeably nervous. The main character mercilessly attacked the creature, and from his blows, Zelekio's limbs spread out in different directions. The mutant screamed in pain throughout the entire location, and jets of black energy sprayed from his eyes. The monster caught the right moment between the player's blows, and swung his hand at him. Lee Jong-hyun coughed after receiving the blow and blood poured out of his mouth. Zelekio delivered a powerful blow to Jong-woo, which sent him flying into the opposite wall. From a strong blow, Hyun destroyed the wall with his body and lost consciousness for a while. Having come to his senses, Chan discovered that blood continued to flow from his mouth and did not stop. At this time, the mutant also spat out blood and shouted threatening words to the player. It turned out that after Hyun's attack, Zelekio lost his eye, and the blood came from there. The monster grabbed the broken rod and ran at Chan, but his body no longer obeyed. Looking to the side, Lee Jong-hyun noticed the flying stream of fire that Kara created. Fireballs flew towards Chan to throw him away from the attacking monster. After this, the girl directed a stream of fire at Zelekio, who did not expect this. The fiery sword hit the monster directly in the body, causing it to fly to the side. A bright flash lit up on Chan's torso, and the monster realized that he was finished. After the flash, a powerful fiery explosion formed, which struck the mutant and tore off his arm. The exhausted Chan believed that this blow would help them cope with the monster. The girl looked at the main character and was noticeably worried about her action. Chan concluded that Kara deliberately threw him back with fire, that the explosion did not occur near him. The players watched the smoldering Zelekio, but he, despite the great damage, continued to stand on his feet. The monster was missing an arm and half of its skull, but it continued to speak out to the players. The girl was frightened that the creature survived her attack, and understood that they simply could not withstand much longer. Chong-li also did not expect that after losing his limb, Zelekio would continue to stand on his feet as if nothing had happened. The mutant headed towards Chan and promised to first deal with the girl and then take on him. The angry monster wanted to tear Hyun alive into small pieces. Hyun saw that the enemy was also at his limit, and therefore created streams of electrical energy in his hand. He shocked himself in the chest to get his body moving at least a little. The player's body shook from the high charge, but due to this, the player's stamina was noticeably restored. The main character, with new strength, took a fighting stance and began to expect Zelekio's blows. Lee Jong-hyun wanted to destroy the monster as soon as possible and finish the job he started. When the monster touched Chan, a powerful energy explosion was created, which made Kara worry about her comrade. Zelekio hit the hero in the stomach, and a stream of hot blood gushed out of his mouth again. From what she saw, the girl fell into a stupor and did not understand whether the player would be saved from the hands of the monster or not. Despite the wild pain, Chong-li was still able to strike back at Zelekio and blew off his head. The monster's body instantly fell to the ground, creating a powerful roar with its fall. A green soul appeared above the mutant's body, and the system reported successful completion of the task. The reward for players was 30 souls and 1 random passive skill. Chun received a burning body of the highest level, which allows one to increase body temperature to the body's maximum capabilities. As an additional reward, there was a red rune, which increases the owner's strength by 5%. The rune allowed its owner to be charged with absolute madness for 1 minute. The girl approached Chan and asked about the seriousness of his wounds, but he replied that he had one thanks to her. Kara apologized and suggested moving forward as quickly as possible, but Chong-li decided to first heal his wounds and catch his breath. Suddenly, the players noticed that the ground shook and they were suddenly thrown up several meters. Frightened, Junhyun and Kara looked towards the end of the path and saw something approaching them. The wall of the cave cracked and powerful streams of water sprayed out, which frightened the players even more. The main character grabbed his companion and they tried to escape from the water, but they failed. The water reached the players, and the current was so strong that they had to swim to avoid drowning. The water flow covered the company completely, and the experienced Chan realized that he had never encountered such a phenomenon. After some time, water began to pour out in the next location, and this was the intent of the game. The water spat the players onto the floor, and the system immediately notified them that they had entered the 6th zone. Having cleared their throats of water, Chan and Kara turned around, hearing strange human sounds. Suddenly, a joyful cry was heard throughout the entire location, and it was Dwayne, who looked many times better than Chan. The main character was happy about this meeting, because he was always sure that Dwayne would be able to survive without him. Behind the player stood the charming Mytel Juro, who had one peculiarity in that she could not speak. It was a face that Jung would never forget, as it was the girl who tried to save him before his previous death. The girl was brutally killed in front of Hyun, and he felt sorry for her since she was his comrade and had gone a very long way with him. The main character did not understand how the girl ended up in front of him, because then she definitely died before his eyes. While Dwayne confessed his sincere feelings to Chan, Mytel and Chan silently looked into each other's eyes. It turns out that the girl was reborn in the same way as Chan, but the player couldn't figure out why she didn't recognize him. The players got to know each other, and Dwayne said that he met her at the last stage and she seemed like a very nice person to him. Kara turned to her friend and asked about Dwayne, whom she had already heard about from Chan in the previous location. The main character could not let go of the situation with Mytel, and not paying attention to the surrounding conversations, continued to look at her. Mytel pointed the players towards the recovery room, and Kara appreciated her gesture. Dwayne asked Hyun about the previous challenge, and the player revealed that they gave it their all and barely survived. Dwayne examined his comrades' wounds, and said that their test was much better, and thanks to Mytel they managed to slip through the danger. Kara intervened in the conversation and asked not to forget about her merits, because it was she who saved Chan from Zelekio. Chan looked at the girl disapprovingly, and it seemed to him that despite her behavior as a child, she was not as simple as she might seem. The players figured out who would go to the merchant first, and who would go to the recovery room, and went to their places. Junhyun went to the recovery room, lay down in the capsule, and the system cured him for 11 souls. The recovered player left the room where Dwayne was waiting, who wanted to inquire about the severity of his injuries. Kara came out of the merchant's room, who had new uniforms and equipment. Chan was impressed by the girl's appearance, and went to the shower to buy himself something. In the room, as always, there was a merchant in the form of a ghost, but he was several meters higher than the previous ones. Lee Jong-hyun knew that the larger the merchant, the more goods he could offer. To begin with, the player decided to exchange random skill and random equipment coins and handed them to the merchant. The player was given a bat skill that created enhanced hearing, and a devilish leather jacket that could hide items in their hands and improve the player's dexterity in the dark. Young-hyun was pleased with the extreme item and asked the merchant to show him the available goods. Fortunately, the seller had what Chan needed, and he didn't mind giving away all of his 37 souls. The hero acquired 2 random equipment amplifiers and a socket for a skeleton mask, giving away 24 souls. Grabbing the mask, Young-hyun placed the red rune of wrath on it, which he received in the ultimate test. The player decided to improve the mask with an amplifier and poured 1 bottle onto it. When the enhancement did not work, Hyun did not despair and poured a second bottle onto the mask. The mask glowed with a bright color, which increased the skill of the skeleton soldier from the first level directly to the master level. The player was glad to have such a skill and immediately put on this special mask, which immediately seemed to have grown into his skin. Lee Jong-hyun received much more from the trading room than he had previously expected, and he had never seen anything like it. Chan left the room and informed Dwayne that he was ready to leave for the next stage. Dwayne and his company didn't even move, and the guy asked his friend to wait a little. Taking advantage of the pause, Jong-hyun looked at Maital and realized that she did not remember him at all. Dwayne noticed his friend's look and began to joke about his crush on the player's new member. After the conversation, Dwayne noticed that his friend had removed the lion mask, but Chan said that it was no longer visible when in use. The guy admitted that at the last stage he did not feel as confident as when he was next to Chan. The players went to the next location and saw a group of strange people in front of them. There were 3 groups in the location, and the system issued a notification that it was necessary to reduce the number of living beings by 2 and leave the area with less than 7 players. One of the opposing players was Stepan, who had the peculiarity of being completely blind. The third company laughed at the man because of his blindness and told him that they were here to kill each other. Maital recognized Stepan because that day he was next to Maital and tried to save him from death. Lee Jong-hyun could not understand why the players were reborn, but he was offended by the conditions of the task. The main character was unable to change this, and he decided to primarily focus on the task and his personal survival. Dwayne realized that they needed to reduce the number of people to 6, but Chan, having managed to count all the players, said that they needed to kill 5. The man Jack from Stepan's team went to another company, and Stepan and his companion tried to stop him from a rash act. When the player began to make his proposals, Eunice, the leader of another company, stuck a sharp hand into his back and pierced his body. The man instantly fell to the floor. A pool of blood formed under him, and Eunice said that there was one dead person. Stepan stood close to the scab and the killer, realizing that his companion was no longer there. Lee Jong-hyun and his company were alarmed by such inhumanity of the player. Eunice, with a bloody sword hand, ran toward Stepan and said that he was very unlucky with his attribute. The player was sure of the old man's future death, but Stepan managed to dodge the flying gun. Eunice did not expect such a reaction, and was quickly thrown up by the blind old man. The player hit Eunice in the stomach, and he fell to the floor, flying some distance. The man kicked his attacker blindly, spattering blood all over the area. A bright blue soul flew out of the player's bloodied body, and a stream of blood shot out from the neck. The blind player took the soul of the murdered man, telling everyone that carelessness in this place could lead to bad results. The same player asked his companion if Jack was dead, and after a negative answer, he asked her to finish her to death. The frightened woman said that she did not want to get blood on her hands, but the man insisted that she must fulfill the conditions of the task. Chong Li watched the man's fast attack and concluded that he was a very strong player despite his blindness. It was unclear to the main character what the player received in exchange for his blindness. Lee Jong-hyun was embarrassed that the man killed another person without hesitation. A group of 3 people approached Chan Li's group and asked to team up to protect themselves from a strange blind player. Chan was not against the unification, but the condition allowed only 6 people to pass through, and this meant that someone had to die. The girl from that team said that their lives depended only on the person who had just been killed. Chan turned to the man from the trio and said that those people did not pose any threat yet. When Chong Li turned around, he saw that among the 2 corpses of men stood confident Stepan and his companion. The trio of people took advantage of the moment when Zhang turned away and wanted to kill him using their active skills. Suddenly, fireballs launched by the girl Kara flew at one of the attackers. The attacking girl was tied up with something soft, like sand or a huge ball of cotton wool. The main man, Lee Jong-hyun, was stabbed with a bone blade released from his hand, and he did not expect it. Kara, who launched fireballs, silently watched the other players' torment. Dwayne's friend launched streams of sand at the girl from the trio and began to expect her death. After being punched in the stomach, the protagonist cut off the man's attacker's head in one swift swoop. In front of Jong-hyun and his team lay 3 corpses of the attackers, above which 3 blue souls could be seen. Chong Li walked up to the player he killed and told the rest of the team to collect the rest of the souls. Everyone except Dwayne completed the task, but for some reason the notification did not pop up. A new player, Tony Shaw, appeared in the room and can hold his breath for a long time, which is why the system did not count the task. The player also had an active skill, thanks to which he became invisible when holding his breath. Chan realized that all this time the player was hiding thanks to his active skill, and it was not clear who should die. In the current situation, Tony was the easiest target for both Chan's company and Stepan. The man realized that those present wanted to kill him, and regretted that he had missed his opportunity while the fight was going on. Maitel used her active skill to create a sand rock in the void. Lee Jong-hyun didn't understand why she did this, but Dwayne explained that by doing so, she wanted to tell the players something using text in the sand. The girl thought that first she needed to team up with the old man, and then act according to circumstances. The heroes were perplexed that the girl decided to kill Stepan, and after him kill those two players. Chan agreed with the girl's idea, but remembered that in a previous life she would not have suggested such a thing. The main character realized that the death of that loner would save everyone from fighting each other. Zhang was sad that Maital and Stepan were not the same players who had previously supported him at every stage. The players consulted among themselves and decided that for now they would not touch that old man in order to later get him as a comrade. Zhang's team believed that now was the time to strike the players first. Chan objected and said that they should wait until the action unfolds on its own. It seemed to Dwayne that Stepan and his companion were thinking the same thing as Hyun. Fearing death, the Asian began to shout rude words at everyone present and promised that he would not just do that. The man disappeared thanks to his invisibility skill, and the sounds of his footsteps stopped. Kara believed that the man would not attack them, as it would be unwise. Zhang had extreme mistrust of the entire situation and warned the team to remain extremely vigilant. The main character used a passive bat skill and could hear even the quietest footsteps. The lone player simply moved through the air and made no attempt to attack any of the people. Dwayne calmly folded his hands and waited for the outcome of events. But at that moment, Chong Li shouted to him to beware of the enemy to his right. Dwayne turned to the right and realized that he could not see the Asian attacker. The man was above Dwayne, and with his arms outstretched, he was preparing to create a skill for a powerful attack. Maitel wanted to help her companion and released one of her skills into the air, causing the player to appear in front of everyone. The girl created a giant level 7 hand and grabbed the flying player like a fly. The girl squeezed the man with all her strength and a stream of hot blood poured from his mouth. Without hesitation, the Asian released streams of white energy from his mouth, which was the breath of the Colossus, which allowed him to inhale and exhale with maximum power. The player screamed at the top of his lungs and smashed Maitel's sand hand with all his might. From the large shockwave, the girls from Jun Hyun's team staggered and began to fall to the floor. Lee Jong-hyun grabbed his weapon and ran to attack the unfortunate player. Dwayne followed his comrade's example and created an active beast power skill, which made his body as powerful as possible. The hero used the double twist jump skill and wanted to deal a fatal blow to the player. The player was severely twisted from the blow he received, and the clothes on his body were completely torn. The Asian man was bleeding from his mouth and was having difficulty breathing. After that hit, Dwayne threw the player, and he went somersaulting in the air. The man hit the wall with all his might and broke it into many small pieces. A bright soul appeared over the player's bloody corpse, which meant his death. Dwayne proudly walked up to the body of the player he killed and absorbed his soul. The system notified players that the quest to have living creatures had been completed, which would reward all surviving players with 50 souls. Since the reward for each person killed tripled, Chan concluded that this was an ideal place for personal growth. Despite the fact that the task was completed, Chan's company felt that they could not relax before leaving. Stepana and her companion came closer, but Chan stopped them, asking them to stand where they were standing. The man looked pitiful and told the players that they were not going to fight them and just wanted to discuss further challenges with them. Chan's company looked at the couple of players with disbelief and did not understand what to do next. Blind Stepan asked the players to remove these gloomy masks and stern expressions from their faces. Kara asked the man how he managed to see their faces, to which he replied that everyone has their own secrets. After thinking a little, Stepan told the players that due to his lack of vision, other senses had become more acute. He added that while it may be quite beneficial, although it requires a lot of energy, he would prefer to be sighted. Chan asked to close this topic and turned to the blind man with a question about further testing. Stepan invited everyone to unite into a big team, but Maital wrote in the sand that she did not trust them. Stepan and the girl approached the sandy rock and read that Chan's company was afraid of death at the hands of this couple. Stepan's companion suggested that he go separately from everyone else, but the man decided to insist on his own and wait for an answer from Chan. Hyun was in no hurry to answer because he was embarrassed by the girl who was in a prayer position all the time. Energy appeared in the girl's hands, and she told Stepan that she was ready for further action. Thin rays of energy appeared from Stepan's eyes, and he said that he was very tired of this meaningless conversation. Chongli's passive skill informed him that a serious threat to him had been detected. The energy created by the girl appeared in the air, and Chon warned his comrades to be careful with it. There were powerful red walls between Kara and Hyun, which created a shockwave and made noise. The same thing happened in the company of Dwayne and Meitel, which scared them very much. Powerful hands of exactly the same red color appeared in the air. Stepan's companion has changed slightly, and she has 2 pairs of additional hands. When the girls stopped in creating a special skill, Chongli told Dwayne that they needed to close the distance with the attacker. Kara was worried about Meitel and asked her to be careful, since that girl can change the size of her hands. The girls synchronized and sent streams of their active skills towards the Asian woman. Fireballs and streams of Meitel's white energy flew at the girl, but she easily fought them off with one hand. Stepan turned to Chon-Li and Dwayne and asked them if they wanted to have some fun. The hero put out a bone blade from his hand and asked Dwayne to cover him when he was the first to attack those people. Stepan waited until the players had finished talking and asked them to quickly start this interesting fight. Jong Hyun tried to avoid Stepan's attack as best he could, but now he has no other choice as he is in grave danger. The main character jumped towards the man and swung his bone blade at him. Stepan was able to parry the blow with his sword with one hand, and continued to stand on his feet. Chong Hyun did not understand how the player managed to do this, because he is completely blind. The man swung his pumped arm at the player, and he realized that he should not miss this chance. When Stepan's powerful hand was already nearby, Chon quickly thought through a plan for his further actions. Thanks to his passive skills of strong skin and skeleton, Chon managed to substitute his shoulder and deflect the opponent's blow. The main character could not use his hand for some time, and therefore jumped back several meters. At this time, Dwayne decided to attack Stepan from the side, and he said that he liked their team cohesion. When the man was distracted by Dwayne, Chon began to wait for the perfect moment to attack. The main character was confident in the strength of his comrade, and therefore silently watched what was happening. Stepan praised Dwayne's physical attributes, but promised that this battle would not be entirely easy. The young guy didn't hear what Stepan said to him, and decided that the old grandfather was just muttering to himself. At this time, Meitel fought with the huge, strong hands of the Asian woman, releasing her energy flows into them. Kara crept up behind the attacker and wanted to damage her in order to get rid of her active skill. Finding herself very close, the girl created a fiery sword and pointed it towards the Asian woman. When Kara's weapon came into contact with the woman, a powerful fiery explosion was created. The Asian woman flared up with a bright flame and tried to help herself get rid of it with her huge hands. Meitel and Kara realized that they had done everything right, but they did not understand why their opponent's skill continued to work. When the girls noticed that the Asian woman had only 3 hands left, they looked around and saw a 4th hand close to them. A powerful hand flew towards Meitel and abruptly grabbed her and lifted her into the air. Unsuspecting Chong Hyun found himself behind Stepan and created energy streams to hit him. Stepan, without turning around, told the main character that attacking the old man was considered inhumane, but at the same time praised him for his caution. Chon instantly struck the old man with a bone blade, but he managed to bend down and avoid death. Stepan began to run and hit Chon in the stomach, releasing a stream of blood from his mouth. Dwayne realized that his comrade needed help and created a beast power skill, glowing purple. The guy dealt a powerful blow to the old man in the shoulder, but he continued to stand on his feet and didn't even stagger. Dwayne threw another powerful blow towards Stepan, but he was able to catch it with only one hand. Thanks to the system, it became known that the old man had increased his physical abilities to the 17th level. Stepan hit Dwayne, and he instantly flew into the wall. While flying, the young guy was able to maneuver and landed on his feet, sliding a couple of meters. Chon noticed Stepan's lack of weapons and equipment, and realized where his strength lay. The hero concluded that the man was only improving his melee skills, and besides, all his senses were heightened, except for vision. The main character noticed that nearby a huge red hand grabbed Meitel. Chong-Li Hyun activated his energy flows and rushed to the aid of his old companion. Meitel tried to apply sand, but the hand squeezed her tighter and tighter, making her cry. Brave Kara tried with all her might to destroy the Asian woman with fire, but she skillfully covered herself with her hands. The girl concluded that Meitel was saved only thanks to her sand, which slowed down the movements of her hand. Chong-Li was on the other side of the attacker and swung his long bone blade at her. Noticing this, Meitel calmed down slightly and began to expect her speedy rescue. There was some distance left before the fatal blow, and Chon was worried that something would go wrong. As expected, Stepan ran to the aid of his ally and pushed the player aside, hitting him in the stomach. Blood sprayed from Chon's mouth, and the frightened Asian woman's hand squeezed the girl even tighter. Chon saw that Meitel had lost consciousness and she was covered in blood that had leaked from inside. The hand let go of the girl and she fell to the ground with a huge roar and began to bleed. Lee Jong-hyun wanted to help his old friend, but he couldn't even get to his feet. The main character, watching what was happening, made a terrible expression on his face at the sight of something frightening. A soul appeared over the body of the unfortunate Maital. The girl died due to Chan's unsuccessful attack. At this time, Dwayne fought bravely with Stepan, using his best skills. When the guy wounded the old man, rays of Chan's electrical energy appeared on his hand. After receiving the charge and being wounded, the man grabbed his head and stepped back. When Stepan came to his senses, he told the players that their actions were too tedious and boring. Near the old man sat a weakened Jong-hyun, who was surrounded by streams of electricity. Stepan admitted to the player that he wanted to finish him off with one blow, but realized that he was hitting iron. Unexpectedly, Hyun whispered to Stepan that he did not want to kill him and was ready to step back. The old man asked for revenge from the players for the death of the charming Maidal. When Stepan was throwing out threats, Chong-li turned around and looked at Maital's soul. The player lowered his head and decided that he would fight to the last. Chan told his opponents that his team was ready to deal with them here and now. Stepan was confident in his success and asked his companion to create his hands again, but she replied that she could not do this. The man's confidence diminished before his eyes, but he consoled the Asian woman, saying that there was nothing wrong with it. Kara activated her skill and launched fiery swords towards the man. Stepan said that it was wrong to kill the blind old man because he also wanted to live longer. The rays came into contact with the player's body and a powerful fiery explosion was formed. The old man was engulfed in flames, but when the fire ended, he stood safe and sound. It turned out that Stepan put his companion to death instead of himself, and he believed that he did the right thing. He justified himself by saying that you need to use those who are weaker than you to become much stronger. Stepan collected the soul from the Asian woman's body and told the players that he was tired of this endless fight. Chan remembered the player as a person who sacrificed himself for the lives of others. The current Stepan was a selfish person who sacrifices those around him for himself and his own benefit. Dwayne decided to continue the battle and use the active skill of the beast's roar, which is capable of delivering a shockwave. The blind man put his hand forward and instantly felt a threat from the side. Stepan was actively waving his arms from side to side, but there was no one nearby. The player told those around him that if he were them, he would have taken the chance and closed the distance. Chan was confident in Kara's abilities, and she told him that he could rely on her. When Dwayne approached the player, the old man grabbed him and admitted that close combat was his strength. Stepan kicked Dwayne, and the young guy flew several meters back. Dwayne became visibly angry at the blow he received, and began to whisper insults to the player. Stepan noted the hero's skills for the better, but reproached him for not having protection. The old man suggested ending the battle, and Chan, who happened to be nearby, threateningly agreed with him. Lee Jong-hyun tensed his body and created a level 1 limit gate skill. The main character crept up to Stepan from behind and struck him with a powerful leg, leaving behind an energy trail. The man barely managed to react, and he realized that he could lose this fight. The player decided to get rid of Chan Li and struck him with his hand, but the hero managed to put his knee in front of the flying hand. Stepan noted Chan's reaction, as a result of which he injured his arm to the point of breaking it. The man swung and struck Chang again, and he also managed to grab his hand while still in flight. Hyun bit the old man's hand and immediately received a retaliatory blow to the head, after which blood flowed profusely from his mouth. When Chong Li flew towards the wall, the man decided to take advantage of the moment and ran towards him. Chan slid along the floor for several meters, leaving behind bloody footprints. The main character came to his senses and noticed Stepan flying towards him, and concluded that the old man was trying to match his speed. Chan prepared to attack, but the man did not reach him, as he fell into the destroyed floor. The old man noticed that his opponent was noticeably exhausted and told him so. Hyun coughed up blood and told Stepan that he had managed to gain enough time and the rest was not important to him now. The man looked back and saw how Kara and Dwayne were silently collecting souls from the dead and not even looking in the direction of the fight. The girl showed Stepan a rude gesture, but it was meaningless since the old man was blind. The player was outraged that the heroes were not going to attack him and became very thoughtful. Dwayne and Kara simply collected the souls from their bodies and began to run towards the doors. Noticing this, the old man moved and rushed to catch up with the players who had destroyed his hopes of acquiring all the souls. The players ran to the doors without looking back and were 50 meters away from them. Dwayne didn't understand where the old man got such speed because he always invested his soul only in strength. Stepan ran after the players and did not suspect that Lee Jong-hyun was behind him. Chan was afraid that the old man's speed would allow him to reach Dwayne and Karu, and he was very worried about them. The player attempted to use a level 2 gate skill, and a stream of blood flowed from his mouth. The player was twisted and fell to the ground to stabilize his health and wait for the final activation of the skill. The girl suddenly stopped and asked Dwayne to run to the doors alone, while she tried to buy him time by creating her favorite skill. Kara launched a stream of fire towards Stepan, but he said that this would not be able to stop him. Without touching the player, the stream collided with the floor and created a powerful fiery explosion. The old man believed that by doing so, the girl was trying to prevent him from understanding where they were moving. Stepan heard that they had chosen the first door and wanted to continue the battle by entering it next. Once outside the fire, the man saw that the players had stopped and began to wait for his approach. Stepan did not understand what these two were up to, but he clearly did not like what was happening. During this time, Lee Chong-hyun waited until the gate was activated and began to rise from his knees to quickly attack the enemy. Stepan stopped and felt that the embittered Chong-hyun was flying behind him, surrounded by purple energy. Turning around, the old man threw a punch towards Chan, but he quickly dodged it to the side while striking his opponent with a kick. The main character created rays of electrical energy and directed them at the player's face. Stepan was close to Dwayne and Kara, and behind him was the open door of the first zone. The man flew through the doorway, slid a few meters, and ended up in the next location. Chan approached the door with particular calm and asked his comrade to quickly close it. The desperate man lowered his head and praised his rivals for their well-developed plan. When the door was almost closed, Stepan said that he would look forward to their next meeting. The man was unlucky, because once he got into the next space, he couldn't come back out. Exhausted, Yong-hyun fell to his knees and tried to catch his breath after what happened. Dwayne and Kara approached their friend and expressed their concern for his condition, and he replied that he needed to rest. Chan used the second gate skill for only a moment, but the body gave a powerful reaction that could lead to death. Stepan killed everyone he met along the way, and then took their souls to improve his performance and be invincible. Yong-hyun was incredibly happy that everything worked out well and they managed to win this difficult fight. The main character began to rise to his feet and asked the players to prepare for the next test. Before leaving, Chan approached the murdered Maital, but he did not feel sorry for her, because she was not the same as in the player's past life. The man humanly covered the girl's eyes with his hand and wished her peace in the afterlife. The hero took advantage of the souls and improved all his passive skills, resulting in an additional breath-holding skill. Chan's entire company went to the doors and all members had to choose which door they needed to enter. The players chose the third door and found themselves in the 6th zone, the appearance of which scared even Chan. The system notified that players needed to escape from the maze and additionally kill its owner, as a result of which they would receive 100 souls as a reward. Thanks to past experience, Lee Jong-hyun told those around him that the owner of this location was a strong minotaur. Dwayne asked his friend to explain to Kara that he has the ability to read the hidden meaning of a description. Afterwards, the girl said that this is an amazing ability that has both pros and cons. Kara asked the player if he had used it at the time of their meeting, but he said that he was unable to do so because of the whale. The girl remembered the task and realized that the Minotaur was a fictional character from ancient myths. In the past, the Minotaur was terribly strong, and Chan only managed to escape from the labyrinth twice. There was a case when Hyun was able to defeat him, but the cost was the death of the rest of the group. Despite previous unsuccessful attempts to follow the plan, Chan advised that they should not see the Minotaur under any circumstances. The girl reassured the men and said that they would definitely be able to get out, since they had already gone through many difficult trials. Lee Jong-hyun doubted whether they would be able to reach the end this time, because it is not a fact that the end of the Arab League even exists. The players went inside the labyrinth, and Chan hoped that this was the end stage of all tests. There was thick fog everywhere, and the players could barely make out the road and objects on the sides. A fork in the road appeared in front of Yong-hyun's team, and they did not know which path to take. Kara and Dwayne asked Chan to make a decision, as they were completely willing to trust his decisions. Hyun asked Kara to trust her intuition, but the girl said that in this way, she would lead them to the Minotaur's dinner. The main character chose the path in the center, and Dwayne, laughing, said that a real man was leading them forward. The players had already passed that crossroads for quite a long time, but had not found anything, and decided to invite Chan to go back. Suddenly Lee Jong-hyun stopped and noticed something strange and frightening through the thick fog. Having reached the end of the corridor, the players saw a door and began to hope that it would lead them to the 7th floor. Kara turned to Chan and asked about his feelings and intuition about further events, but he felt nothing. Previously, the main character has already been to a similar location, but the game constantly generates different routes and the location of all objects. The players nevertheless decided to enter this door, and found themselves in a long corridor, which also had smoke. Lee Jong-hyun looked around and realized that he couldn't see anything because of the damned fog. Chong Lee decided to check all the paths on his own, and suggested that his comrades first go left. The left path led the players to a dead end, and Dwayne suggested turning back and taking the right path. The main character froze in place and began to peer at the wall in which the lights flashed. Suddenly, the wall behind the players suddenly dropped down, and Kara and Dwayne screamed in fear. Dwayne informed all the players that they were trapped, and the girl suggested that they start doing something. Kara asked Dwayne to break through this wall with his hand, but he was not confident in his abilities, since it was very strong. Lee Jong-hyun, who has lived several lives in this game, has never encountered such a trap before. The hero might have thought that this was the end of another life, if not for the light that flickered behind the wall. Suddenly the flashes of light became larger and brighter, and the room was completely illuminated by them. The players turned around and were alarmed to see something terrible that was rapidly flying towards them. From the cracks where there had once been flashes of light, an endless number of arrows suddenly flew out. The players had nowhere to hide, and Lee Chong decided to create an energy cloud to save himself and his comrades. The player held the cloud, and it helped, so he shouted to his comrades to quickly hide behind it. The arrows were expected to break, but they simply bounced off the energy cloud. There were so many arrows that the main character began to doubt the effectiveness of the shield. One of the arrows flew up to the player's face and was at his eye level, which made him very scared. The hero wanted to maneuver back, but one of the arrows stuck in his leg. After Chan's defeat, the flow of arrows stopped. Dwayne and Kara approached their comrade and tried to help him. When Lee Jong-hyun came to his senses, the girl worriedly asked him how he was feeling, but he replied that everything was normal. Thanks to the skills of a strong skeleton and the mask of the Skeleton King, the main character managed to escape from the flying arrows. If Jung-hyun had not been able to react in time, the arrow would have hit him in the eye, but instead went tangentially to his forehead. After the incident, the players were amazed by the strength of Chan's body, and then decided to do something about the obstacle. Dwayne volunteered as a daredevil and used a special strength skill to break the wall with his hand. The player approached the wall and hit it with all his might with a powerful fist. His strong impact created an explosion that broke the wall into several small pieces, creating a solid hole. The hole was large, so the players decided to enter it to try to find a way out of the maze. Despite his fear, Dwayne suggested getting to the end of the corridor, but Hyun stopped him. The main character threw his bone onto the floor to call on his faithful comrade for a safe journey. The bone began to smoke and a skeleton soldier appeared from it, which surprised Dwayne very much, because he had not seen this skill from Hyun before. The guy turned to Chan and asked what he had been doing during his absence that he had acquired such a strong skill. Chong Hyun told his comrades that they needed to follow the skeleton to avoid any attacks. The players had no choice, and everyone went after the skeleton soldier. The players walked for more than an hour, but the end of the corridor was still not visible. At some point, Chan noticed that the door through which they entered the location was missing. Fog rose throughout the corridor of the labyrinth, and energy flows appeared, which greatly confused everyone present. Dwayne, Kara, and Chong Li stopped to realize what was happening and make the right decision for further passage. The skeleton soldier fell into small pieces, and Chan realized that something terrible and dangerous was approaching. The players were startled and saw a huge gray ball rolling towards them at high speed. Fearing a terrible fate, Lee Jong-hyun ordered his comrades to jump and run back. While running, the main character asked the girl to release streams of fire in the opposite direction. When the fireballs made contact with the surface of the ball, a powerful explosion was created, but there was no effect. The girl ran further, but Dwayne decided to use his skill, releasing streams of energy. Surprisingly, from the energy received by the player, the ball stopped and became absolutely smooth, and this pleased the players. The players could not believe their eyes that subtle streams of energy were capable of stopping such a colossus. The main character took advantage of the moment and took a bone from the destroyed skeleton soldier. But everything was not so simple, because at some point the ball became fiery, and streams of white energy were spinning around it. Dwayne and Chan concluded that the ball was absorbing all their attacks, and they continued to run. The fireball, which destroyed everything in its path, was as close as possible to the players. Lee Jong-hyun noticed that the ball began to roll even faster, and he began to think about a way out of this situation. Looking at the surrounding players, the hero noticed that everyone's stamina was running out before his eyes, and Kara was completely at the limit. Having reached almost the end of the corridor, Dwayne shouted to his comrade that a dead end awaited them at the end. It didn't look like that wall would be able to hold the ball, because even the players' attacks had no effect on it. While the ball was far away, the hero suggested that his comrade break through the wall in order to somehow hide from danger. Hyun asked Dwayne to use his strength skill again and punch a small hole in the wall. Thanks to Dwayne's strong blow, a shallow hole was formed in the wall, preventing the players from sheltering from danger. Dwayne and Chong Li turned and saw that the ball was near Kara, who was about to give up. Jung Hyun decided that it was his turn and created a limit gate to hit the wall. Hyun's powerful blow made the hole in the wall deeper, but this did not allow the players to take cover. Chong Li looked at Kara and realized that he did not have time to save her from the flying fireball. The main character asked Dwayne to step aside so that he could hit the wall again using the limit gate. Dwayne created his best active skill and pushed his comrade away. throwing himself against a solid wall. The girl ran with all her might, but gradually began to give up, and therefore called her comrades for help. When the ball was about to hit Kara, Junhyun's red hand grabbed her hand and pulled it to the side with all her strength. The players managed to take cover in a hole in the side wall, and the fireball flew past them straight down the corridor. Kara was completely shocked by what happened, and Chan concluded that death could easily have reached them. The players looked after the fireball and hoped that it would not go in their direction again. The players decided to move on, but did so slowly to catch their breath and regain strength. When a black space appeared in front of them, the girl assumed that something might roll or attack them again. Through the sparse clouds of fog, the heroes saw a human silhouette that was in front of them. Something scary looked at the players, and the system notified that it was Derek, who was unable to run and had low levels. Dwayne noticed that the unexpected guest was missing clothes, and the blackness of his body did not resemble the color of his skin. Kara and Lee Jong-hyun tried to get Derek to talk, but he just stood there silently and looked at the group. Jung-hyun explained to his comrades that since he sees Derek's personal information, it means he is a person, but quite possibly an unusual one. Jong had never seen such players before, and the feeling was similar to when he met the Zalekio monster. When Derek moved, the main character created an active skill and took out a bone blade from his hand. The monster jumped up and hung on the ceiling, waiting for the upcoming battle with the players. Suddenly, the monster Derek moved and ran towards the standing players, which frightened them very much. The girl created 3 fireballs and concluded that the monster did not care about their advantage in numbers. Kara launched streams of fiery energy towards the attacker, but he skillfully dodged them. Derek continued to attack the players and was as close as possible to the girl's outstretched arm. Dwayne decided to save the situation and launched an energy wind towards Derek and Kara that came from his mouth. The wind swirled and threw the attacking monster into the wall, creating a powerful bang. From the blow he received, Derek fell to the floor, but almost immediately swung back to the ceiling and hung there. Watching what was happening, Jong-hyun concluded that this was a man, since he had red blood from his wounds. The main character wanted to quickly deal with the monster and asked Dwayne to lend his shoulder to him. The guy complied with his friend's request, and he, using his shoulder as a support, swung to the ceiling. Lee Jong-hyun hung from the ceiling and created a skill that allowed him to move like a bat. When Derek saw the player in the same position as him, he was extremely surprised by this. The hero opened the first gate again, and now he heard even the smallest rustles, thanks to his heightened hearing. The monster ran to attack, and Hyun grabbed the bone blade to deflect it. Derek had an active skill that allows him to shoot bullets from his mouth like a machine gun. Seeing the flying bullet, Chan created an energy cloud that protected it from being penetrated. The main character compared this attack to an arrow trap, and realized that it was too weak. Lee Jong-hyun swung his bone blade and, striking the monster, cut off part of his arm. Monster Derek continued the attack, despite the wound he received and the blood flowing. The girl from the ground helped her friend defeat the monster, and release streams of fiery energy at him. Suddenly, Derek's lower torso fell in front of the players, and was completely engulfed in flames. Despite the loss of half of its body, the monster continued to fight the dangerous player. Chan was most surprised that Derek could even move. The monster, engulfed in fire, attempted to grab the player but was not entirely successful. The protagonist created an electrical charge and struck the rest of the attacker's body. From the blow he received, the monster shook and he began to scream loudly throughout the entire location. It was difficult for Lee Jong-hyun to master the first gate, electric shock and bone blade at the same time, but he tried his best. The hero threw the remains of the monster from the ceiling with one blow and, in addition, fired an electric beam at it. Derek fell to the floor and a bright blue soul appeared above his body, marking the end of his life. Chan absorbed his soul and told his comrades that he would divide it among all the players. After the experience, the players decided to move on, but they were very scared. Even though Derek had human form, he felt no pain and could not speak. Chan concluded that the monster went crazy due to eternal walking through the labyrinth, but this still remains a mystery. Lee Jong-hyun's body and abilities have been upgraded so much that he is now able to create limit gates without any consequences for the body. The hero was sure that he would not lose a single fight on this floor, except for the Minotaur or some other boss. The fog in the location gradually cleared, but the players noticed that a large electrical cloud had appeared on the ceiling. The girl told those present that she had a bad feeling about this. A cloud descended from the ceiling and sparkled with bright lightning, which created difficulties for the players to continue through. Lee Jong-hyun asked his comrades to step aside and threw a bone on the floor to summon a skeleton soldier. To begin with, the hero decided to experiment with the skeleton so as not to harm his comrades. At Chan's command, the skeleton went inside the cloud to understand the essence of what was happening. Kara concluded that it was not safe to go through the cloud, and Dwayne suggested that they find another way. The skeleton summoned by Chan was destroyed, because the cloud created too high a load for it. Jong Hyun decided to inspect the cloud on his own and was confident that he could cope with lightning, since electricity is one of his skills. The girl asked the player not to do something stupid, as she had a bad feeling. Chong-li patted the girl on the head in a friendly manner and told her not to worry about him again. Hyun was confident that he would be able to avoid everything he encountered behind and inside this cloud. The player went to the cloud, and Dwayne and Kara began to silently wait for his return. When Chan was out of sight, Kara asked Dwayne about the player's chances of survival, but the guy said that Chan would never succumb to death. Lee Jong-hyun had an advantage over the danger as he had high skills in strong skeleton and electricity control. When the hero entered the cloud, multiple electrical charges appeared around him. The player crouched down and waited for the moment to begin to control this phenomenon. Lightning struck Jong-hyun from all sides, causing him to fall to the ground. The player screamed throughout the entire location from the pain he received, but he continued to fight. Gradually, Lee Chong's body began to get used to the electric shocks, and he was confident that he would be able to withstand this test. The edge of the electric cloud was very close, and Chan was moving straight towards it, without giving up. When Hyung came out of the cloud, he realized that electricity was running boldly through all of his limbs, and it came out even better than he expected. In front of him, the player saw a lonely door, and there was no one else around it. Chong-li walked through this door and found himself in a dark location that confused him very much. Judging by the human silhouettes ahead, the main character realized that he was not alone in the room. Using his owl vision, Hyun illuminated the room and counted about 20 monsters that were similar to the murdered Derek. In the center of the location stood a young couple who were the first to notice the appearance of an uninvited guest. The man, whose name was Clint, shouted to all his comrades that the guest smelled like Derek. Realizing what had happened, the monsters made a noise and crawled in different directions, saying that the player had killed their comrade. In front of Lee Jong-hyun, only that pair of black people remained, and he tried to enter into a dialogue with them. The man suggested that the girl kill this guy, but she quickly calmed his anger. The lady explained to Lee Chong that he was the first person who managed to reach this place and maintain a human appearance. Girlfriend Glenn told Young Hyun that he would die here anyway. The main character concluded that the monsters have this body color due to the effects of cloud lightning, through which they clearly passed. The player decided to take advantage of the situation and asked the girl if he could meet the Minotaur if he chose this path. The man and girl began to laugh loudly, and their voices echoed throughout the corridor. Laughing, Glenn told Chan that this was the way he would come to the Minotaur's room, but it was not a fact that he was now in his place. Chong-li decided to dare and asked the girl another risky question, whether they were people or not. The girl stated that they are unusual people who are many times superior to ordinary people in strength, speed, skills, and other abilities. The girl said that they love to taste new players, and called their company lucky, since the prey itself came to their feet. Young Hyun joked that this was not a food delivery, but a funeral service delivery. The girl was the head of the monsters and, angry, ordered her subordinates to take revenge on Chan for the death of Derek. The main character realized that a fight awaited him and used the first limit gate. The player was surrounded on all sides by black monsters, but he was not at all afraid of their attack. Beyond the first gate, Lee Jong-hyun used electrical energy and struck the first attacker. He slammed his hand into the monster's mouth, causing it to bleed and blow out its right eye. The hero threw the wounded monster aside and it left a trail of blood behind it. Lee Jong-hyun did not notice how one of the black monsters sneaked up on him from the side. He was focused only on those who attacked him from the front and from above. When it became clear to the hero that he would not be able to repel the attack, he crossed his arms in front of him and increased the power of the electric charge. The main character screamed throughout the entire location and released many streams of electrical energy. The electric beams struck nearby attackers and threw them far to the side. Expecting a further attack, Young Hyun continued to stand surrounded by electrical energy. The player was surprised that none of the monsters could be killed by such a powerful charge. Chan concluded that the black skin of monsters acts as an insulator, and therefore decided to engage in close combat. The main character took out a bone blade from his hand and prepared for the attack of the side monsters. When one of the monsters attacked him, he immediately kicked him, electrocuting him. Jong Hyun knocked the other monster to the floor and hit it with all his might with a bone blade. Thanks to his powerful blow, the player managed to cut off the hand of one of the attackers with a blade. The monsters turned out to be tougher than Chan thought, as they survived his most powerful attacks. One of the mutants approached the player, but was immediately hit in the face and rolled back. The girl shouted to her monsters to quickly kill the uninvited guest. So far, Lee Jong-hyun has only managed to kill one monster, but he did not give up until the last moment. One of the monsters crept up behind the hero and struck Chon-li in the back with all his might. If the main character did not have defensive passive skills, then this blow could break his back. Hyun struck one monster in the face, but when he hit it in the mouth, he created a powerful electric field there. Because of the high charge, the monster's head began to glow, and it did not know what to do in such a situation. The electric current tore the mutant's head into many small pieces that flew in all directions. Lee Jong-hyun did not notice how one of the attackers sneaked up behind him to deliver a fatal blow. The player managed to maneuver and dealt a strong blow to the head of the man standing behind him. From the blow he received, the monster began to bleed, and he instantly fell to the floor. A bright blue soul appeared above the body of the headless monster, but Chong Li did not pay any attention to it. At a certain moment, Chan's skill informed him that a danger had been detected from the outside. The monster hit the player, knocking him off his feet and onto the floor. Without waiting for death, the main character decided to use the second gate, but this was the most dangerous. Using the gate and electrical energy, the player dealt a fatal blow to the monsters. The hero grabbed the mutant by the neck and launched powerful streams of electric charge into it. The monster's body glowed with bright energy, and he was completely immobilized by this. Despite the blood flying out, the monster whispered to the others that the man was a strong enough player. There were 4 corpses of black monsters near Chong-hyun, but he was in no hurry to collect souls from them. Swinging a bone blade in different directions, the main character created a protective field around himself. Girl Glenn shouted to her subordinates to quickly retreat back. The monsters obeyed the leader of their team and hurried back to stop the attacking actions. Chan was quite surprised that just from one scream the crowd of monsters turned back. The girl invited Jun-hyun to become a member of her team in order to become much stronger. The main character refused her offer, since he does not like to eat human flesh and climb walls on all 4s. The hero wanted to run back to the lightning tree, but did not want to endanger his comrades. Glenn informed the player that he had just made his own conscious choice, as a result of which he would become the dinner of all monsters. The girl told her wards not to kill the player, but to bring him alive, to which the mutants ran to attack Chan, and the girl herself flung herself at the ceiling. Thanks to the special frenzy skill, a powerful cloud of black energy appeared around the player. When the monster's attacking hand was very close, Chan decided to act as ruthlessly as possible. The main character grabbed the black monster's hand and broke it without much effort. The player's body did not obey due to the active skill, but he tried to fully tense his body. One of the mutants, Lee Jong-hyun, had his face torn off, and he fell dead to the floor. The hero let the remnants of the previous one's face into the next attacker, but did not hit him. Lee Chong managed to deliver a powerful blow to the monster's head, causing it to lose an eye and a large amount of blood. While the hero was dealing with the attacker, he received a strong blow from the side with a black leg. Chan was not taken aback and grabbed the monster's leg in order to tear it off as quickly as possible. Thanks to the skill of insanity, the main character almost did not feel the pain from the blows and wounds he received. In addition to the absence of pain, the fear of danger disappeared from Lee Jong-hyun's body. The main character was motivated only by the thirst for blood and murder, and he scattered the bodies of monsters in different directions. Grabbing one of the attackers, Jong threw his body into the other 2, knocking them down. The girl Glenn created a special skill and used it to strike Chan in the back, causing him to fall to the ground. Jong-hyun noticed a black leg flying towards his face, but unfortunately he did not have time to react. Jong-hyun was thrown up, and a powerful stream of hot blood sprayed from his mouth. Lee Jong-hyun was amazed by the girl's high speed and special active skill. Thanks to the frenzy skill, the main character watched all movements in slow motion, so he could grab all the monsters right on the fly. Lee Jong-hyun grabbed the girl's hand, and she looked into his eyes with fear. Now the player was completely confident that he would never lose in this difficult battle. Lee Jong-hyun broke the girl's arm in 2 with just a slight movement, bleeding out of it. Glenn screamed throughout the entire location, throwing out various insults towards Chan. The girl struck Hyun in the face with a retaliatory blow, and from such power he almost fell off his feet. Lee Chong tore the black girl's arm completely off and swung it around, threatening Glenn. As Glenn screamed various insults, Chan grabbed her face and squeezed her tightly. The main character easily lifted the girl by the face, and she could not do anything. Lee Jong-hyun hit the armless Glenn with all his might, bringing her close to death. Chan smiled at the monster's injuries, but he also understood that this was the effect of the insanity skill. The maddened Lee Jong-hyuk killed everyone who was in his way, releasing their souls. The main character turned around and counted that there were about 9 monsters left, and they were quite easy to deal with. The player shouted to the attackers that because of the leader's death, they had lost their courage and determination, and this made them angry. The monsters approached Jong-hyuk with caution, but he acted quickly, throwing them in different directions. The main character, with a smile on his face, tore off the heads and limbs of everyone who tried to harm him. Near Jong-hyuk, more and more bodies of killed monsters appeared, above which hung a bright, deadly soul. When the player finally finished waving his arms, he realized that all the monsters had been destroyed. Chong-li realized that with so many new souls, further progress would be smooth and fast. The main player's madness should end soon, but for now his body continued to move on its own. The hero turned to the door and his body quickly ran back to where the electric cloud once was, where Dwayne and Kara stood. Chan needed to quickly take some action so that his body did not kill both comrades. The hero continued to run towards the cloud and did not know how to stop his own body from going crazy. Suddenly, Lee Jong-hyun tripped and fell to his knee, and at that moment the effect of the madness skill came to an end. Chan knew that madness was a powerful skill that came at the cost of great risk. The main character counted more than 25 killed monsters, which previously could have killed him if they had attacked in a coordinated manner. For just one room, Chan would receive 370 souls, and he wanted to share this loot with Dwayne and Kara. The main character decided to check what was behind the opposite door. Entering it, he saw the starting location. Everything in this room was exactly as it was at the very beginning of the game, including the corridor hidden behind the wall. After the corridor, the same white room awaited the hero, in the center of which there was a system remote control and a huge red crystal. The player walked to the console and the system notified him that he had entered the awakening room. As it turns out, this process of personality change was necessary for Jung Hyuk to become an inhabitant of the labyrinth. By converting all acquired skills and accumulated souls, players can learn the Maze Man skill. Before reaching the third level of this skill, players lose the ability to walk on two legs and the ability to speak. Glenn at level 5 could speak freely, and her speed and strength increased several times, unlike Clint at level 4. Jung Hyuk realized that those monsters could not find a way out, but somehow managed to meet with the Minotaur, who was somewhere nearby. The monsters hunted passing people to achieve a higher skill, but the arrival of Jung Hyuk ruined everything. The hero concluded that the monsters managed to achieve the human labyrinth skill, because they gained resistance to lightning. The system gave Chong insulating paint, which, when sprayed on the body, does not transmit electrical energy. Huck realized that thanks to this paint, Dwayne and Kara would be able to pass through the electrical cloud. The main character had enough souls to save his comrades right now. At the very beginning of Log, the hero only wanted to survive, but now he has another goal. Jung Hyuk still wants to survive, but now he also wants to save the lives of Kara and Dwayne. The main character went to the electric cloud, and having passed through it, he saw something terrible. Throughout the location there were numerous drops of blood, destruction of the floor and walls, and this scared Chan. The main character did not understand what happened to his comrades, and he did not know what to do next. Out of resentment and anger, Yunhyun hit the floor with all his might, creating a loud crash. The angry player promised himself to kill the one who did something terrible to his comrades. Junhyun fell to his knees and tried to bring himself to his senses by creating the passive skill of a calm mind. Not a single body of the players was visible around, so Chan needed to find at least some traces of the incident. Junhyun saw marks from Dwayne's roar skill and the burnt floor from Kara's skill. Judging by the direction of the attack, the players went into the cloud cover. The player entered the electric cloud, but there was no one inside and the trail was completely broken. Lee Jong-hyun believed in the success of his comrades, so he could only hope for a late meeting with them. The main character went to the awakening room to change his physical characteristics to fight the Minotaur. For Chan, this task may be impossible since Dwayne and Kara are missing, who could help in any situation. The hero spent almost all of his souls to improve his skills to the 20th and 30th level, as a result of which he received the pain relief skill. When Lee Jong-hyun finished preparing for the upcoming battle, he collected his thoughts and set out. The player entered the door opposite the crystal and walked along a long corridor, at the end of which there was a bright light. Entering the next location, Lee Chong saw the terrible faces of 3 men who looked at him in bewilderment. In addition to the 3 men, there was a company of 4 people in the location, including even a woman. What scared Jong-hyun was not that he met people, but that the players were able to kill the Minotaur and put him on the ground. Chan realized that the goal of killing the owner of the maze had not yet been completed, since the system had not yet notified the players about it. The main character did not understand what was happening in this location, and whether the Minotaur was really dead. One of the men, whose name was Jeremy Stone, approached Chan and told him that he smelled of blood and death, that he was even turning his guts out. The man said that even the smell of a dead Minotaur could not compare with the smell of Chan, and considered him a real psycho. During Stone's words, Chan Li noticed that this one has a melee weapon, so he approaches Chan without fear. 2 men approached their friend and told him that everyone in this location had an unpleasant odor, but he continued to stand his ground. The men discussed Jong-hyun's characteristics, and were surprised that he had skills of levels 20 and 30. One of the men invited Junhyun to join their team, as he considered him a very strong player. The second man protested, and said that his team was already barely restraining themselves from tearing each other's throats out. Conrad added that it would be stupid to take another knife into their team, but Stone asked him not to be offended by the previous incident. Stone turned to Conrad and told him that he was a complete coward with whom no one wanted to work on the same team, but he insulted him even more. Forgetting about Jong-hyun, The two men stood in a fighting pose, from which it was clear that a fight was inevitable. Another man came to the center of the conversation and moved Conrad and Stone away from each other, asking him to calm down in front of the guests. Having calmed down, Jeremy told Conrad that he shouldn't be scared of this monkey who had just gotten into the conversation. The man who had previously invited Jung to join his team shouted at the players to calm down and keep quiet. The player turned to Stone and asked him to watch his language, so that the entire team would not become his enemies, and he quietly agreed. The girl Morgana watched everything that was happening, after which she said that her comrades were worthless people. Lee Jong-hyun said that he liked the circus, but he was against joining their rowdy team. Jeremy told everyone present to look at Jung-hyun, who was trying to be a tough player, and advised him not to go too far. The man hinted to the hero that he might lose his head for such words, and Chan considered these words as a challenge. Jong-hyun told his interlocutor that he was just ready to let off steam, but he was sure that Chan would not be able to kill him. The main character told Stone that he must be a weak person, since people who are constantly ready to wag their tongues have very little strength and energy. All the players present were surprised that Jeremy, with particular impudence, tried to shut Jun-hyun's mouth. Chan understood that these people did not care if both died in the battle. Perhaps they hoped for just that. Stone picked up a melee weapon and swung at Jun-hyun with various insults. All the logic in Chan's head came together, and he began to expect a further attack. The man swung one of the knives at the player, but the player managed to dodge. After this, Jeremy became angry, tensed his whole body, and prepared to hit as hard as possible. The man created an energy skill and launched it towards Jun-hyun, knocking him down. The main character realized that his opponent was quite fast, and even faster than previously thought. When Stone swung his armed hand at Jun-hyun again, he stopped her by grabbing his wrist. The hero struck back at the attacker and hit him with particular force in the area of his nose. The man screamed throughout the entire location, and brown blood poured from his broken nose. Stone gradually came to his senses and created a special skill for controlling knives, which was colored purple. Lee Jong-hyun understood that he should not delay waiting for a further attack, and instantly created streams of electrical energy around himself. The man surrounded by swords suddenly received an electric shock to his shoulder, causing significant damage. Jun-hyun removed his hand from Stone's body, but the rays of electric current still remained on his opponent. The hero began to expect what electricity would do to Stone, and saw that part of his face had been brutally torn off. The faceless man fell to the floor and began to await his imminent death. When a bright soul appeared above Jeremy Stone's body, Chan immediately absorbed it into himself. After the death of their unloved comrade, the remaining players still decided to take revenge on Jong-hyun. A vote arose among the group of people regarding further actions in relation to Chan. Jong-hyun said that he is ready for an attack, even if it is done by one crowd. The player from that team said that he did not want to risk himself because of pathetic Jeremy, because Chan would definitely win this fight. According to the voting results, there was a draw, since 2 people were for the fight, and 2 were against it. While the players were solving troubling issues, the Minotaur was reborn behind them, but in a different form. None of the players paid attention to the awakened creature, except for the main character. This creature crawled out of the dead carcass of the Minotaur, and Jun-hyun had never seen anything like it in all his awakenings. The system notified those present that this was a burning person who was completely engulfed in level 1 flames. Hyun realized that this creature creates a strong vibration and a frightening atmosphere, and one only needs to look to realize that this is the owner of the maze. The rest of the players did not understand the full essence of what was happening. They thought that it was just an ordinary monster. The burning man looked at the crowd of players, and a bright flame of fire flashed on his head. The monster ran with unusual speed into a crowd of people who had little chance of escape. A red burning hand grabbed one of the men by the face and pulled him towards him. When the monster took the player, the rest of the team simply watched silently and made no attempt. The player desperately asked his comrades for help, but it was too late, as his head was covered in a bright flame of fire. One of the comrades of this unfortunate player nevertheless ran out of the crowd and gave the monster a sidekick, releasing some blood from him. But the monster was not so simple. He instantly grabbed the attacking man by the head and lifted him up. As a result of the fight, both men were suspended in the air and their heads were burning with a bright flame of fire. The monster released the players, and they fell dead to the floor, continuing to burn, while the other players watched in silence. Conrad decided to attack the monster alone, and attacked him with an explosive-level club. The man struck the monster's side, causing a loud explosion, but nothing happened to the monster. After an unsuccessful attack, the burning man released a flame of fire into the attacker's back. The man instantly burst into flames, and deep bleeding wounds appeared on his back. The man fell to the floor, and next to him lay the corpses of his comrades and the monster's severed arm. With one easy movement, the monster regenerated his right arm and healed his wounds. The monster's abilities and regeneration skills surprised Jong-hyun, and he realized that the fight would not be very easy. The monster looked at the crowd of players and noticed his former offenders. Hyun deduced that the monster had begun killing those who had originally killed the Minotaur, which meant that Jung would be the ultimate victim. The main character asked the gang leader if he had a healing potion, but he said that there was no way to help those guys. Chan promised the players that he would help them deal with the monster, but for this, he needs all the heals that are available. Jung Hyun was sure that the Burning Man came for the one who killed the Minotaur, because he never even looked at Jung. The players did not understand what to do, but one of the men said that they should not listen to a stupid player whose help would not help them. Jung Hyun said that he would not move from this place until the Burning Man killed all the players. But one of the men volunteered as a hero and decided that he would kill him himself. Chong Li advised the daredevil not to rush, since a couple of rash actions could lead to death, but he asked not to worry about him. The man, whose name was Wesley Freeman, created a special skill of increased fire resistance and ran to attack the monster. Wesley was sure that his blow would help deal with the enemy, but it seemed to Chong Hyun that this daredevil was already a corpse. Freeman hit the monster's head with his powerful hand, causing a fiery flash to be created. The man was confident in his abilities, since his fist was more powerful than any stone, and besides, it resisted fire. Jun Hyun had his own decision about fighting the monster, but he decided to see what Wesley would do. When the monster's head caught fire, the man was unable to take his hand back, and it became covered in burns. When he managed to pull his arm back, Wesley saw that his arm was missing up to the elbow, and the remains were burning with fire. The man was in a panic, and the monster decided to take advantage of this moment to deliver a fatal blow. The player regretted that he went alone to attack the monster, because now inevitable death awaits him. The monster came close to the player and connected both burning hands on his head to finish him off once and for all. The man caught fire and fell to the ground dead, expecting his imminent death. Chan advised the players to resolve the issue with heals as soon as possible, because they do not have much time to think about it. The leader of the company asked the girl Morgana to give Chan her heal, but she was against it. Around the monster were 4 corpses of players, above which hung bright blue souls. Seeing the dangerous picture, the girl handed the player a flask with a healing potion, and the leader handed over a syringe filled with healing potion. Lee Jong-hyun accepted the healing from the players and was ready to attack with the burning monster. The gang leader promised Jung-hyun that he would kill him if the attack failed, but Jung hinted that in that case everyone would die. The main character asked all players to stay behind him and not interfere on the battlefield. Chan noticed that the monster did not pay any attention to him, even if he was a couple of meters away from him. Chan found out that the Burning Man was only interested in Scar and Morgana, and he decided to take advantage of this. Chan wanted to use the 4th gate of the limit, but it was too dangerous for him, since he had not even experienced the 3rd level. The protagonist tensed his body and opened the 3rd gate, causing black and bloody energy to appear around him. This skill created an almost murderous effect for the owner, and Chan realized that it was too early to open the 4th gate. In addition to the powerful skill, the protagonist created a bone blade coming out of his palm to increase his chances of a successful attack. The monster noticed Jun-hyun and walked towards him to attack. The main character told the players not to move even if the monster attacks them. Scar and Morgana did not want to trust Chan because they were afraid of death at the hands of the monster. When the burning hand came near the gang leader, he immediately called Jung-hyun for help. Lee Jong-hyun told Scar to freeze for a moment while he waved over the monster's body. The player created an electrical energy boost on the bone blade in order to hit the monster as powerfully as possible. Lee Chong rushed on top of the monster and hit him in the torso with his blade, causing him to fall to the ground. Hyun cut the monster's body into 2 parts, and the gang leader was shocked that Chan managed to neutralize his opponent so quickly. Lee Jong-hyun drank the healing drink given by the players and closed the 3rd gate of the special skill. Looking at the burning corpse of the monster, Chan realized that the goal and mission of the test had not yet been completed, since the system had not notified them about it. Hyun realized that his earlier guess was wrong, as the owner of the maze was still alive. It finally dawned on Scar and Morgana that the test was not over, and they became noticeably nervous. The burnt ashes of the monster flew up and then struck Morgana with a sharp blow to the center of her torso. The system notified players that a burnt man had appeared, his body covered in level 1 smoke. Dead Morgana fell at the feet of the burned man, and Scar and Chan panicked after what they saw. Lee Jong-hyun opened the 2nd gate without hesitation, and his body was covered in sweat and bloody energy. When the burnt man wanted to attack the main character, he managed to make a maneuver and dodge to the side. Jong-hyun thanked himself for using the health heal immediately after killing the burning man. Scar did not engage in a fight with the burned man, but simply approached the murdered Morgana and began to mourn her corpse. The man absorbed the girl's soul and promised her that he would soon join her. Seeing the pitiful scene, the monster struck close to Morgana and threw her body high into the air. On the advice of Lee Jong-hyun, Scar managed to dodge the resulting attack thanks to his skill. The smoke monster tried to catch the player, but he decided that he would not give up so easily, and therefore swung at the wall. The distraught Scar told the monster that he was ready to fight to the last drop of sweat and blood. The player used the level 20 active cat dance skill, which allows the use of cat claws as an attack. Lee Jong-hyun watched from the side and noticed that Scar's attacks were gradually dispelling the monster's smoke. The main character periodically told his companion about possible danger from the outside, and he listened to his words. Scar made a mistake, and 2 smoke hands of a burnt man appeared in front of his face. The monster threw the player high into the air, and it seemed to Chan that death awaited him. While flying, the man was able to react quickly, and so he landed straight on his feet. Pushing off from the wall, Scar flew towards the monster in order to finish it off as quickly as possible. Jung-hyun noticed that the burnt man's attack speed had slowed down significantly, which meant that the end was near. Jung decided to finish off the annoying cloud of smoke before he returned to his previous form, so he used the haste skill. In addition to haste, Chan used the deformation skill and modified his bone blade. Lee Jong-hyun delivered a powerful blow to the smoke torso of the burnt man, and hoped that this would somehow help deal with him. At the same moment, Scar struck the opposite side of the monster, but nothing happened. The burned monster began to disappear, and as a result, the players saw each other. Chan noticed that all the smoke had cleared, but there was still no system notification about the completion of the game. A thick cloud of black smoke appeared again between Lee Jong-hyun and Scar. The man ran to the attack and shouted to Chan that the test was not over yet, but Hyun understood this perfectly well, even without him. The man thoughtlessly attacked the burned monster with his strong skill, but it seemed that it was in vain. Lee Jong-hyun shouted to his comrade to stop doing rash acts and stop in the current attack. Scar did not listen to Jung-hyun, and additionally created cat claws to fight the monster. When the player struck the smoke cloud, he realized that he could not feel the right hand with which he had just tried to attack his opponent. The burnt man folded the player in several layers, and he screamed from the pain he received. Scar lay on the floor and could not move but was still alive. The burnt man surrounded the player with his black energy and tore him into several pieces, releasing a sufficient amount of blood. A bright blue soul appeared above Scar's body, marking the end of his life's journey. After what he saw, Jong-hyun realized that he was left alone with this dangerous creature. The burned man seeped into the body of the slain Scar and raised him to his feet. Jun-hyun had no other choice, so he grabbed the bone blade, opened the third gate, and waited for a further attack. The burned man released streams of energy from the body of the Scar towards the main character. Thanks to the active skill of the third gate, Jun-hyun managed to repel the flying streams of murderous energy. The player was almost blown backwards, so he decided to create an electric energy active skill in addition. Chan still did not understand how to kill the burned man, and he decided to try to implement the first idea that arose. Surrounded by bloody and electrical energy, Lee Jong-hyun began to wait for the approach of the burned man. The main character fired multiple lightning bolts towards the creature, but it didn't work. Taking advantage of the deformation, Lee Jong-hyun created a special blade to engage the creature in close combat. Lee Jong-hyun swung his bone blade at the monster with all his strength, but it skillfully dodged the attack. The main character was angry that the monster was fighting him with one hand, since the other was completely broken. Without hesitation, the burnt man hit Jun-hyun in the stomach, and he released a stream of blood from his mouth. From the blow he received, the main character flew into the wall and seemed to lose consciousness. When Jung-hyun came to his senses, he again created the limit gate and ran to attack the monster. Grabbing the bone blade, Chan somersaulted towards Scar's body, creating a protective field around himself. Lee Jong-hyun created an electrical energy skill to make his punch more powerful. The hero understood that the monster had an advantage, but this did not give him a guarantee of victory. Lee Jong-hyun put away the bone blade and decided to go into hand-to-hand combat, running towards Scar's body. The burned man did not give up and periodically struck Lee Jong-hyun's face. When Hyun noticed that the monster didn't care about the blows he received, he decided to absorb Scar's soul. The burnt man had no special skills, only a body with raw and terrifying strength. Thanks to his passive skills, Jong-hyun can give a powerful rebuff to his opponent. The main problem was that Chan had been in the third gate for a long time, and his body was at its limit. Lee Jong-hyun realized that he needed the madness skill vitally, but there were about 20 minutes left before it was activated. As the burned man attacked Chan, Hyung realized that he was missing his comrades Kara and Dwayne. The main character again grabbed the bone blade and ran to attack the burned man. Without thinking, Jong-hyun pierced Scar through the body and threw him aside. In addition to the bone blade, the hero used the electrical energy skill to enhance the blow. Plumes of black smoke appeared from the holes in the man's body, and the smile on his face gave way to concern. Chan concluded that after merging with Scar's body, The creature no longer had any special skills or enhancements. The player decided to go all the way and created a reinforced bone blade to force the monster to leave Scar's body. Hyun believed his assumptions and was determined to kill the owner of the labyrinth at that very moment. The hero struck the monster with a blade, but he managed to maneuver and leaned back. While Lee Chong was in shock, Scar's bloody hand came close to the player's face. The main character managed to dodge the monster's powerful fist, and he instantly threw the monster a little further than himself. After a successful defense, the main character swung at the monster and hit his shoulders with 2 bone blades. Scar's body began to smoke and hot streams of brown blood sprayed from his chest. The monster tried to resist the attack it received, but it didn't work well. And then Hyun decided to take advantage of it. Young Hyun must inflict as many injuries on the monster as possible in order to get it out of the human body. The monster crossed both Scar's arms over his chest and tried to close all the wounds he had received. Unexpectedly for the main character, the monster grabbed the blades and with a slight movement broke them into pieces. Fortunately, there was a small barrier between the opponents in the form of a meter-long gap in the floor. The monster in Scar's body was already at its limit, and Jun Hyun immediately noticed this state. The main character again grew the bone blades to the required level and decided to strike the monster again. Despite the pain he received, the monster hit the main character in the face. The hero managed to react to such a quick blow and managed to substitute his strong forehead for his face. From the blow received by the monster's powerful fist, the main character flew into the wall and pierced a small layer in it. Lee Jong-hyun fell against the wall and was in an exhausted state, but at the same time he understood that he needed to get up. Lee Jong-hyun realized that the LAG had changed noticeably, because before, monsters of such a high level were only on the 9th or 10th floors, but not on the 6th. The player was surprised that after such damage received, the burned person continued to stand on his feet. Without waiting for the monster to approach, the main character decided to stand up and take a fighting stance for the subsequent attack. However, the player's body almost did not obey, and this quite infuriated Chan. Given the strength of the previous blow, the monster's next hit will be fatal for the player. Chong felt sorry and offended to just die from the monster's foot, and he decided to fight with all his might. The player got angry and promised the monster to kill him, no matter the cost. Lee Jong-hyun hit the floor, and huge stone pieces scattered throughout the location. The floor of the location collapsed, and Lee Chong and his opponent flew down, and this was as familiar as possible for the main character. The hero opened his eyes and saw in front of him an incomprehensible location, in which there was the sun, sky, and a sea of sand. The early player did not know that there was a similar location on the 6th floor, but he was incredibly happy to be alive. Having risen to his feet, the main character saw that the monster was also in this location near him. Lee Jong-hyun got tired of fighting such a strong monster and decided to create a cloud of electrical energy. Having raised a powerful charged cloud above himself, the player realized that this was the only opponent with whom it was so difficult to fight in the entire history of the current awakening. By increasing the power of electricity, the hero was sure that his opponent would die from the resulting attack. The player had only one attempt to damage the opponent with a powerful electric ball. The main character's electrical stimulation increased, and the player's body moved to the next stage, which is called Lightning Man. The player's entire body took on a blue tint, which meant that significant changes had occurred in the character's characteristics. Lee Jong-hyun hoped and believed that he would not die in this location at the hands of the burned man. The main character created improved streams of electrical energy around himself, and his opponent took a fighting stance. The burnt man collected his thoughts and ran towards Chan to deal him a fatal blow, but a stream of energy met him on the fly. Scar's burned hand ended up close to Jun-hyun's face, causing him to pull back. Now the main character sees all the smallest movements of the fast monster that he did not notice before, and this is all thanks to the increased skill. Lee Jong-hyun threw streams of energy at the burned man, but he managed to jump high up. Having waited for the right moment, the monster attacked Jun-hyun and wanted to grab his head. Having seen all his opponent's movements in advance, Chan took a waiting stance and released charged streams. The main character and the burnt man put out their hands, the touch of which created a powerful blow. The resulting explosion created a crater around the fighting players, and sand flew several meters away from them. The monster again swung into the sky and wanted to pounce on the exhausted player. The main character gathered his remaining strength and responded by rushing at the attacking monster. Chan's blue hand ended up in Scar's body, but it is not a fact that the monster himself felt this pain. The player got angry and threw the annoying enemy behind a stone with all his might. When the monster fell to the ground, Lee Jong-hyun decided to take advantage of the moment and finish it to death. Finding himself at Scar's torso, Lee Chong swung his powerful fist and wanted to hit the monster with an electric charge. From the blow received, Scar's limbs spread out in different directions and blood sprayed from his body. After a successful strike, Lee Chong watched as his opponent's body smoked and electrical energy flew around him. John Hyun wanted to hit his opponent again, but noticed how his body was torn into several parts. In the place where Scar's body lay, there was a powerful and deep crater of sand. Lee Jong Hyun looked at the immobilized body of his opponent and realized that he had just gotten rid of the monster. But seeing the movements inside Scar's body, the hero realized that the test was not over yet. The burned monster created Scar's missing body parts and rose to his feet. The monster went towards Lee Jong Hyun to finish the job he started with him. The main character realized that he needed to start moving as soon as possible, but his body practically did not obey. Standing in front of the main character, the soul of the burned monster began to gradually disappear. When the monster's smoke completely disappeared, Scar's legs fell to the ground and began to smoke black smoke. The system notified the player that the goal of killing the owner of the labyrinth was considered achieved, and a bright pink soul appeared above the remains of Scar. Lee Jong Hyun received a gift from the owner of the labyrinth as a reward, and a smoky cloud appeared near his body. The main character raised his hand up and realized that a trail of black smoke was trailing behind it. The system notified Chan that he now has a master-level gray body, which causes part of the body to turn gray and can transform. After passing the test, the active skill of the bone blade changed to the passive skill of bone equipment. After receiving the reward, the main character can freely use the transformation skill and use it on a bone blade. The system had removed Jung Hyun's skeleton soldier skill, and he was annoyed that he would no longer have recourse to it. Hand energy appeared on top of Jun Hyun's hand, which improves the player's physical performance. Apart from the hand, all the bones of the player's skeleton are covered with the Skeleton King's armor, which should work to his advantage. Lee Chong sat on the sand and thought about the fate of Dwayne and Kara, who disappeared in the previous test. The main character believed that his comrades were alive, and raising his head to the sky, he advised them to hold on until the very end. It was difficult for Lee Jong-hyun to move, and it took him much longer to regain his strength. The player stood up and realized that if he met any monster right now, he simply would not be able to resist them. Lee Chong went to the stones to try to find at least some shelter from uninvited guests. There was a small space between the stones, and the hero decided to use it for a while to recover. Lee Jong-hyun fell asleep, and after waking up he realized that his body had completely returned to normal. Chan got up and moved on, but he didn't understand where exactly he should go. There was a desert around Jung-hyun, and it seemed to him that he had been moving through it for more than 10 hours. Chan suddenly stopped and felt uncomfortable, as it seemed to him that the ground was disappearing from under his feet. The player raised his head up and saw a huge hole in front of him, which he considered to be a sandy swamp. Chong Li concluded that for now, this is the only place through which he can leave this location, because he has already encountered something similar in the past. Often such exits turned out to be fatal, and the player simply died in them without finding any way out. Lee Jong-hyun gathered his thoughts and suddenly jumped into the sandy swamp. There was indeed a void in the center of the pit, and the player realized that this was what he needed. After flying some distance, the player noticed a flash of bright light at the end of the path. Having reached the end of the light, Lee Chong fell to the ground and found himself in another location. Turning around, the main character saw the silhouettes of people standing near him. The group of people looked very angry, and behind them lay a bloody man. The man, wounded in the stomach, was still conscious, and his girlfriend tried her best to revive him. Suddenly, a bright blue soul floated above the player's body, announcing the end of his journey. One of the players asked the girl not to waste energy mourning the player, but to focus on the current goal. Lee Jong-hyun noticed that the man was not targeting him, and then it was not at all clear what was happening in this location. A giant ghost ant appeared behind Lee Jong-hyun, whose specialty was that it was impossible to die from killing. The girl and the man decided to immediately attack the monster and fired streams of their best active skills at it. Another girl rushed forward and shouted to her comrades that she would go first in this attack. The girl jumped to the ceiling and was ready to pounce on the smoking body of the spider ant. While flying, the girl created a bone blade from her brush, which was similar to Chong Hyun's original blade. With all her might, the girl delivered a powerful blow to the player's torso, but nothing happened. Lee Jong-hyun silently watched what was happening from the side, and eventually concluded that the monster had a fairly strong body that was not easy to hit. One after another, the players shouted that the monster was burrowing into the sand again, and they needed to be focused again. The players were focused on the sand, and did not notice how a spider flew out of the sand behind them and cut the player into pieces. A sand crater appeared near the body of the killed player. An even greater panic appeared around the people. When the players shouted that everything was almost ready, Chan realized that they had a special plan of action. But something did not go according to plan when one of the men noticed an underground approach in his direction. The spider's body appeared out of the sand, but it was enough to kill a player standing nearby. The girl and her companion watched what was happening, and wild horror was visible on their faces. The main character realized that not everyone will be able to get out of this location, since the enemy has a strong advantage. The spider crossed 2 claws in front of itself and cut the man into several small pieces. The girl who attacked the spider did not understand the seriousness of his intentions. She struck his torso with a bone blade and began to wait for some result. From the heroine's blow, only the smallest cracks appeared on the player's body, and this frightened the girl. As the girl looked desperately at the wound she had inflicted, the other players shouted at her to look forward. The heroine saw a huge stone cliff in front of her, but fortunately the spider's body shook and stopped. It turned out that one of the companions decided to save his friend by powerfully hitting the monster in the side. Chan asked a group of people what the essence of the plan was, but they told him that they just wanted to break through the spider's skin and let magic in. The main character told his interlocutors that he was joining their team in order to quickly deal with this huge monster. The spider slowly approached Jong Hyun, but he did not shy away from the approaching threat. Players who observed what was happening concluded that the player was already dead. Fortunately, Chong Li managed to swing at the boulder and hovered on it for a while. The hero acted according to his plan and created the man-bat skill, as well as the bone blade skill. When the huge monster was close to the rock, Li Chong rushed into an active attack on it. Along the way, the player warped his bone blade into something more powerful and stronger. With all his might, Lee Jong-hyun struck the body of the spider ant, and a stream of green blood sprayed out of its body. After being wounded, the monster decided to return to the sand again to avoid the next attack. One of the men decided to stop the spider from burrowing and grabbed it by the back claw. Despite all this, the spider ant still tried to burrow deep into the sand. Chan examined the crack on the monster's back and concluded that it was too narrow and needed to be pierced. The player swung his bone blade, but the wound did not respond to his powerful blows. The monster raised its clamped paw up and pierced the attacking man right through. An elderly man who was creating magical abilities was suddenly kicked by a monster. The man flew into the nearest rock, and his fall destroyed it into small pieces. The player was unconscious, and near him Jun-hyun bravely fought with a dangerous monster. The main character was unable to enlarge the spider's wound, as it wriggled in different directions. Chan looked at the wound and noticed that it was healing noticeably quickly, which meant that the spider had a fairly high ability to regenerate. Lee Jong-hyun should not have allowed the monster to completely bury itself in the sand and regain its strength. The man decided to take advantage of the moment and opened the third gate of the limit, and as an addition, created streams of electrical energy. The brave girl decided to help Chong-hyun and also threw herself on the back of the spider ant. The girl, with a special flourish, struck the monster with a bone blade on the former wound that had once been inflicted by Jung-hyun. The heroine asked her companion to create a magic skill until the wound was completely healed. One of the girls heard her friend and created streams of fiery energy in her hands. These fiery streams had such a skill that when they flew, they transformed into a fiery serpent dragon. The main character was surprised that the girl managed to stick a weak bone blade into this tight wound. From the blow received, the monster's body began to smoke and was instantly engulfed in bright flames. A huge stream of bright green blood suddenly sprayed out from the spider ant's mouth. Lee Chong-hyun understood that not everything was over yet as the monster began active movements. With one light kick, the spider threw Kylie's girl off of itself and hit her touchingly on the back. Despite the serious attacks of the dangerous monster, the girl approached Kylie and began to bring her to her senses. When the heroine noticed a fire spider near her, it was already too late for any action. The main character decided to take advantage of the moment and crept up on the monster from behind, creating a limit gate. Having made some maneuver, the main character found himself on the monster's body and grabbed Kylie's bone blade, which was sticking out of the monster's wound. The player fully tensed his body and opened the third gate of the limit, creating streams of electrical energy. When Lee Jong-hyun struck the monster's torso, all its limbs flew to the side, and the entire location was splattered with drops of green blood. There was practically nothing left of the creature's body, and Chan was proud of his action. In order not to waste his stamina once again, the hero immediately after the blow closed the third gate of the limit. Lee Jong-hyun returned to the people and inquired about the condition of the wounded Kylie. The girl asked Chong-hyun for forgiveness, and at the same moment the player was enveloped in layers of sand, and he realized that this was a betrayal. One by one, the players apologized to Jung-hyun, explaining to him that this was their strategy for survival. The player's strategy was to kill the strongest player in the party at the end of the challenge. The wounded girl quickly rose to her feet and told Hyun that this was their only way to become strong. The girl released the bone blade from her hand and showed Chan that the weaklings of this game are doomed to death. The girls added that since the hero helped them kill the monster, they would give him a quick and painless death. Kylie asked Carla to open a gap in the player's chest area so that the blow with the bone blade would land there. Jun-hyun used passive skills, thanks to which Kylie's blade could not pierce even a piece of his clothing. The hero strained his body and using electrical energy tore the layers of sand into several pieces, frightening the girls. Both girls stood scared after Chan told them that he had made a similar choice more than once in this location. Chan told the girls that they had chosen the wrong opponent, who now definitely would not let them go alive. Quite calmly, Hyun opened the second gate of the limit, and black and bloody energy appeared around him. The only surviving man rushed to attack Chan, but upon contact with Hyun's powerful energy, his hand dissolved into small particles. Then the man decided to create a sand blade skill that creates a blade from the active hand. Without thinking, Chong-li turned towards the man and grabbed his attacking hand with his powerful fist. The man was surprised that Jun-hyun's lightning instantly dispelled his sandy hand. In addition to grabbing the arm, the main character struck the man back in the back of the shoulder. The player turned over, and a powerful sand sword appeared on his shoulder, which was a level 26 skill. The man pointed a sandy hand towards Chan, but the main character managed to react, putting his strong head under it. Due to the enemy's strong defense, the attacker's sand instantly scattered in different directions, and deep bleeding wounds appeared on his hand. A fire snake created by one of the heroines appeared behind Lee Jong-hyun. The main character managed to jump forward and found himself in the face of his opponent. Kylie sneaked up on Jun-hyun's side and stabbed him with a bone blade, but the guy managed to shrug it off. Lee Jong-hyun took out a bone blade and stabbed the girl in the stomach, causing her to fly back. At that moment, the sandy hand of the unfortunate man appeared again above Hyun's head. The hero performed a maneuver that resulted in him mercilessly grabbing the man's face and squeezing with all his might. Jong-hyun lifted this man up and instantly threw him to the ground, hoping for his quick death. The hero could not understand why the player's face changed and turned black from the blow he received. Fortunately, a bright blue soul appeared above the body of the attacking man, after which Jun-hyun became noticeably calmer in the current situation. Chan asked the girls standing nearby if they were ready to continue, but they rudely laughed it off. Kylie said that there was no need to underestimate them, since she was already ready to die at the time of the first attack on Chan. Kylie informed the player that he had killed their trusted comrade, and therefore the battle had gone too far. Lee Jong-hyun opened the second gate for a while, but after a sudden fiery explosion, he closed it. It turned out that during the fiery attack of one of the girls, Lee Jong-hyun managed to kill both girls using a bone blade. Chan, in a completely calm state, approached the corpses of the players and collected bright souls from them. Using the accumulated souls, the player increased the skill of the durable skeleton to level 30. The hero realized that he needed to increase his breathing skill, since after using the gate he began to noticeably choke. After preparing for the next stage, Lee Jong-hyun noticed a dark door that was located at the end of the path. The player approached the door and hoped to enter the intervening space to exchange skills and equipment. Opening the door, Lee Jong-hyun found himself in the 7th zone, which visibly confused him. In front of the player there were quite a lot of different doors, above which there was not a single inscription indicating the further path. In all his hundreds of awakenings, the main character has never encountered such a phenomenon. The system notified the player that the task was completed, as a result of which he was awarded 100 souls and the key to the labyrinth. The game explained to Chan that the maze key can open anything that has a lock, but after the 7th use it will immediately break. The hero approached the doors and heard the floor at the other end of the location begin to fall down. When the man approached the opening, he saw a powerful corridor going down, with no end in sight. Lee Jong-hyun thought that this was a clue from the game, and he immediately wanted to go there. The main character was afraid of everything that was on the 7th floor, since this was the area in which he died most often. Using his skills, Chan hit the wall and began to calmly slide along it so as not to fall to death. When the hero landed neatly on the floor, the system notified him that he had entered the 6th zone. Jung-hyun's face instantly changed, and he was horrified by what he saw in front of him. The main character saw an unknown man and Dwayne in front of him, but Kara was not nearby. Dwayne and Lee Jong-hyun were not expecting such a meeting and shouted that they were incredibly happy to see each other. The players hugged each other and decided that they would only move forward together. A moment of silence arose between Jun-hyun and Dwayne, and the hero pointed to a man standing nearby. Jung-hyun already knew this player from a past life, and he previously considered him a complete fool, which resulted in him even being mercilessly killed. Now this player is noticeably different from who he was before, almost exactly the same as Stepan and Meidel. The main character turned around and asked his comrade where Kara was. Dwayne became visibly nervous and told Jong-woo that he didn't know where their companion was. Lee Jong-hyun thought that his comrade was hiding something, so he began to ask him about what happened. The young guy told his friend that after he left that place, a huge monster jumped out of the lightning cloud. Dwayne added that it was a giant ant that was unaffected by any of their attacks. When the hero realized that it was impossible to kill the ant, he decided to run away, luring it with him, and at the same moment, he and Kara parted ways. Chan asked how Dwayne managed to escape from the monster, and he replied that he ran as fast as he could. The guy said that the monster still caught up with him, but he managed to use the roar skill, throwing it back into the distance. When Dwayne returned to his original place, Kara was no longer there, and maybe that was for the best. The system introduced Chan to a new player, Norman Miles, who reported that, most likely, Kara was alive and well. Jong Hyun asked his friend to introduce him to Norman, but Dwayne said that he already knew him enough. After the acquaintance, the players set off and could not decide which door to enter. There were 7 doors in front of Jun Hyun's company at once, and this confused every player. Lee Jong-hyun suggested going to the middle door, and Dwayne, as always, was not against his comrade's decisions. For Jong-hyun, there were a few things that he would not forget after waking up so many times, and one of them was the 7 doors. Chan explained to the players that the test condition would be that they need to go through all 7 spaces that are connected to each other. Norman asked Yoon-hyun how he knew this information, but Yoon-hyun said that it was his hidden ability. The main character explained that no matter where they went, they would still need to go back, so it was better to go in order of the doors. Usually the LAG is designed in such a way that the larger the space, the stronger the monster in it, so it is more logical to move from the first door. Norman said he wouldn't mind following the players and joining their long-established team. The players opened the first door and found themselves in a location that was completely blue. The system set a condition for players to go through all 7 rooms, the reward of which would be about 200 souls and 2 exchange coins. As an additional goal, players were offered to kill the owner of each location, and the players thought that this was too easy a task. A sewer hatch appeared in front of the players, which glowed with bright energy and scared the guys. Only Chong-hyun knew that this was all for a reason, and the owner of the location should appear from the hatch. The ice monster was quite large and had a thick dark beard. From the outside, it seemed that it was the devil himself, since he had a pig's nose, a long goat's beard, powerful horns, and a tail. The system notified the players that this monster is called a lazy person, who is lazy, but not at all slow. Young-hyun realized that this mutant was different from those he had met before, and he did not yet know how to defeat him. Norman began to ask Chan about further actions, but he did not know what to do, and this began to infuriate the player. Miles thought to himself that the main character was definitely hiding something about his identity and was deceiving him and Dwayne. It didn't look like the mutant wanted to move, as he was still standing in the same place where he had appeared earlier. Chong-hyun suggested that the companions slowly approach the monster, preventing it from attacking. The monster noticed that the players were carefully approaching him, and he whispered to them that this was visibly annoying him, and he wanted them to disappear from this location. The mutant told the players that he was completely too lazy to think about what was happening, and he froze in one position. Jong-hyun informed everyone that the doors of the location will appear immediately after they kill the owner of the premises. Norman suggested attacking the lazy man and created a special skill that could melt the monster. This skill was called the 20th level Poisonous Mist, which is capable of throwing a poisonous cloud towards the enemy. When the cloud reached its target, the ice monster staggered and fell back. The lazy man shouted to the players that he was quite annoyed by the pain inflicted on him. The players were surprised that despite half of the monster's face being melted, he didn't care about the attack. Dwayne said that attacks still work on the monster. You just need to choose the most effective attack. The main character decided to try to attack the lazy man and created many streams of electrical energy. When attacking Jun-hyun, the monster shouted that he was annoyed by the pain and possible fight. The lazy man shouted that he had to do something so that nothing would irritate him. The monster spoke so much and made plaintive sounds that the players had to cover their ears so as not to damage them. The monster said that he needed to get rid of his head so as not to think, and a blue portal appeared above him. A drop from the portal fell directly onto the monster's head, and his hair scattered into small pieces, forming a kind of bald spot. The players decided to just silently watch what was happening and wait to see what the monster would do next. Young-hyun told them that this was not a good idea, since they needed to attack a monster that was not yet angry. When the rays of electricity reached Lazy, he shouted that it was very painful for him to feel this current. Jun-hyun noticed that the mutant's skull had recovered, and something had to be done about it quickly. Many portals appeared on the ceiling, from which strange multicolored drops dripped. Having caught all the drops, Lazy Guy threw them towards the players, saying that he really didn't want to kill innocent people. When the main character raised his head, he saw powerful drops in front of his face that were about to cut him into pieces. Chan ran to the side and shouted to his comrades to quickly dodge such a powerful attack from the monster. The player himself opened the third limit gate to increase his chances of a successful attack and further survival. At first, Young-hyun did an excellent job with the balls flying at him. He threw them in the opposite direction where the monster was standing. The stones were hard, like cobblestones, but quite elastic, like rubber balls. Dwayne created his favorite strength skill and used his crossed arms to escape the flying balls. Lee Jong-hyun had a hard time concentrating on all the balls as he barely managed to hit them. The players were well aware that they were wasting their precious energy, and they needed to do something to move forward. Suddenly, the players noticed that ice balls surrounded the monster from all sides, and he could not even move. While Lee Jong-hyun was looking at the monster, the color of the location suddenly changed to brown. Norman suggested running to the doors, but Chan said that they had to kill this monster in order to prepare themselves for the next stage. From the blue balls that were on the monster's body, a huge number of mouths appeared, saying that everything annoyed them. Chan realized that the creature was not going to move yet, so he needed to take advantage of this chance and attack first. The main character tensed his body and opened the third gate of the limit. Dwayne created a beast mode active skill that was promoted to master level to fight and move like a beast. The players crept up to the ice creature, and Young Hyuk invited his comrades to make a simultaneous attack. In addition to the limit gate, the main character created an electricity skill and swung at the monster. Thanks to the blows inflicted by Jong Hyuk, Norman, and Dwayne, numerous bloody wounds appeared on the monster's body. Norman told the others that everything was already over, but the main character convinced him otherwise. Lee Jong-hyuk asked his comrade to use his skill of incredible strength to break off a huge piece of rock from the ground. Dwayne threw a stone towards the bloody monster, and he had no chance of salvation. The stone block flew towards the monster and threw it into the wall, leaving a huge bloody trail on the ground. The players thought that the mutant was completely crushed, but suddenly they heard him complaining of irritation again. The lazy man pouted with all his anger, and threw away the stone block and growths of balls. The rocks split into several pieces and flew towards the players, who barely managed to brush them off. Despite his laziness, the monster threw off the remaining balls and suddenly ran towards the players. Dwayne and Norman noticed that Lazy's run resembled the very first balls of any child doing it for the first time. The monster ran and fell every few meters, as its head was missing. The mutant found a way out of the situation and created a pair of eyes on his chest to navigate in space. When the creature approached Norman, he was noticeably frightened, but Young Hyuk managed to push Lazy aside. The main character did not expect such a powerful blow from himself, which threw the monster into the far wall. When the monster ran towards the players, they decided to use their best active skills to attack. An electric beam struck Lazy, and he fell dead to the floor and began to bleed. Dwayne was surprised at how easy it was to kill the mutant. But Norman said that this was just the first location, and it would be much more difficult in the future. Lee Jong-hyun knew that the test was not over yet as the monster's legs began to move. When the monster's legs rose from the ground, it instantly regenerated and became a large creature again. Dwayne told his comrades that this was not the end, and they would have to fight for a long time. The players were surprised that the monster could generate even from such a pitiful state. Norman decided to give up, and Jong-hyun and Dwayne decided to continue the fight. Norman turned to Dwayne and asked him to be careful with Jong-hyun, as he was clearly hiding something. The man ran to the door and finally said goodbye to his comrades. The lazy man immediately noticed how the player ran towards the exit and became even more irritated. Fortunately, Norman managed to slip through the door, and Hyun was extremely happy about this, since he could not completely trust him. Dwayne suggested that they could not kill the lazy man, but Chan believed that there was a way. The main character was sure that they would find a way to kill him and could move on with peace of mind. The lazy man suddenly transformed and grew long, sharp horns that went behind his back. He said that he would soon replace his head with one of the players' heads, and Dwayne became alarmed by these words. The main character had 210 souls, but he could not waste them thoughtlessly until he learned about the monster's weaknesses. The players were a couple of meters from the creature and waited for its active actions. When the lazy man moved, the main characters used active skills to quickly make an attack. Suddenly, the monster stretched his arms forward and they significantly lengthened in size. One of the powerful hands tried to grab Jun-hyun by the head, but he managed to dodge to the side. The players scattered in different directions to avoid being hit by the monster's long arms. The main character felt like he was being hit with a metal grill rather than a jelly hand. When Dwayne came under attack from a lazy person, Chan began to noticeably worry about him. The monster rudely said that all the players' movements irritated him so much that he was ready to end the fight right now. Many long blue tentacles flew out from the mutant's body in different directions. All as one, the tentacles headed towards Jun-hyun and Dwayne, and they had to use active skills to escape. A pair of tentacles hit the spot where Lee Chong once stood, but he quickly maneuvered out of the way. One after another, the tentacles tried to touch the main character, who ran away from them as quickly as possible. Chan would have been able to repel the attacks of this creature, but he could not get closer to it. At this time, Dwayne ran from the opposite side of the lazy man and attracted his attention with shouts, just for a moment. But Jun-hyun was able to sense some hesitation in the monster's movements, and he didn't understand why this was happening. Now the main target of the creature was Dwayne, who was running along the wall. Jung Hyun realized that turning his attention to Dwayne allowed him to buy time for a further attack. Chan admitted that Dwayne's movement speed is noticeably impressive and is in no way inferior to his speed, even taking into account active skills that reduce speed. Most likely, while the main characters were not seeing each other, Dwayne was able to significantly increase his levels of active skills and physical abilities. His face changed when he heard Dwayne insult him and said that he was annoyed by him. The young guy was sure that all the lazy man's attacks were useless and could not kill him. At some point, all the tentacles of the creature converged on one point where Chong Hyun stood. The guy leaned back and blew streams of active skill onto the tentacles, which should have thrown them aside. The created energy wind caused the tentacles to spin and deviate in the direction opposite to the player. While the lazy man was fighting with Dwayne, behind him was the crazy Jung Hyun, who had clearly come up with something. The main character shouted to the monster that he was just a lazy mutant, and he extended his powerful hand towards the player. Lee Jong Hyun created a powerful hammer from a bone blade, as he was sure that he and Dwayne would soon end. Players needed to finish off this creature as quickly as possible before their stamina depleted. With one powerful blow, Chan broke the lazy man's long arm into 2 pieces. During the attack, the main character shouted to his comrade not to stop and continue to attract the monster's attention to himself. The weakness of the lazy man was that he did not tolerate insults addressed to him, and therefore Chan asked his friend to do this as often as possible. When the monster turned its attention to Dwayne, Chan swung upward and hit the monster on the head. The main character aimed straight at the neck, but he managed to dodge so his stupor will not last long. As Jung Hyun fell to the floor, he saw himself being attacked by a huge lazy man's hand, but he had no time to escape. The monster threw the player into the wall, creating streams of white energy. The monster turned to the players and called them cockroaches that scatter in different directions. The main character noticed that the monster's ability to regenerate had weakened significantly, but this was to be expected. Dwayne continued to insult the lazy man in order to piss him off. The young guy jumped up and was above the creature to inflict serious damage on it. The player's powerful blow caused the creature to fall back and lose its balance, but it still continued to fight. Dwayne was pleased with his successful attack, and despite this, he was sure that the monster could not be defeated. The creature sprayed its tentacles in different directions, where the lonely Dwayne was. Dwayne's attack sent the creature flying into the wall and significantly breaking it into many pieces, which the player really liked. The man was sure that very soon he would be able to inflict a fatal attack on the lazy man and began to wait for his approach. The monster's tentacles have noticeably weakened, and it turns out that even a powerful creature can be exhausted. Losing his focus, Dwayne discovered that one of the monster's tentacles was wrapped around his leg. The young guy fell to the earth and drops of hot blood sprayed from his mouth, and particles of the wall flew above his head. Lazy man lifted the player up by the leg, but at this time Jun Hyun was able to cut the tentacle into pieces. Dwayne was grateful for the quick appearance of his comrade and his successful attack. Hyun intended to deal a fatal blow to the enemy, and therefore ran towards him with a hammer in his hand. Because of the wild pain, the monster was left with only a pair of tentacles, one of which was cut in half. Having noticed the main character, the lazy man nevertheless released additional pairs of tentacles for a further attack. The main character wanted to end the fight right now and not waste too much of his stamina on the monster. All the mutant's tentacles ended up in the place where Hyun was, and he managed to use the electricity skill. Chan extended his hand with the blade forward and sent electric energy through it to hit the monster. Dwayne watched what was happening from the side and was noticeably worried about his comrade Chung Hyun. The main character ran through the monster and cut its body into small pieces, releasing blood from it. It turned out that Jung Hyun cut the monster in half, leaving only one half of its body alive. The main character feared that the monster would soon be able to regenerate the missing parts of its body, but the monster almost immediately fell to the ground and barely moved, bleeding. Hyun approached the creature's body and wanted to deal the final blow to the enemy. Before his death, the lazy monster said that he was incredibly annoyed by the players and their actions towards him. The main character swung an axe at the monster and asked him to die as soon as possible and not waste their precious time. Hyun's powerful blow cut the monster's head and the rest of its body into 2 identical parts. The hero finished off the creature blow by blow, so that in no case could it survive and regenerate. After finishing the murder, Hyun looked back at Dwayne and was proud of his brave actions. Dwayne told his comrade that after such a blow the lazy monster would definitely not survive, but Hyun was not so sure of this. But fortunately, a bright pink soul appeared above the monster's corpse, indicating the end of his life's journey. The players fell to the floor from fatigue and decided to rest for a while and regain their strength. After resting, Lee Jong-hyun absorbed the monster's soul, which contained exactly 50 pieces. The players approached the door and could not believe that they would have to fight something like this 6 more times. The league was designed in such a way that no matter where you go, you will encounter previously unseen difficulties and new monsters. The main character was already too used to the game, and yet now the situation was much better than in his past lives. The players opened the door, entered it, and the system immediately notified them about it. In front of them, they saw a huge number of people who were divided into small groups. In the center of the location, there was a cabinet with a bright blue soul circling above it. Lee Jong-hyun estimated that there were about 30 people in the location, and he could not understand what the soul was doing in the center of the room. Dwayne thought that they shouldn't worry for now, since additional tasks had not yet been announced, but Chan said not to rush to conclusions. The main character realized that the soul was the reason why so many people crowded into this location. None of the people even tried to block the player's path, as they believed that this was not necessary. Lee Jung-hyun and Dwayne walked to the center of the room to take a closer look at the soul and its stand. The main character tried to absorb the blue soul, but the system rejected it, citing the condition that no more than 3 people should remain in the zone. Now it became clear to the players what awaits them next in this location. Dwayne suggested that this task required ingenuity, since they could not just kill all the people without a good reason. Also, the players could not leave the soul here, because they did not know how valuable and important a reward it was. The main character considered that starting a fight first would be risky, and in the event of a battle, they would have to kill everyone present here. For the first time, Lee Jong-hyun was not ready to commit murder for the sake of an unknown reward, explaining this by the fact that he does not like unjustified killings. Chong Li remembered Kara and told Dwayne that they needed to find their missing friend as soon as possible. Hyun was sure that the girl was alive, since she's a fairly strong player and most likely, she herself is trying to find Chong Hyun and Dwayne as soon as possible. The players felt that if they did not hurry up, their chance of survival would be significantly reduced. Dwayne and Jun Hyun decided to go ahead and leave their souls in this location. The players had almost reached the doors, but suddenly something strange happened. At some point, Dwayne and Lee Chong simultaneously heard the sounds of a struggle coming from behind them. When the men turned around, they saw that a serious battle for a free soul had begun in the location. It was not clear why the players decided to start a fight right now, after waiting so much time. At least the main characters know that the main goal of this battle is the soul. The strong balance cracked in an instant, causing a hellish mess. As the players peered into the distance, an angry player appeared above them, whom they had not noticed. A man with 2 swords in his hands planned to attack the main characters and kill them, thereby reducing the number of people in the location. Dwayne noted that this young man was very greedy since he attacked 2 people alone. Without thinking twice, the main characters used active skills and repelled the attack of the pathetic man. Streams of white energy and electrification did their job and inflicted several wounds on the man. As the attacker flew into the wall, Dwayne raised his hand and laughed joyfully. Having broken the wall into several pieces, the man flew down and landed on his feet. Dwayne approached the player and joked that the player made it to the middle of the game, not only thanks to luck, but also to strong legs. The man looked up and noticed that Lee Jong-hyun had disappeared from the company of players. The main character found himself over a pitiful man who no longer had time or chance of salvation. Of course, the player tried to swing away with 2 swords, but it did not bring any results. Having made a careful maneuver and used electrification, the main character managed to fly away from the range of the swords. All the main forces of Jong-hyun's skill were concentrated on Lee Jong-hyun's legs, with which he planned to deliver a powerful blow to his opponent. In addition to electrification, the main character used a bone blade, which was quite advanced. From the blow he received to the head, the man died instantly and his eyes flew out of his head. Jong-hyun knocked the man's body to the floor and delivered the final blow to his broken face. The man's body lay on the floor, and suddenly a bright blue soul and multiple streams of electric charge appeared on it. The main character absorbed his soul, and Dwayne continued to stand silently next to him. The players were surprised that the players actually caused a bloodbath over the soul in the center. Looking at the souls of the murdered people, Jong-hyun realized that in the center of the room, there was an unusual soul. Suddenly, the warring players glanced at the main characters, who stood and did not touch anyone. Chong Li noted that people do not like their presence in this location, since they are contenders for the award. The tired men looked at the main characters and decided who would kill whom. The long-haired man sighed heavily and informed his comrade that they should launch an attack at this very second. But the attack was never carried out, as the man immediately felt a sharp object resembling a sword in his stomach. His comrade turned out to be a scoundrel, because when the man turned away, he treacherously stuck his sword into his back. The second player told the first that this should not have surprised him, since he was going to do the same. He collected the soul from his murdered comrade and gently asked for his forgiveness. At this time, the player heard the same words from behind and a drop of blood flew past his face. At one point, a sharp weapon tore the player's head into 2 parts, spilling blood. As the man's corpse fell to the ground, the third player stood over him and taunted him. The man looked at Lee Jong-hyun and Dwayne, and they realized that they had a noticeable advantage. Dwayne was indecisive as always, but his comrade quickly brought him to his senses with his moral teachings. The young guy immediately lowered his head and thought about his friend's words. After thinking about Chan's words, Dwayne decided that they needed to launch a frontal attack on the players. One of the groups of people was the most active, and Chong-hyun suggested starting with them. The main characters created their best active skills and began to expect the next battle. Lee Jong-hyun suddenly ordered his comrade to attack with him at the same moment. The three men grabbed their weapons and ran towards the attacking protagonists. Drops of blood and particles of the walls of the location flew throughout the location. As a result of the battle, all the people in the location were dead, and their bodies were scattered in different directions. Lee Hyun and Dwayne finished off the wounded and wanted to quickly collect the souls from the dead and the main reward of the location. During the attack, Dwayne took a pretty good hit in the stomach and he bent over in pain, and Young Hyun was noticeably worried about his condition. The main character asked his friend if he could continue the test, but he answered positively. It turned out that the young guy was not injured. Just the active use of the skill accelerated the decline in his stamina 5% faster than in a normal fight. This was Lee Jung-hyun's Dwayne's hidden attribute, but Jun-hyun didn't want to reveal his at this particular moment because he didn't think it was time for it yet. They wanted to quickly finish the test and take the soul, which was located in the center of the location. The players walked to the center of the room and were very interested in how many ordinary simple souls had accumulated in this soul. Without thinking twice, Lee Jong-hyun stretched out his hand and wanted to absorb the valuable soul, but he sensed something was wrong. Suddenly the floor shook under the players, and the table, above which the soul was cheerful, began to fall apart. The players saw something terrible and pieces of the destroyed table flew around their faces. The shockwaves threw the main characters up and to the side, and two powerful explosions were created in the place where they had stood earlier. A player appeared in front of the men who was not in this location, and the system notified them that this was a mole man. Jun-hyun and Dwayne realized that this character hid during the fight and was waiting for the right moment to receive the reward. The man, whose name was Jake, extended his hand and informed those present that these accumulated souls would go to him. When the player absorbed the souls, he shook with anger and began shouting various insults throughout the entire location. But Chong-hyun and his comrades did not understand this moment. The man looked completely furious because his expectations of receiving the award were not met. The players couldn't understand what was happening to Jake. The man shouted out to the players in rage that there was only one human soul accumulated in this central free soul. Dwayne did not want to believe this information, since they could easily die for this soul. Lee Chong reassured his comrade and said that it would be much more offensive to let this guy take a bunch of accumulated souls. The man suggested an alternative option and targeted the accumulated souls of Young Hyun and Dwayne. The main characters decided that they had no motive to kill the man, and they would only attack if he actively provoked him. At the same moment, the mole man went underground to begin active actions towards the players. The main characters created their best active skills and back-to-back began to wait for this person to appear. Jun-hyun and Dwayne constantly looked around in all directions, so as not to miss the moment of Jake's serious attack. When the attention of the main characters was scattered, the mole man flew out of the ground and, using an active skill, attacked Dwayne. The man managed to hit the player in the back and knock him to the floor, creating a powerful explosion. But Dwayne instantly reacted to the mole man's attack and struck him with the help of the limit gate. The system notified that the player has an active skill of the 10th level, which is called a withering gaze, which allows you to shoot laser beams at the opponent. Jake flew up and shot at Lee Hyun, but his shots only missed. The mole man again buried himself in the ground, and this angered the main characters. Lee Jong-hyun carefully asked Dwayne to be careful with the attacker's lasers, as it could be too dangerous. The young guys were annoyed that the player was moving underground too fast for his skill U. Tired, Dwayne strained his body with all his might and increased the effect of his active skill. Noticing that the vigilant hero was gone, the mole man jumped out of the ground again and was ready to stab the player in the back. During the man's attack, Lee Jong-hyun noticed that Dwayne had less and less strength left, and his reaction speed to blows was also falling. Dwayne managed to grab the player by the leg and throw him to the ground while insulting him with various words. The young guy considered that it was his turn to attack, and he delivered a powerful blow to the man's body. The man threw his head up and drops of hot blood sprayed from his mouth. After a short pause, the player's eyes began to glow, which meant that he had again created an active laser skill. Through a feeling of wild pain, the man rose to his feet and wanted to shoot at the attacker Dwayne. The mole man managed to do this, and he fired 2 lasers at the place where the young guy was standing. During an active attack, Dwayne managed to use his skill to throw the man against the wall and stop the effects of his shooting skill. When the mole man began to throw threats towards the players, he was suddenly hit in the face by Lee Jong-hyun's knee. The main character, with particular cruelty, knocked his opponent's body to the floor, and using the gate of the limit, began to finish him off. Instead of Jake's face, there was a dirty, bloody mess, and his nose was completely missing. Lee Chong created an electrifying skill and informed his prone opponent that it was time for him to retire. When the main character struck Jake, something strange happened. The man was already on the verge of life and death, but suddenly he managed to bury himself in the ground. Hyun had a bad feeling, because in such a worn-out state, there was no way Jake would be able to use an active skill. The main character saw that all the corpses were going underground, and that instead of them, dents remained, similar to the craters of the moon. The man who emerged from the ground did not expect that he would be able to develop such a skill as a corpse eater on such a deathbed, and considered himself completely lucky. The system notified that the player is now called Grider, who has an infinite amount of life, and the 60th level of the highest skill. On the man's body were the faces of all the killed people in this location, and their souls were noticeably suffering. Lee Jong-hyun concluded that thanks to that central soul, Jake managed to absorb all the corpses and became much more powerful than before. Grider believed that it would not be difficult for him to destroy both opponents, because now his body was filled with living force. The player added that he would gladly repay the debt to Dwayne and Jong-hyun, and could not wait to start this business as soon as possible. The man rushed from his spot and ran towards where the main characters stood. With one powerful blow, Grider knocked Lee Jong-hyun down and caused minor damage to Dwayne, throwing him back as well. The young guy managed to avoid the full power of the attack, as he managed to cross his arms in front of him. Grider was filled with rage, and the souls on his body were visibly suffering, and tears flowed from them. The young guy and the monster man jumped into the same place at the same time, which created a huge explosion. Grider asked the player not to say that he was already exhausted, because it was already noticeable. Dwayne's reaction was sluggish, allowing the mole to lift his air. The mole man punched Dwayne in the stomach and blood started pouring out of his mouth. The man told the young player to say goodbye to his life and face death with dignity. Lee Chan rushed to the aid of his comrade, who created the electrification skill and struck Grider's skull with a bone blade. Hyun himself had a hard time from the wounds he received and the impact of the powerful skill of the Gate of the Limit, but he fought to the last. Grider turned to the player and threw him into the wall, while asking him to wait in the wings. The mole monster, fortunately for him, was not limited to one life, and he had several of them. Dwayne could not believe that the mole man had taken over the lives of all those whose faces were on his body. The main character calculated that they would have to kill Grider about 30 times. The man himself said that he was not going to foolishly waste his life, which he got with difficulty. Exhausted, Lee Chong did not understand how to overcome his opponent and thought about it more and more. During the next attacks, the entire location was splattered with blood and multiple particles from the walls and floor were flying across it. The young guy Dwayne sat down on his knee out of fatigue and wanted to restore his stamina as soon as possible. The players managed to kill Grider about 10 times, but after each time the monster was absolutely fresh and cheerful. Dwayne decided to get to his feet and told his comrade to remain standing and not get into trouble. The main character did not agree with his comrade and told him to restore his strength until Chan himself achieves results according to his invented plan. The players were a few meters away from the mole man and waited to see how he would behave in the future. Chong Hyun persistently asked his comrade to stay in place and restore his strength so as not to become the first victim of this monster. Lee Jong-hyun himself understood that he was also at the limit, and this battle could be his last if his plan did not work. The main character realized that Grider is superior to them in striking power and speed, but there is something in which he is very weak. Seeing Lee Jong-hyun's movement, the monster informed him that he was going to certain death, before which his hands would be torn out first. The main character noted for himself that the areas of the monster's body where other people's faces are located will be poorly controlled by him. After some talking, Grider decided to create silence and rushed to attack Lee Chong. The main character used the electrification skill, thanks to which he created a shield of electrical energy in front of him. Lee Jong-hyun was amazed by the speed of the attacker, and because of this, he was afraid of not being able to react in time with the blow. Grider noted the best side of Jong's defense, but he was confident that he could handle it with ease. The monster dealt a direct blow to the main character in the face, and he flew into the wall as quickly as possible. Hyun realized that his electrical shield only lasted a short time, and this made him feel offended. The difference in strength between Grider and Lee Jong-hyun was too colossal. Grider asked Hyun to immediately reveal all his trump cards and active skills, since there was very little time left for his life. Before the fatal attack, the mole man told the player that he would be pleased to hear his hoarse, dying voice. But suddenly Grider's plans changed, because he heard a voice coming from his hand, which asked him to return his soul to its place. When Grider found himself in the center of the location, all the faces on his body began to reach out to the souls that were located near him. The mole man couldn't control the faces that burst out, and Young Hyun just silently watched it. Finally, the monster realized that his end was too close, as the souls of the absorbed people demanded justice from him. Lee Jong-hyun breathed a sigh of relief and told his opponent that his greed had ruined his life. It turned out that during the clash between the players, Lee Jong-hyun deliberately released his soul into the center of the location in order to lure the offended souls in the Greater's body. People's faces literally tore the mole man into many pieces, not giving him a chance to escape. Having lost all his limbs and part of his torso, Greater fell to the floor and began to wait for his death. The faces that managed to tear themselves away from the body flew to the center of the location, where one of the souls was. When Chong Li realized that Greater had only one life left, he told him that he wanted to hear his death rattle as soon as possible. From the pain he received, the man screamed throughout the entire location and streams of blood erupted from his wounds. The main character apologized to her opponent and told him that in this battle, there can only be one lucky one. Once over Greater's torso, Lee Jong-hyun created a bone blade and stabbed him in the neck. A soul appeared over the man's corpse, which meant the completion of this test. Before leaving, Hyun absorbed the soul and shared the reward with his comrade. The players went to the next location, where the third test awaited them. The system notified Lee Jong-hyun and Dwayne that they had entered the third room of the 7th zone. Oddly enough, there was nothing in the room except 2 doors and darkness. Above one of the doors, it was written that this is a store where players usually restore their strength and move on. But the door did not open, and the system informed the heroes that they needed the key to the labyrinth to enter inside. Luckily, Lee Chong had the key from the previous locations and used it to enter. The key has only 6 attempts left to use, as reported by the system. Upon entering the store, players saw a renovated room, where a merchant also sat, and there were machines for partial and full restoration. Unlike the previous rooms, this time the merchant was very small in size. His chief asked the ghost to show him all the contents of the goods and uniforms. The merchant opened his hands and a curtain with contents appeared on the entire wall. Players knew that they needed to stock up on unnecessary resources, since it would be a long time before they encountered the merchant again. After shopping, Lee Jong-hyun and Dwayne decided to rest for a while and then move on. In the room, the main character acquired a demon leather jacket, which increased the level of equipment and improved agility in the dark by up to 80%. The main character also received a master-level Shadow Demon bracelet, which gave him the active skill of Shrouded Shadow for unnoticeable movement in space. Pants made from Hydra's Taishu appeared on the player's legs, doubling the recovery of stamina and health. Also in the store, players purchased a stamina potion and healing pills in the amount of 4 capsules and 4 bottles. In addition to uniforms and healing, Chan acquired 4 passive skills that could be useful to him later. Finally, the hero paid 20 souls and replaced the fencing skill with a new weapon skill of the 10th level. Dwayne told his friend that he had the feeling that no tests would cause them problems in the near future. Confident in their abilities, the players opened the door and went to a new location, where a new test awaited them. The main characters saw a strange lilac smoke that was sprayed throughout the room. In addition to lilac smoke, the entire location was filled with huge red candles. The players smelled a strange odor that could somehow affect everyone in the room. In the center of the room were several pairs of naked men and women. The system notified that one of the heroines is called a temptress, who has a charming appearance and the 50th level of the highest skill. Lee Jong-hyun realized that all these people were out of their minds as they were literally digging into each other. In previous lives, the main character had never met such a location and a girl who did not seem to be a strong fighter, as written in the description. The players could not see a way out anywhere, and it looked like they would have to kill the temptress to open the passage further. The main girl unhooked herself from the naked man and began talking with the newly appeared players. Lee Jong-hyun and Dwayne continued to stand still so as not to commit rash actions. The temptress jumped up and, getting as close as possible to Jun-hyun, began to lick him. Lee Jong-hyun opened the gate of the limit and waved the attacking temptress away from you. Lee Jong-hyun didn't even notice the girl approaching him, but he definitely managed to hit her with his blade. The naked temptress noted Chan's reflexes for the better, but said that such minor wounds would not kill her. The young people noticed that a strange smoke was coming from the girl's mouth, which had a sweet aroma. The main character asked his friend to be as careful as possible and try not to inhale this smell. After hearing these words, the temptress grinned and told Jun-hyun that he was quite smart. The heroes took a fighting stance and noticed that on the sides of the room there were poisoned people who were looking at them. The girl turned to those present and told them to quickly start loving each other. At that moment, one of the temptress's company ran out of the crowd and attacked the main character. The man ran towards the players and angrily shouted throughout the entire location that he loved the temptress. Jun-hyun couldn't understand why people couldn't control themselves and ran towards the players without much fear. Realizing that a woman can control the consciousness of those present, the hero realized the skill of electrical energy. When the naked young man approached Lee Jong-hyun, he was immediately struck in the head with electricity. The man's charred body fell to the floor, and despite his approaching death, the man buried himself in pain. Lee Jong-hyun noticed that it was strange that the man's naked body was only half burned, and not completely. After this, the main character sensed something was wrong, because the soul still did not appear over the man's dead body. At this time, Dwayne fought with the rest of the Temptress, and he succeeded well only thanks to his active skills. The young guy did not notice how the Temptress approached him and began to exhale her scents on him. After Dwayne, the girl immediately attacked Lee Jong-hyun and invited him to have fun. The main character grabbed the Temptress by the arms and tried to take her off him by biting her hand. Raising his head, Lee Jong-hyun saw a half-naked man flying towards him. The man said that he also wants to have fun with such a beautiful girl. The Temptress squeezed Lee Jong-hyun's neck tighter and asked him to enjoy each other as soon as possible. The man ran to the girl and Chan and shouted for the company to accept his love. Despite the load on his back, the main character managed to react to the flying man, hitting him with a stream of electrical energy. The tempter responded by hitting Lee Jong-hyun, and he and the girl flew into the wall. The man looked up and saw the armed Lee Jong-hyun running towards him. The main character, with a sharp wave of his hand, struck the half-naked man with a bone blade in the area of the face. The weapon hit the player directly in the mouth, from where drops of blood sprayed in all directions. While fighting with the man, Lee Jong-hyun heard a temptress approaching behind him, who also wanted the player's attention. Lee Jong-hyun, without hesitation, turned towards the woman and cut off her head with a bone blade. The headless body of the woman flew to the side where the murdered half-naked man lay. The main character was confused that there were no souls in any of the bodies, as was the case before. After much thought, Chan looked back and saw the temptress standing behind Dwayne. By outward signs, Dwayne was no longer himself, as his eyes were completely white and a poisonous aroma was coming from his mouth. The enraged young guy growled like an animal and rushed towards the main character. It was not easy for Lee Jong-hyun to fight, because despite the magic, he was still his friend. The hero tried his best to bring his comrade to his senses, but he did not succeed. Dwayne swung with all his might and threw Chan into the opposite wall, breaking it into many pieces. Dwayne rushed at his comrade without hesitation, like all people, and his speed and power increased significantly. The young guy shouted to the main character that he loved him, and released streams of his active skill at him. Lee Jong-hyun tried to hide from the flow of energy, but it was difficult for him to do so, since Dwayne was a fairly strong player. He ran at Jung-hyun and kicked him in the arm with all his might, and Jung realized that at this rate he could soon die. The main character hit his comrade so that he would come to his senses, but Dwayne continued to attack Chan without stopping. After reflecting on the situation, Chan realized that people attack each other only to satisfy their high libido. At some point, the temptress crept up to Jun-hyun, breathed her scent on him, and asked Dwayne to join her team. The young player covered his face with his hand so as not to accidentally inhale the poisoned air. While holding his breath, Lee Chong noticed that an angry Dwayne was rushing towards him. The guy hit his friend in the torso with all his strength, causing him to quickly fly towards the wall. When Jun-hyun landed against the wall, many stones broke off and scattered in all directions. The main character fell to his knees and could barely move his body. Jong-hyun needed to quickly come up with something so as not to meet death. Hyun created a circle of black energy around himself and waited for Dwayne to approach. Chan's energy spread throughout the location and created some advantage for the main character. When the poisoned Dwayne swung at his comrade, Chan managed to catch his hand in flight. Jet black, Jong-hyun looked at Dwayne and persistently asked him to come to his senses before it was too late. The system notified that the hero used an active skill shrouded in shadow, which allowed him to move freely in space. The temptress approached Jong-hyun and, calling him stubborn, promised him that Lee Jong-hyun would take care of his destiny. Lee Jong-hyun could not stand it. He jumped out of his seat and threw away Dwayne, who was threatening him. Dwayne flew forward several meters before landing on his knees. After an unsuccessful attack, the guy gathered his strength and attacked Chan, ending up on top of him. The player hit the floor where Chan was several times, but he managed to escape thanks to his active skill. Although the protagonist's skill is limited, he can now move freely in the shadows and be unnoticeable. As Dwayne looked ahead, he didn't notice the shadowy Lee Young-hyun sneaking up on him. When the player noticed his comrade, he managed to react, but the maneuver was not entirely successful. Lee Jong-hyun apologized to Dwayne and said that he had to do this. The main character tensed his body and hit his crazy comrade between the legs with all his strength. From the pain he received, Dwayne fell to his knees and began to confess his love to his love organ. Dwayne was now less capable, but still posed some threat to Jong-hyun. When the main character was observing the behavior of his comrade, another madman appeared behind him, who wanted to kick him. Lee Jong-hyun reacted instantly and disappeared from the half-naked player's sight. When Hyun got into a fight with the player, he realized that the guy smelled stronger than the temptress herself. The man turned his bare backside to Jun Hyun and asked him to accept his sincere feelings. The tempter added that he and Jong Hyun were destined to meet in this location. The naked man told the main character that he was ready to love him until the end of his days. Lee Chong persistently asked the guy to put on his pants, but he resisted with all his might. The main character took a closer look at his interlocutor and realized that this was the past Dylan, who had become much stronger than before. Suddenly, naked Dylan disappeared from his previous place, which surprised Hyun. The main character was expecting some action from his old acquaintance and felt his movement behind him. Lee Jong Hyun immediately turned on Dylan and punched him in the stomach, throwing him several meters back. When Jong Hyun noticed that his attack was unsuccessful, he realized that he now needed to observe several targets at once. The temptress stood close to the main character and did not yet plan to attack him. Shrouded in poison, Lee Chong realized that he did not feel Dylan's presence. But at that very moment, naked Dylan reappeared on Jun Hyun's head. The naked tempter hoped to kill Jong Hyun and kicked him. The main character again managed to escape from the place because he used a shadow skill. A moment later, the hero appeared in the same place and struck back at Dylan, knocking him back. An enraged Dylan rose to his feet and swung to attack Lee Jong Hyun, but the protagonist's games did not end there. Before Dylan had time to understand what was happening, he felt a side blow to the jaw, which Chan delivered with his black hand. The man made a maneuver and jumped to the side, flying some distance. The unexpected happened. Dwayne crept up to Dylan and grabbed him by the shoulders with all his might. It turned out that Dwayne came to his senses and was now fighting not against Jun Hyun, but for him. The main character was undoubtedly glad to see the return of his beloved comrade. Lee Jong Hyun struck Dylan with a powerful blow to the torso with a bone blade, and Dwayne helped him with this. After killing Dylan, Dwayne admitted to Jung Hyun that he had no intention of dying in such a miserable place. The young guy also told his friend that after his blow, he came to his senses and no longer wanted to confess his feelings to him. Lee Jong Hyun just laughed at him and asked him not to let his feelings show up again after this ordeal. The unity of the players greatly excited the temptress, and she wanted to quickly enjoy each other. Lee Jung Hyun and Dwayne went to Dylan's body and mourned his corpse. Seeing the sad scene, the girl told the players that everything could have ended much better if they had immediately joined her team. After Dylan's death, Lee Chong realized that none of the people here had a soul, as they were taken away by the temptress immediately after Lee Chong's mind was stupefied. The temptress took a step back and concluded that she was not Dwayne and Jun Hyun's type. The girl took a couple of steps forward and found herself in the body of a handsome young man in order to somehow attract the attention of the players. After this, the lady changed her appearance and took on the appearance of an old woman. At the end of the joke on the players, the temptress offered to remain a child in order to try something forbidden. Dwayne was surprised by her behavior, and Jung Hyun decided that it was time to end this circus. The players discussed what was happening, collected their thoughts, and ran towards the temptress. The girl returned to her previous state and did not budge when detecting threats from the players. The main character rushed forward and asked Dwayne to stay behind and give him a chance to go first. Jong Hyun ran up to the girl and finally shouted to his comrade to attack the girl immediately at the first opportunity. The main character, who was covered in the black energy active skill, also created an electric charge in his right hand. Jun Hyun used an active skill to disappear into the shadows and end up at the side of the temptress instead of in front of her. The young lady did not suspect anything about the threat approaching her and suddenly received an electric charge right in the neck. But the electricity did not hit the temptress, and she managed to maneuver and lean back from the player's hand. The girl licked Jun Hyun's hand and he felt uneasy. The young guy realized that he needed to act as quickly as possible to kill the dangerous temptress. The hero used the electric charge skill in a completely different form and threw the girl back. The lady raised her hands and told the player that he had ruined her insides. But the game was quite good for her. Jung Hyun was surprised that even in his shadow form, his active skill worked, but this was not enough to defeat the evil girl. While Chong Li was fighting with the temptress, Dwayne crept up behind her and, waiting for the right moment, grabbed her by the shoulders. The girl shouted ridiculous words at the players, after which Dwayne angrily kicked her in the spine. The temptress's eyes turned black, and streams of hot blood burst out of her mouth. Dwayne managed to tear off both of the girl's arms up to the shoulder with a sharp swing. The temptress, feeling acute pain, realized that death most likely awaited her, but she did not give up. Lee Jong Hyun planned to deliver a deadly blow and somersaulted to hit the temptress in the face. When the main character struck the lying girl in the face, he saw that she licked his leg with a huge tongue. The main character jumped to the side, and practically nothing remained of the head of the beautiful temptress. Dwayne asked his friend what happened, and he told him about how a girl licked his leg. During the conversation between the players, the temptress's body rose up, and a voice came out of it, which said that the girl was excited by such actions. The lady looked at the players with a bloody face, and a huge tongue protruded from her mouth. The girl made faces in different poses and asked the men to continue their attacks, which gave her pleasure. When the men stood and simply looked at the girl, she decided to strike back at them and first changed her appearance. Lee Jong-hyun and Dwayne noticed that the temptress had grown wings, and her entire body had returned to its previous state. The girl quickly flapped her wings and instantly found herself close to the players, flying some distance beyond them. Fortunately, Dwayne and Lee Jong-hyun managed to dodge the dangerous attack of the temptress. The protagonist noticed that the smell in the room had changed, and he also concluded that the attacker's speed could be very dangerous for them. Dwayne raised his hand and found that his body and arms were covered with itching. Raising his hand up, the young guy noticed that blood was pouring out of it and a strange internal pain was felt. Lee Jong-hyun was noticeably worried about his comrade and admitted that this was his end. The hero asked how his friend was feeling, but he said that something had burst in his hand. Hyung didn't remember that girl doing anything during the attack, so it turns out she did it during the flight. Chong Li looked at his hands and realized that this was pollen that the temptress had sprayed during her flight. Magic pollen caused terrible wounds on the players' hands, causing them incredible pain. Chong Hyun shouted to his comrade to go back so as not to fall into the radius of action of the pollen particles. According to him, small particles of pollen penetrate the player's skin and cause a powerful blow to the body. Dwayne asked his friend about further actions, and he said that the only way out was to avoid the attacker's attack. In the following moments, terrible things happened in the location, as the girl did not let the players relax and chase them from corner to corner. Dwayne and Chong Hyun have so far managed to resist attacks and avoid direct contact with pollen on their bodies. During a short break, the main character asked Dwayne to split up so as not to be one easy target. Dwayne listened to his comrade and ran in the opposite direction from him. The temptress noticed that the players ran in different directions and invited them to play catch-up. The first victim of the beautiful huntress was Dwayne, who tried to escape with all his might. The temptress invited the young guy to stop and let her feast on him. A sharp blade suddenly appeared from the attacker's body, and the player fell into a stupor at what he saw. At this time, Chong Hyun ran up to his comrade and hitting him, told him not to stop so as not to die. The temptress stopped and told the players that she was noticeably exhausted, and it was time for her to use some hard skills. Lee Jong-hyun was rude to the beauty, and she decided to deal with him first. But the hero did not give up so easily, and used an active shadow skill and found himself behind the attacker. Due to Jung-hyun's stupid mistake, the temptress went to attack Dwayne. Lee Chong shouted to his comrade to dodge to the side, but he decided to use an active power skill. Without hesitation, the girl flew at the player and knocked him down. The sharp blade, which resembled a long genital organ, passed Dwayne tangentially, but did not damage him. The young guy fell sharply to the floor and screamed in surprise. He was at the temptress's coffin, and when she saw this, she angrily shouted at him to go to another place, away from the coffin. Jung-hyun noticed something was wrong, because before the coffin situation, the girl was as polite and kind as possible. The main character persistently asked Dwayne to open the coffin and see what would happen next in the girl's behavior, but he did not understand his plan. Hearing what Chan said, the girl's face changed and fear appeared in her eyes. When the young guy touched the coffin, the temptress shouted at him to remove his hands from there. Dwayne was still able to open the coffin, after which he saw a naked girl lying there, looking like a temptress. She was still a very young girl, on whose forehead was an incomprehensible white sign. The main character suggested that this child is the child of a temptress, but later he concluded that the temptress does not have a real body, but only a doll. Realizing what was happening, the main character told Dwayne to kill the child, since this is the real body of the temptress. Dwayne confirmed the words of his comrade, since the girl was not dead and looked like her attacker. The young guy swung with all his might and wanted to kill the young girl, but at some point he lowered his hand and said that he could not do this, and at that moment the temptress was already behind him. It turned out that Dwayne's parents died very early, and therefore his younger sister remained the only member of his family. One day, at the most critical moment, her brother was not around and the girl died without waiting for help. This situation caused psychological trauma to the player, as he was unable to protect the last member of his family. And when Dwayne swung at the sleeping temptress girl, he remembered the situation of a family tragedy he had experienced. Lee Jong-hyun, without hesitation, opened the fourth gate and began to interfere with Dwayne's actions. The temptress's blade was a couple of centimeters from the young guy's back. Jun-hyun managed to save his comrade, because he threw the girl to the side, away from him. Thanks to the skill of the fourth gate, the temptress flew into the wall and splashed the entire nearby space with blood. Lee Chong, who was also bleeding, closed the fourth gate and began to restore his strength. The player opened the gate only for a moment, but it still drove him crazy and significantly reduced his stamina, so he could no longer use the shadow skill. Having come to her senses, the temptress waved and flew towards Jun-hyun. Dwayne continued to look at the body in the coffin, and Jung-hyun tried to use the bone blade to pierce the girl through the coffin. Surprisingly, the The bone blade passed through the coffin, but only a couple of centimeters were not enough to kill the young temptress. Terrible things began to happen to the face of the attacking girl, and it struck terror into the main player. Junhyun continued to fight with the girl and did not give up for a second. The temptress admitted that the body in the coffin was her real body, and at that moment, Junghyun cut off her head. The temptress fell to the floor, and this gave the main character a chance to kill the girl. Dwayne continued to stand in a stupor over the temptress's coffin and did not show any active actions. A moment later, he came to his senses and realized the reason why he did not kill the temptress, because he thought that his sister was lying in the coffin. When the attacker came to her senses, Lee Jong-hyun promised her that he would kill her so many times until she died completely. Using black energy bonds, the main character again dealt a fatal blow to the woman, breaking her body into several parts. Finally, Chan realized that he had gained time to kill the main body. When the player moved, he realized that his stomach had been pierced through by the temptress's blade. The main character fell to the floor, and above him was the restored body of the temptress girl. She took her leather blade from Lee Jong-hyun and wanted to make a new attack, finishing him to death. The girl swung and the blade appeared right in front of the eyes of the main player. Fortunately, the temptress did not have time to kill the main character, as she felt a heaviness throughout her body. Dwayne, who came to his senses, was still able to kill the real body of the attacking girl. A bright pink soul appeared above the coffin, meaning that the temptress was now dead. The smiling girl gradually dissolved into emptiness, and before her death said that she was very sad to leave such men. Jong-hyun began to lose consciousness, but Dwayne rushed to help and was able to shout to him. He approached his friend and said that the temptress was dead and all the worst was behind him. The young guy also added that he poured several healing vials onto his comrade's wounds to restore his well-being. But the main character only reproached his friend for thoughtlessly using up all the potion supplies. The main character nevertheless thanked his comrade for the timely use of the potion. The men went to the coffin to take the pink soul and divide it in half. After this soul, Lee Jong-hyun had 440 souls in total. Using souls, the hero increased the skills of strong bones, restoration, lizard tail, limit gate to a high level, and the level of electric charge increased to 10, and the result was the electrification skill. The main character handed his friend bottles of Hilka and asked him to take them for himself, but he resisted. Then Chan explained to his comrade that in any dangerous situation it would be better if everyone had potions in stock. Lee Jong-hyun took the potions offered by Hyun, and they went to the exit, which was close to them. Before leaving, Lee Jong-hyun looked back and remembered that terrible picture when he saw his dead sister. Leaving the location, Lee Chong-hyun and Dwayne saw a huge red carpet in front of them, and the location itself was filled with darkness. The players decided to go a little further and saw a terrible picture in front of them. There were dead people lying all over the location, and it was clearly clear that this was not done by a person. There was a white light at the end of the corridor, but it did not inspire any confidence in the players. Jung-hyun told Dwayne that he heard some screams and he asked him about it. The screams of people came from the door, from where a white light could be seen. The men walked a few meters further and stopped when they saw something terrible in the next location. The main characters noticed that large wasps were mercilessly killing people. In addition to large wasps, there was a huge green mantis in the location that ate everyone in its path. And the third predator was the woodcutter beetle, whose size was several times larger than that of humans. Chan made an inappropriate joke and told Dwayne that as a child he loved collecting insects, especially woodcutter beetles. The main characters noticed a huge wasp in front of them, which obviously also noticed them. Without thinking, the wasp waved and flew towards the players, but they managed to maneuver and fly off in different directions. The animal's speed was as fast as possible, but not so fast that Chan did not have time to react. Hyun hit the attacking wasp with a bone blade and it flew into the wall. Dwayne also decided to contribute to the killing of the animal, created an active skill and rushed to the lying wasp. The players examined the body of the wasp and realized that it would not be easy for them in this location, which is completely filled with such creepy insects. One of the men present rose from the ground and asked the players how they managed to kill the huge wasp. The young man turned to Dwayne and Jong-hyun and asked for their help in this test, since his entire company was having a little trouble. The system notified the players that this is Kim Min-jun, who has a high skill level of 41. Without hearing the answer, Kim ran to help his comrade, who was about to be eaten by a woodcutter beetle. Jong-hyun concluded that it is easier to deal with these insects while there are a lot of people in the location, and Dwayne agreed with him. The young man Kim Min created an active skill, and a white spirit hammer appeared in his hand. The man insultingly struck the beetle in the side with his hammer but failed to cut it into pieces. Min realized that it was too late to save his companion, so Kim himself decided to leave his active actions for later. Dwayne created an active power skill and ran to attack the bug, and the man tried to stop him. Dwayne flew up to the beetle and hit it in the side with all his might, thus creating a large explosion. The man said that Dwayne seemed like some kind of psycho to him, but Junhyun didn't care and just watched his actions. After a successful attack from a comrade, the main character tensed his body and opened the third-level limit gate. In addition to the gate, Lee Jong-hyun used a new electrification skill that created golden rays around his body. It turned out that the electrification skill accelerates the blood circulation of the main character in order to increase physical performance when attacking. The player felt a powerful charge flowing through his veins, and he wanted to move more and more. At the side of the location stood an armed girl with 3 huge, dangerous wasps hovering over her. The girl looked back and saw that her friend was lying unconscious, and this reduced her chances of survival. The girl Uemi, who was lying unconscious, was attacked by wasps and received a burn from them in the neck, which caused her to have powerful convulsions throughout her body. The wasp flew past the surviving heroine, and she managed to return to the side without losing her weapon. Lee Jong-hyun watched what was happening and at some point saw a message from the system that it was Katie Lin. The girl no longer had any choice but to be the first to launch an attack on the huge wasps that were near her. The girl believed that it was not fair when 3 monsters attack 1 player. During the attack, the girl noticed that the bodies of the wasps were quite strong, because they were not damaged by enhanced blows and active skills. But the girl understood for sure that she should aim at the narrow joint between the head and torso. Suddenly, a crazy Jong-hyun appeared next to Katie, and she was quite scared of him. The main character instantly thrust a bone blade into the wasp's head and knocked it over to the floor. The lady watched what was happening, and could not believe that someone had come to her aid. Katie looked at Jong-hyun for a long time, and then shouted to him to beware of an attack from behind. Indeed, behind the player there was a huge wasp that wanted to grab him. Lee Jong-hyun immediately turned around and fought back the attacking wasp, hitting it with his blade. The girl hurried to the aid of her new acquaintance, created a weapon, and ran to him. The girl tensed her body and created an active skill of an enhanced attack. Katie swung over the wasp's body and tried to cut off its head. The heroine's attack was a success, as the wasp's head and body scattered in different directions. The girl calmed down and turned to Junhyun, saying that she really liked him. Chong Li answered his interlocutor rudely, because first of all, they really need to defeat all the insects in this location. The girl said that nothing in this world can overshadow a wonderful feeling like love. Later, the girl looked at Junhyun and said that they would definitely talk about feelings, but only after passing this location. The main character was not interested in communicating with the naive girl, and he ran to attack the remaining wasp. Hyun swung his bone blade and hit the wasp, but it was not enough to kill. The bloody body of the insect ended up at the girl's feet. Katie spat on her weapon and asked the guy not to worry about her, since she was independent in everything. The heroine ran away, and with all her might, cut the wasp into 2 parts. After a successful attack, the girl turned to the main character and asked him for a compliment addressed to her. The girl asked Chong Li to be less modest, since their human desires have not gone away in this game. Not expecting a catch, the girl turned her back to the wasp and began to reflect on her words. The dead wasp was able to shoot something poisonous at the girl, but the main character managed to repel this attack with a blade. The main character told Katie not to ask to be his girlfriend, but to simply find someone instead of him. The girl turned towards the wasp and considered that her last attack was quite dangerous. Katie turned to the player and felt that she needed to thank him for the double rescue. The young guy headed towards Dwayne, but on the way he saw that a real battle was taking place on the other side of the location. A huge woodcutter beetle was chasing a pathetic player who couldn't quite escape it. The young man Kim Min created a huge hammer and hit it on the huge back of the beetle. At this time, Dwayne gathered his strength and struck the beetle with a side blow, which created a powerful explosion and sent small particles of his body flying. Unexpectedly for everyone, the woodcutter beetle stopped moving and froze in one place. But suddenly, the monster took off and went to catch up with the young player, who was trying in every possible way to insult him. Dwayne conferred with another player and learned that the woodcutter beetle likes to choose only one victim. The man said that the beetle chooses one person, no matter what happens around him, and chases him until he dies. Still, the woodcutter beetle managed to catch up with the pathetic player and instantly killed him. Kim Min calculated that the huge creature had already killed 10 people from his company. When the beetle had finished eating the young man, he turned to the side where Dwayne and Kim Min were standing. The entire mouth of the beetle was filled with human blood and it looked very creepy. Dwayne looked at the beetle and realized with confidence that this time the monster had chosen him as its victim. The woodcutter beetle suddenly jumped up and ran after Dwayne and Kim Min. The young guy made a good maneuver, thanks to which the beetle hit the wall with all its strength, breaking it into several parts. It seemed to Dwayne that this huge beetle was much faster than before. Having lost sight of Dwayne, the beetle went after the same young player, who had little chance of salvation. The young guy decided to intervene in the fate of a person and climbed onto the body of a beetle. The woodcutter beetle released strange white streams towards the young guy that looked like cobwebs. When the white threads came into contact with Dwayne, he could not move at all and fell into a stupor. At the most inopportune moment, the player below shouted to Dwayne to be careful with that slime and not fall into the trap. The young guy was angry with the man because he didn't warn him sooner because he knew this fact. Dwayne's position was as unnatural as possible, and it was difficult for him to even use the roar skill. Lee Jong-hyun noticed that his comrade was in danger. He used an active skill and ran to attack the woodcutter beetle. In addition to yellow electrification, the hero used a limit gate and a bone blade. With one powerful blow, Lee Jong-hyun cut the threads in half, saving his comrade. The main character asked about Dwayne's well-being, and he said that he needed to be as careful as possible with this sticky thread. The main characters conferred and concluded that the woodcutter beetle's shell is quite impenetrable, and it itself does not react to most attacks. Lee Jong-hyun thought about the situation and told his comrade that he needed to aim directly at the belly of the insect to try to kill it. Since the defense there was not as strong as on the back, the guys were divided into roles in which Dwayne had to divert the beetle's attention to himself, and Jun-hyun had to stab him in the stomach. When the monster ran at Dwayne again, he promised his comrade that he would try to give him a minute to attack. Lee Jong-hyun went to attack the bug, and the young guy stayed behind him to become a target. The new electrification skill was very effective, and thanks to it, the main character manages to survive this difficult test. The yellow streams of electricity helped Lee Jong-hyun stop the woodcutter beetle's attack for a moment. After the player's active actions, the monster still could not understand where Dwayne was, but Chong Li informed him that his victim was in the opposite direction. When the monster turned over and looked towards Dwayne, he was already running at him from behind everyone, using the active power skill. The woodcutter beetle again shot white threads of sticky web at the attacker, trying to stop his actions. Dwayne used an energy shield, but it was difficult for him to cope with the flow of webs. The young guy was as close as possible to the body of the beetle, and he needed to get to the belly. Dwayne managed to land a powerful blow to the beetle's stomach, causing it to fly upward. The woodcutter beetle screamed throughout the entire location from the pain it received, and small body parts fell from it. Looking at the wounds inflicted, Dwayne realized that he lacked power and strength. Suddenly, a man, Kim Min, came running to Dwayne, who was confident that he could cope with the beetle alone. The player again created a huge energy hammer and struck a powerful blow at the dangerous insect. After a successful attack by the player, the beetle flew to the side and turned over on its back. The woodcutter beetle was already defeated, but Lee Jong-hyun flew towards him to deal a fatal blow with an axe. The main character, with all his might, thrust an axe into the belly of a previously already wounded insect. Lee Jong-hyun realized that the protection of the insect's belly is quite weak, but the skin remains strong. The beetle's body released the brown ropes upward, and this quite frightened Lee Jong-hyun, who was in the center of the beetle's body. The main character created the active limit gate skill when he realized that the insect has a way out in any situation. Dwayne noticed what was happening, created an active power skill, and hurried to help his comrade. The brown bonds that escaped from the beetle's body became more powerful and longer. When the bonds came into contact with Lee Jong-hyun's torso, strong explosions were created that could be heard throughout the entire location. The main character could easily use the electric energy skill as a defense against the beetle's attacks, but this skill had a short-lived effect. Lee Jong-hyun realized that he was spending too much energy on using several skills at the same time, and because of this, the power of his punch was noticeably reduced. When Dwayne approached the monster, it released its strong paws towards the attacker and threw him back, blocking his path in every possible way. An armed Katie, who did not understand the seriousness of what was happening, hurried to the aid of Lee Jong-hyun and Dwayne. The girl ran with the thought that she wanted to help her loved one, because this time he definitely couldn't do without a woman's help. The girl did not want to offend Lee Jong-hyun and therefore wanted to sacrifice herself to save him. The long legs of the beetle noticed the girl running towards them and immediately began to block her passage. Jong-hyun had the worst time fighting the web, but the girl advised him to come up with some kind of plan. Despite Katie's uselessness, Lee Chong realized that thanks to her, the pressure on him had been greatly reduced. The main character decided to risk his health and stamina and use the fourth gate of the limit. With the help of the fourth gate and the electrification skill, Chan dealt fatal blows to the creature one by one. The insect's body was quite strong, but with each blow from Jong-hyun, the bonds decreased in size. After numerous blows from the main character, a powerful green-yellow explosion was created. The shockwave threw Lee Jong-hyun aside, after which he closed the fourth limit gate. The girl approached her lover and said that she was proud of his courageous actions, and he again managed to surprise the girl. The pitiful body of the insect lay motionless, and its legs, reminiscent of fetters, hung neatly down. Dwayne and Kim Min also silently watched the lumberjack beetle's immobilized body. At some point, Kim Min noticed that the insect was rising to its feet again, and drops of sweat began to flow from Dwayne's forehead. The confident man ran towards the beetle so as not to have to deal with it from scratch. With an active skill, Kim Min created a huge white energy hammer and planned to deal a fatal blow to the beetle. During the impact, drops of blood sprayed out from the body of the woodcutter beetle. But then it seemed that this would not lead to any consequences. The surrounding players told Kim Min that he managed to neutralize the beetle as it stopped moving. The player shouted throughout the entire location that he was able to do this alone, and that he was very proud of himself. It turned out that while using the limit gate skill, Lee Jong-hyun simultaneously used the danger detection skill. The main character realized that there was still something dangerous left with the woodcutter beetle, and the battle was not over. Since the beetle was already dead, Lee Jong-hyun thought that danger might be hiding in Dwayne or that self-confident guy. Kim Min stood by the bloody body of the woodcutter beetle and asked his comrades to give him the largest share of the earned souls, since it was he who killed the insect. The man did not speak for long because his monologue was interrupted by a fatal beetle bite. The players realized that the test was not over yet because the monster regained consciousness. Chan was shocked by what he saw, since he had already thought that the beetle had been neutralized. From the broken body of the woodcutter beetle, a huge caterpillar appeared, which ate everything in its path, and the blue soul of Kim Min flew near it. The main character warned Katie that they could become the next victim, so you need to be prepared for this. When the huge caterpillar finished eating Kim Min's body, it turned around and looked towards Lee Jong-hyun and Katie. The monster made a sharp maneuver towards the players, but they managed to run away in different directions. The girl Katie tried her best to neutralize the creature, striking it with a thin sword. Of course, blood burst out from the wounds inflicted by the girl, but the girl's actions did not bring much effect. When the blood got on Katie's hand, she felt pain and saw a strange larvae. Dwayne asked about his friend's well-being, but she said that she was fine. The main character noticed that the outer shell of the caterpillar is much weaker than the skin of the woodcutter beetle. Due to the monster's high speed, it will not be easy to kill, so players need to neutralize it first. Dwayne decided to fight the creature first and, using an active skill, jumped on it. From the jump of the young guy, the caterpillar fell to the ground, and blood poured out of its mouth. At this moment, Jong-hyun did the incredible and opened the 5th gate of the limit, and also used the skills of electrification and bone blade. Oddly enough, the main character felt great, and therefore ran into an active attack on the lying caterpillar. The electric charge and the bone blade inflicted numerous deep wounds and burns on the caterpillar's body. After active actions, Jong-hyun flew to the side to assess the situation and the condition of the caterpillar. The main character closed the 5th gate of the limit, and blood poured out of his nose. The caterpillar began to rise up, and the players had to come up with a new plan for attack. The creature could barely breathe, and blood, which contained many larvae, splashed from its body in all directions. Lee Jong-hyun warned Dwayne that these larvae could be dangerous, and he used an active skill and blew drops of blood away from himself in the opposite direction. Lee Jong-hyun himself created an electrical shield in front of him and asked Katie to stand behind him. The caterpillar fell to the ground dead, and blood stopped spraying from its body. When the monster's body was covered with black scales, the main characters realized that the monster was now definitely dead. Lee Jong-hyun looked around and realized that there was only one thing left in this location. One of the men escaping was mercilessly cut in half. The players turned around and saw that another player had also been cut into 2 halves. The player's next opponent was a huge green mantis, which was very dangerous. Without thinking twice, the self-confident player created an active skill and went to attack the dangerous insect. The man created energy balls in his hands and struck the mantis on the back of the head several blows. Almost at the same instant, the insect raised its paw up and wanted to deal a fatal blow to the attacker, which he had not expected. The man realized that his end was very close, and therefore began to insult the praying mantis. At some point, the insect's limb changed direction, giving the desperate player a chance to escape. All this happened thanks to the fact that another player ran up from the opposite side and struck the mutant's paw with a light blow. The insect stomped with the same paw, and threw the falling one aside along with particles of the floor. Mantis did not even suspect that behind him was Lee Jong-hyun, who was preparing a powerful attack on him. Lee Jong-hyun pushed off the wall and flew towards the mantis together with his electrification skill. The blow was so strong that a powerful explosion appeared on the back of the insect's head. The main character flew over a huge praying mantis, and from the pain it received, it stood on its hind legs and growled. Hyun understood that they needed to find a weak spot in the creature's strong shell, but for now, he asked Katie to simply not get hit by the insect. Kim Min, Dwayne, and Lee Jong-hyun split into roles and went to attack the creature. Finally, the main character asked Katie to stay behind them, since with her attack skills it would be difficult to inflict significant damage on the monster. Jong-hyun extended his hand and created a bone blade as well as an electrification skill. The praying mantis with bloody paws was waiting for the approach of the little people. Lee Jong-hyun shouted to his comrades to be careful with the insect's front legs, as they could cut them in half. Dwayne obeyed his comrade and kept some distance from the monster's front paws. Lee Jong-hyun jumped over the mantis and launched a bone blade at it with all his strength. After a successful attack, the main character flew some distance to assess the situation. The main character was not sure that the strong legs of the mantis could certainly be dealt with the help of a bone blade. The main character decided to divert the insect's attention to himself and shouted to his remaining comrades to finish him off. When the player got within range of the middle paws, he swung the bone blade to cut off that limb. The mantis reacted instantly and brought its second paw to the player. It seemed to Hyung that the insect's strikes had become slightly slower, but perhaps this was due to electrification. Lee Chong must not let his guard down under any circumstances, since the mantis's legs were as powerful as possible. Lee Jong-hyun fought the monster alone, and his comrades did not rush to his aid. The main character jumped from side to side so as not to fall under the direct blows of the monster. Finding himself above the mantis's head, Lee Jong-hyun stabbed it with a bone blade. The main character coped with his task of attracting the monster's attention. Until the monster came to its senses, Lee Jong-hyun ordered his comrades to immediately launch an attack. Dwayne listened to his friend, and using the skill of power, ran to attack the mantis. The other man created red energy balls in his hands and also ran towards the insect. With a powerful blow, Dwayne broke the insect's middle limb into 2 pieces. From the resulting pain, the mantis lost its balance and visibly staggered. The huge body of the monster fell to the ground and blood poured from its limb. Lee Chong suggested that his comrades hit the praying mantis on the head once, so that it would certainly not be able to wake up. The players assigned roles and headed as close as possible to the lying insect. Even in such a deplorable state, this beetle continues to protect its body. It seemed to the main character that this monster did not feel pain at all, so his reflexes worked perfectly even in a wounded state. Unexpectedly for the surrounding players, the mantis leaned on its side paws and wanted to rise up. Those present saw a terrible picture when the monster raised its sharp paw above their heads. Only Lee Jong-hyun understood that something terrible was approaching them. The main character shouted to his companions to move back immediately. Kim Min did not listen to Jong and wanted to fight the sharp front leg of the mantis alone. The young player did not even have time to realize the full danger of what was happening in this location. When Kim Min saw a sharp paw near him, he realized that it was too late to think about his salvation. The insect's sharp paw cut the man into 2 equal parts, releasing all the blood from his body. All the players turned around and saw that a bright blue soul was shining above the body of their comrade. At this moment, the main character warned Dwayne to be careful with the monster's front paws, as some incredible energy emanates from them. The confident mantis put its 2 front paws in front of itself and began to wait for the players to approach. Dwayne created an energy shield in front of him, but Chan didn't like his idea, and he asked his comrade to simply dodge. Dwayne and Lee Chong managed to avoid direct hits from the energy flow of the insect's front legs. The praying mantis stood on its hind legs, and the players became quite tense at what they saw. Jong-hyun looked back and saw that Katie ran to attack the creature, and he tried to stop her. The girl asked him not to worry about her, since she would never rush into battle recklessly. The girl could not imagine that in this battle she could lose 2 beloved men at once, so she would do everything in her power. The heroine tensed her face and created a level 4 mist breath. A fog actually appeared in front of the girl, which looked more like a smoky cloud. When the monster could no longer see because of the fog, the girl shouted to the men to quickly attack him. Lee Jong-hyun informed Dwayne that they had a huge chance for their active attack, and they needed to hurry up. The main character grabbed the bone blade, but at the same moment the creature passed its sharp paws over his head. Hyun realized that the mantis was deliberately waving its paws chaotically to try to pick up one of the players. Dwayne used active skills and wanted to rush to attack the huge monster. When the monster launched a stream of deadly energy with its front paw, the young guy only bent his head and began to expect the blow. Lee Jong-hyun yelled at his comrade and asked him to maneuver left and right. Dwayne tensed his body and used a level 10 active beast form skill. The player's body was modified, and 6 appeared on his head, as if like some kind of animal. Jong-hyun. I had never seen such a skill from my comrade, and he was pleasantly surprised. In appearance, Dwayne looked very creepy, since all his distinctive features were applied to the animal form. Dwayne definitely had some kind of plan to combat the deadly energy of the praying mantis. The young guy's face was as tense as possible, and his eyes acquired a yellow tint. Dwayne blew out streams of white energy that pushed back the attack from the mantis's front paw. All this time, Lee Jong-hyun watched the actions of his comrade, and they seemed crazy to him. The beastly roar of Dwayne's active skill became even more powerful, and it seemed that this was due to the new uniform and equipment. The mantis was not at all afraid of the player's attacks, and he maintained his calm as much as possible. The crazy young man was confident in his abilities and wanted to kill the predator himself. Lee Jong-hyun was sure that his comrade would not be able to maintain this skill for long. It was clear that Dwayne's skill had a time limit. Since he would have used this skill long ago, Mantis watched Dwayne as he ran for a long time, and blood ran from his head. When the young man was very close, the monster stood on its hind legs and raised its front legs above the player's head. The monster gently touched the young man, but he managed to deflect these attacks from himself. Dwayne understood that he did not have enough strength for a long battle, and needed to finish the creature as soon as possible. The player performed a maneuver that concentrated all his strength and power inside him. Suddenly, the young guy rushed to the mantis's face, and he clearly did not expect this. Dwayne put his hands forward and created a whirlpool of white energy. The young guy's attacks helped him tear all the monster's limbs in half. One of the explosions that occurred near the wounded head of the mantis tore off one of its eyes. After a successful attack, Dwayne jumped down and the floor was broken from his powerful jump. There was nothing to stop the crazy young guy, because he wanted to finish the job he started. He threw the mantis towards the bloody head to deal the killing blow to the monster. The monster's head could do nothing but spray a stream of scarlet blood at the player. At this moment, Lee Jong-hyun decided to contribute to the killing of the mantis and created a bone blade, which he imbued with the electrification skill. After running some distance, the main character launched his bone blade towards the monster. When Dwayne fought with a wounded insect, a powerful bone blade flew into its body. Dwayne had to jump down to avoid being hit by the blade and the electrification. Lee Jong-hyun decided to take advantage of the moment and jumped on the weakened neck of the mantis. Finding himself on the creature's torso, Jong-hyun released his bone blade into its neck. When the main character realized that he couldn't cope on his own, he opened the fifth gate of the limit and created the electrification skill. Thanks to 3 skills, the player managed to get some results from his attack. Dwayne watched with extreme caution from the sidelines what was happening where his comrade was participating. After Lee Jong-hyun's main attacks, the mantis's body created a powerful explosion. After the explosion, almost nothing was left of the insect, as its limbs and head flew in different directions. The monster's entire body fell to the ground, and Lee Jong-hyun, standing next to him, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The players realized that Chan barely had time to deliver the final blow, and his comrades were happy for him. A bright green soul appeared above the monster's body, and Katie asked to divide these souls into 3. Dwayne and Kate turned back and saw that a passage had opened in the wall. All players rested, regained their strength, and went to the next location, where a new test awaited them. Entering the new room, the players saw something strange, but not frightening. Once again, Lee Jong-hyun saw in front of him 8 identical doors that led to completely different locations. Oddly enough, this time there were exactly 8 of them, which differed by 1 from the previous similar situation. There was no sign above the 8th door, and there was a keyhole on the handle that could be opened with the key to the labyrinth. Dwayne, Kate, and Lee Jong-hyun couldn't decide which door to go through next. At some point, the main character noticed that something was wrong with the girl's face and asked her about it. Katie said she wasn't completely over the battle yet and felt like she had a sick feeling in her stomach. Fear appeared in the girl's eyes, and the first drops of sweat ran down her face. The girl leaned down and particles of something unknown flew out of her mouth, but she managed to catch them with her hand. Removing her hand from her face, the girl noticed that there was vomit and blood on it. There was something in the girl's blood, but she couldn't figure out what it was. Katie's face looked as bad as possible, and it looked like it was about to dry out and turn black. The girl fell to her knees and began endlessly spitting out streams of blood. The men suggested that their friend lie on her back to relieve the hellish pain, and she obeyed them. The girl's body became completely weak, and Dwayne suggested that Jun-hyun give her medicine. The main character was not sure that in such a state, the girl would be able to swallow the medicine, and whether it would even help in such a situation. Blood sprayed from the girl's eyes, nose, and mouth, and the girl whispered that she did not want to die. The main character noticed that the girl's blood was swarming with Lee Jong-hyun, and her entire body was probably already filled with them. Dwayne asked his friend if they could do something in this situation, but Hyun said no. The still conscious girl asked her friends why they couldn't help her. The girl's belly was swollen from the larvae in it and was about to be torn into small pieces. The main character asked Dwayne to step back so as not to get splashed with blood and get infected by Lee Jong-hyun. The girl's stomach nevertheless burst open, and a huge caterpillar from the previous test crawled out of it. When Dwayne just managed to notice the caterpillar, it immediately rushed in his direction. Lee Jong-hyun created an electrification skill to stop the insect that was already near Dwayne's face. Thanks to the electrical energy, the caterpillar fried itself and fell to the floor dead. The men did not understand at all how a caterpillar had formed in their friend's body so quickly. The main character remembered that during an attack on a large caterpillar, the girl was burned with its blood. At that moment, the girl told Lee Jong-hyun that she saw many small larvae in the blood. Chong-li concluded that Lee Jong-hyun laid her eggs in the wound, and they all very quickly multiplied throughout her body. A bright blue soul appeared over the pathetic corpse of the girl, and this was the end of Katie's path. The young people felt sorry for their faithful friend, and Chan decided to go through the door without taking her soul. The main characters went to the 8th door, where Jung Hyun used his special key. Once in the new location, the players again saw 7 doors in front of them, and 2 doors on the sides, in which there was a full recovery room and a store. The main character suggested to his comrade that this time they take advantage of the opportunity to fully recover, since they still cannot rest properly. Dwayne asked Chong Li if he was okay mentally after Katie's death, and he sighed and said that there was nothing they could do about it. Jong added that they don't have much time to worry about all the people who died in this game. The players went together to the full and partial recovery room, where they immediately went into capsules. Suddenly, Dwayne opened the lid of his capsule and heard some footsteps from the corridor. There were 3 men standing in the doorway who, judging by their conversation, wanted to fight the players and take their souls. Dwayne immediately rushed to attack them, but it seemed to him that there were too many of them for him alone. The recovery room was too small, and this created its own inconvenience for the attack. When the main character noticed what was happening, he could not yet leave the capsule, since he was in recovery mode. Since the capsule was in recovery mode, the machine could not be opened even with force, and all that was left was to wait for the process to complete itself. Lee Jong-hyun wanted to rush to Dwayne's aid as soon as possible, but circumstances took their toll. When Dwayne pinned one of the players against the wall, Lee Jong-hyun still had 10 minutes to recover. Dwayne's powerful blow created a dent in the wall, which was covered in the blood of the attacking man. The remaining men did not feel sorry for the dead man, since he was of no use anyway. Dwayne looked around and realized that there were only 5 players in this location, and perhaps he could deal with them while Lee Chong was in the capsule. It was clear that the men would not stand still and wait for the main character to appear, so Dwayne needed to start the battle first. The leader of the group told his players that they were not giving Dwayne time to think about the situation. According to the gang leader, one of the men, named Jack, needed to wait for the moment and tie the guy up. When Dwayne heard these words, his body was filled with maximum anger. One of the men quickly approached Dwayne, but suddenly received a blow to the face from him. The leader of the gang told his friend that this player was a pretty good player, but the other man began to panic from what he saw of Dwayne's actions. One player from a group of men shouted to Dwayne that he did not need to waste his strength because it was pointless. At some point, Dwayne's entire body was paralyzed and he could not even use the bestial rage skill. The third player from the company of men had a broken arm from Dwayne's attack, but the leader told him to shut up and endure the pain within himself. The wounded man then stretched out his hand and created a long sword covered in black energy. The daredevil told Dwayne that this sword has a rather interesting effect, and he needs to quickly find out about it. The young guy defied the man and said that he didn't care about his sword or its characteristics. Then the opponent explained to the player that this sword brings 3 times more pain than a regular one. The hero told the attacking player that such sadists irritate him, and he is ready to tear his entire face. When the sword touched Dwayne's shoulders, the man with the broken arm told the player that there is no need to have such strong energy in the last minutes of life. Dwayne tensed his entire body, and an animal cry burst from his soul, which pushed the sword and the dangerous man away from him. The man did not expect such an attack from the paralyzed Dwayne, and blood poured from his mouth and nose. The other men sent streams of active skills into the player's neck, and Dwayne had a hard time dealing with them. The man, who was panicking, asked his comrades not to be so risky that they would not meet their death. The gang leader crossed his arms over his chest and silently watched what was happening. The man with the broken arm became angry, and waiting for the right moment, plunged his sword into Dwayne's chest. Blood poured from the main character's mouth, and the man told him that he would no longer be able to make a single sound. The player promised Dwayne that he would not pierce him deeply enough to enjoy his torment longer. Then all of Dwayne's limbs received wounds from which dark blood flowed, and it looked like Dwayne was no longer a tenant. The young guy fell to the floor and his face turned black from wild pain. The gang leader asked his comrade to end the torment and finish off the pathetic player. The man was sorry to end this circus, and he swung it over Dwayne's head with all his might. Suddenly, a fireball flew at the person who was releasing streams of active skill energy. The man immediately fell to the ground, and the leader of his gang did not even rush to help him. The fireballs were reminiscent of an active skill that belonged to Kara, Chan, and Dwayne's missing friend. It turned out that this was the old Kara, but during previous tests, she lost an eye. The girl asked Dwayne to get up, and he immediately attacked the man with a broken arm. Despite the wild pain, the main character began to finish off the man attacking him. He understood that most likely he would die, since the force of Dwayne's blows was quite high. Kara coughed so that Dwayne would pay attention to her, and he was completely happy about this long-awaited meeting. The leader of the gang of those players moved from his place and asked Dwayne who this sweet girlfriend was. The man created an active skill in his hands and threatened Kara with death because she killed his comrades. The girl told the attacker to turn around quickly, but he did not want to fall for this childish trick. The man really should have turned around as there was an angry Lee Jong-hyun standing behind him. The main character created an electrification skill, and by touching his head with his hands, created a powerful electric field. The man's head instantly burned and his torso fell to the floor. The girl rushed into Lee Jong-hyun's arms with special joy and told him of her joy for his life. Exhausted, Dwayne lay on the floor and watched the sweet meeting of his best comrades. Kara noticed Dwayne's suffering and asked him not to die so quickly since they had just met. The players grabbed Dwayne and took him to the capsule for full recovery. When the recovery was complete, Dwayne emerged from the capsule without a single injury or dent. Lee Jong-hyun informed his comrades that the old team was assembled, and now it would be much easier to fight difficulties. Dwayne looked at his longtime friend and asked her about the previous trials, but she did not answer. Lee Jong-hyun pointed to the girl's missing eye, but Kara quickly replied that it was a battle wound, which she would talk about a little later. The players unanimously decided to go to the trading room to purchase the necessary equipment and skills. Lee Jong-hyun asked the merchant to show him the goods, and he immediately chose everything he needed. Lee Jong-hyun acquired the skill of light step, adsorption, which allows him to stick to walls and ceilings, and the skill of overabundance of blood. When the main character left the trading room, he asked his friends where they would go next, but they replied that Chan always made such decisions himself. The main character independently decided to go to the 5th door, and the players found themselves in a rather strange location. Everything around was bloody and cramped, which made Dwayne feel completely creepy. The floor and walls of this cave were soft, as if the players were once again in the belly of a huge whale. A fork in the road arose before the players. Chan Li asked his comrades to be on alert and maintain silence. A human scream was heard from the corner, screaming with superhuman strength. Dwayne suggested following the sound to find something useful, but Kara decided to stop the men. The girl was sure that something dangerous and big awaited them, as she had a bad feeling. Lee Jong-hyun listened to the girl's concerns, but Dwayne mockingly said that it would be strange to feel something different in this game. The young guy got angry and asked his comrades what was wrong with them, because they always moved to where they could get the greatest reward. Jong-hyun explained to his comrade that he always listens to the opinions of all group members. As the leader of the team, Lee Jong-hyun decided to go to the left, where there was no terrible scream. Before almost reaching the end of the cave, the players heard an angry scream again. Kara concluded that this source of sound was deliberately haunting them, because they tried to avoid it in every way. Even if the players return, this will not change anything, so all that remains is to go forward, deeper into the cave. At some point, the players moved as deep as possible and stopped when they saw something terrible in front of them. Closing her eyes, the girl created a scanning skill on them, allowing her to see dangerous creatures in the dark. The signal made it clear to the girl that danger awaited them above, and the girl immediately informed the other players about this. There was nothing on the ceiling except a pair of red eyes that were watching the players. Without thinking, the girl put out her hand and released a stream of fireball skill at the ceiling. The men asked the girl why she did this, but she said that something strange was clearly watching them. A pair of red eyes suddenly appeared behind Lee Jong-hyun, but he didn't even know it. When the main character finally noticed the eyes, he immediately released streams of electrical energy there. Chong Li deduced that they were being watched from the ceiling and walls, avoiding the players' direct gaze at them. A powerful, inhuman scream was heard again from the depths of the cave. Lee Jong-hyun decided to follow the shout, but the girl stopped him, saying that something was approaching them from afar. It seemed that it was just a bunch of small black snakes, from which small particles of the walls were flying. The main characters realized that these were not just snakes, since they did not have heads. Kara asked her comrades to be careful with the snakes, so that they don't touch them. The heroine made movements with her hands and created a 10th-level fiery hoop in front of her. When the fiery flame came into contact with the snakes, only small particles remained. The girl shouted to the young people to move synchronously directly behind the ball, which creates free passage for them further. The girl also used a master-level Ifrit step, which allows her to create a splash of fire at every step. The corridor was filled with the fire element and many living and dead snakes. Through a cloud of flame, the girl discovered a way out of the location and informed her comrades about it. The passage in which the players were gradually narrowed, and Lee Jong-hyun volunteered to buy time for everyone. The main character created an electrification skill and asked his comrades to run to the exit as quickly as possible. It seemed to the main character that this place was trying to absorb them, but the electrification skill did not allow Jun-hyun to prevent the narrowing of the walls for some time. Dwayne and Kara realized that thanks to Chun-hyun's skill, the passage was no longer narrowing, and they needed to leave the exit before new phenomena appeared in the location. When the couple was almost at the entrance, they saw that the passage was blocked by a ball of black snakes. Dwayne asked the girl to stay behind him, and decided to deal with the dangerous creatures alone. The young guy created an animal roar skill as well as a bear claw skill and ran towards the exit. When Dwayne dealt with the snakes, he quickly shouted to Kara to hurry after him, and they ended up in another location. Dwayne and Kara were worried about Lee Jong-hyun, who, for their sake, remained to expand the walls of the passage. The main character was far from the passage, which was about to close and become no longer accessible. The players came up with the idea of going back and saving Jung-hyun, but then he shouted at them to get out of here quickly. The main character tensed his body and opened the fifth gate of the limit to rush after his comrades. The main character hoped to have time to fly into a narrow passage that was about to close for good. With maximum power, Lee Jong-hyun still managed to break through the barrier on the way and fly into a new location. All the players were glad that after the ordeal, their team was still united. Looking around, the players realized that there was someone in front of them. Judging by the silhouette of the body, it was not a person but some kind of frightening monster. The creature sensed the arrival of the players with its back, and addressed them with a pitiful and at the same time rude greeting. A pair of eyes appeared on the back of the monster's head, and he informed the players that he was disappointed in their abilities, as a simple task made them sweat quite a lot. The players came to the conclusion that this was the same pair of eyes that had been watching them in the passages of the cave. The monster rose to his feet, grabbed the bag lying next to him, and decided to somehow test the strength of the arriving players. When the monster turned to face the players, the company saw another pair of eyes and blunt but powerful horns. The system notified everyone present that it was Satan himself, who was capable of enraging everyone, and he had the 69th level of the highest skill. The monster looked very scary, but the girl Kara was only embarrassed by his bag. Satan's bag was made of human skin, and it looked quite disgusting. Satan addressed the players and asked them to do everything possible to survive the fight with him. Lee Jong-hyun didn't like the monster's self-confidence and immediately told Dwayne about it. Dwayne took out a bottle of potion and immediately drank it, because a very difficult test awaits them. The young guy used all the souls he had, and so he decided to go into the fight very first in order to get even before other players. Using the beast's rage skill, Dwayne asked his comrades to intervene only when everything was as bad as possible with him. When the young guy approached Satan, he realized that he was several heads taller than him. Dwayne decided to attack first and created a skill of terrifying master-level rage. The player dealt a powerful blow to Satan in the stomach, and he staggered back for a moment. Dwayne immediately flew back after the successful attack to assess the situation, and the monster began to cough. After coughing, Satan told the player that he wasn't particularly impressed with his pathetic, weak attacks. In response, Dwayne became angry, and using all his active skills, attacked this monster. From the player's blows to the stomach, Satan lost his balance and flew backwards. The young guy managed to throw Satan to the ceiling and throw him some distance. Unexpectedly for everyone, Satan flew into the wall and hardly moved at all. Dwayne jumped on the helpless monster to deal the killing blow. Kara and Jong-hyun were confident that Dwayne could handle this dangerous monster alone. The main character noticed a strange detail, because after all the attacks, Chaitanya had never let go of his bag. The main character asked Kara to be on alert, as he had a very bad feeling. But fortunately, all of Lee Jong-hyun's premonitions turned out to be meaningless, as a purple soul appeared above Satan's body. Dwayne went to Satan's body, but Lee Jong-hyun and Kara did not want to rush to conclusions. The young guy absorbed the earned flying soul of the monster and was proud of his brave actions. Soon, Dwayne was upset that the soul contained only 3 pieces of accumulated souls. The main character told his friend that the test was not over yet, since the exit door had not appeared. Dwayne clearly didn't want to believe what was happening, but Lee Jong-hyun asked him to turn his attention to the leather bag lying there. At some point, dead Satan squeezed his hand, which contained exactly that bag. A powerful explosion occurred at the place where the monster's body lay, which threw the players several meters back. It turned out that Satan's body exploded into several small pieces, but that bag lay safe and sound, and Satan's hand was on it. Suddenly, the bag moved, opened, and a bloody human hand appeared from it. Kara informed those around her that there was something terrible in this bag, and everyone needed to be extremely careful. A real Satan came out of the bag, whose eyes were filled with blood, and on his head there were real sharp and long horns. The monster informed the players that they had used up their attack attempt and now it was his turn. The system notified the players that the monster Satan was the embodiment of anger, which had the 70th level of the highest skill. Judging by the terrifying energy of Satan, the main character realized that it seemed like the end had come for them. The monster's body was covered with a special destructive energy, and it went towards the players. Satan's hand pointed at Lee Jong-hyun, and everyone present fell into a stupor of fear. The monster confidently informed the player that he would be its first victim in this test. Lee Jong-hyun risked his health and opened the gate of the limit, shouting to his comrades to stand as far away from Satan as possible. The monster laughed at the caring player and told him to worry about himself first. Satan struck the first blow, which immediately threw the main player back. Despite his power, Lee Jong-hyun lost his left hand in this fight, and this scared all the players. Satan whispered to the young man that his hour of death had come, and it was time to say goodbye to his life. Suddenly, Dwayne flew out from the side and, using an active skill, struck Satan on the head. Lee Chong shouted to his comrade to run back, but Dwayne did not want to listen to him. Satan grabbed Dwayne's hand and asked him not to rush into action. Both Dwayne and Lee Jong-hyun lost their left arms in this ordeal. Satan delivered a direct blow to Dwayne's face and asked him to wait his turn without interfering with his actions. With its next attack, the monster threw Lee Jong-hyun into the opposite wall, creating a powerful explosion. Kara decided to use the active fireball skill and released it at Satan's side. The girl was surprised that her actions had no effect on the monster. Satan turned to the heroine and warned her that if she interfered, he would remove all her skin. The monster walked towards Lee Jong-hyun and once again asked the other players to be patient and respectful. At this time, Lee Chong used the passive pain relief skill, Lizard Tail, to relieve the pain on his left arm. The main character also absorbed 330 souls and increased his low skills to a fairly high level. Chong Li realized that he had to take a risk, so he created an active electrification skill and opened the 8th gate of the limit. When Satan got close to the main player, he realized that the monster's movements were subtle, and he would not be able to cope with it. A moment later, Lee Jong-hyun realized that his limit gate skill allowed him to catch his opponent's speed. Satan noticed that the player's physical attributes had increased significantly, and he praised him for it. However, the monster was sure that Lee Chong's body would not last long in this state. A real fight began between Satan and Lee Jong-hyun, in which the forces were not so different. During the battle, the main character also managed to ask Dwayne about his well-being, but he asked him not to be distracted by extraneous things. Dwayne told Kara that Lee Jong-hyun needed their help, because he wouldn't last long on his own. The girl put her hands in front of her and created a fire skill that saved her life more than once. From the blow of Satan or from the pressure of the 8th level of the Gate of the Limit, the main character's left eye burst. Then Chong-hyun decided to create a bone blade and strike Satan from behind. The monster simply waved its arms at random and hoped that in this way it would definitely hit the player. Satan did not even suspect that behind his back Lee Jong-hyun was preparing a fatal blow against him. At that moment, the main character, looking at the monster's body, realized that his wounds were instantly healing. Having waited for the right moment, the guy swung his bone blade and wanted to cut off the monster's head. Satan's hand suddenly grabbed the player's only hand and squeezed it tightly. The monster warned the player that if he attacked him again, he would not allow him to go into the shadows again. The monster added that Hyun's skills surprise him, but fortunately he can quickly get used to them. Lee Jong-hyun's left eye, left hand, and right leg were injured, and the monster was wondering when he would die. At the moment of Satan's active strike, a powerful stream of flame appeared from the side, which Kara launched. The monster kicked the player in the stomach with all his might, and he instantly flew to the opposite wall. The mutant turned to Kara, reminding her of the previous conversation. Satan suddenly appeared in front of the brave girl who approached, and she, with fear in her eyes, began to beg him for mercy. Dwayne wanted to become a hero and wanted to save the girl from the hands of the dangerous Satan. The young guy was sure that his weak blow to the monster's face would somehow help save Kara and take the situation into her own hands. The monster abruptly placed Dwayne on his arm and reminded him and Kara to wait their turn. Dwayne hung on the monster's hand. At some point he opened his mouth, from which hot dark blood poured out. When Dwayne landed on his feet, he grabbed the monster by its sharp horns and threw him to the ground. Surprisingly, the young guy managed to end up on top of his lying strong opponent. During active actions, Satan dealt the guy one single blow, after which he fell unconscious. Kara flew up to the monster and set its body on fire with her active skill. When the girl wounded Satan with a fiery sword, he instantly grabbed her by the throat with his tail and lifted her up. At that moment, Lee Hyun hurried to help his friend and created a bone blade from his lost hand, cutting off the devil's tail with it. The main character realized that they had all been at their limit for a long time, and there was not much time left before death. Back in the cave, the girl told about her special eye, which she can use as an attack, but only near those she trusts. The girl wanted to use the eye only in the most extreme and emergency situation. The main character climbed onto Satan's shoulders and wanted to tear off his horns using the electrification skill. Without hesitation, the monster jumped up and hit the player with all his might into the ceiling. When the girl woke up, she saw that the main character was in exactly the same situation, and his throat was wrapped in a devil's tail. After being rescued, Chan again climbed onto Satan's shoulders and with special force, managed to cut off his head with a bone blade. The player, wounded in all parts of the body, fell to the ground along with the enemy's head and exhaled with particular ease. Opening the 8th level of the limit gate was too energy intensive for the main character, so he cannot even lift a finger. Oddly enough, Satan's torso continued to stand on its feet in front of its killer. The girl took off the bandage from her face and used a special skill of her eye. The girl Kara expected Satan to approach, but when he approached her, he inflicted a mortal wound on her chest. A moment later, Kara launched the ball of her special skill, and instead of Satan's head and neck, there was emptiness. The monster's body fell to the ground, and was not even able to regenerate its losses. To everyone's surprise, a pink-red soul appeared above Satan's body, signaling the end of the test. Due to their injuries, Dwayne and the girl Kara fell to the ground, and Lee Jong-hyun sat next to them without any strength. When the girl came to her senses, her friend told her that he had used all his medicine on them in order to avoid their death. Lee Jong-hyun scolded his friend for the thoughtless use of the Ifrit Eye skill, which instantly consumes stamina and physical abilities. The girl responded by telling the main character that he did not use his heals to restore his arm and strength. Luckily, Dwayne also came to with a terrible headache. The young guy saw Satan's body and immediately asked his comrades what happened, but Hyun replied that it was all Kara's fault. After resting for a while, the players went to the door that appeared to face a new challenge. The system notified that Lee Young-hyun, Dwayne, and Kara entered the 6th location of the 7th zone. The main character needed to buy a potion as soon as possible to restore his body, since his stamina was not doing well. After walking some distance, the players found themselves in a completely dark room, on the wall of which there were incomprehensible patterns. The exit door was located on the opposite side of the location, which all players immediately noticed. It was very strange that the carpet was located only to the center of the location. The main character doubted that there was no one else in this location, and therefore asked his comrades to look around. Everyone present was confused by the patterns on the walls, which seemed to have begun to move. All the patterns scattered throughout the location to combine into one heap. After some time, the players saw that the drawings had created the body of a huge snake. The system notified the players that this is an agile snake, which has super strong scales, and the 75th level of the highest skill. The huge snake's eyes glowed with red energy and a fireball flew out of its mouth. Kara held her hands up and created a curtain of flames to protect her entire team. The girl decided to take advantage of the same element and sent streams of fire towards the snake. The snake's head caught fire and small scales of its skin began to fly off, but this did not last long. The girl realized that her strong skills were irrelevant in this test, since the snake breathed fire. In response to the attack, the snake opened its mouth and again sent fireballs at the players, which they could no longer cope with. Dwayne decided to use the active skills of Beast Rage and Bear Claw to somehow try to attack the huge creature. Lee Jong-hyun again made the previous mistake and opened the 8th gate of the limit. Kara informed Lee Jong-hyun that she could not cause damage, but was excellent at deflecting fire. The main character swung upward to get as close to the monster's head as possible. When the snake opened its mouth for a future fiery attack, Chong Li was already at its huge mouth. The player calculated all the snake's actions in advance, and thanks to this managed to end up on top of it. Releasing a huge bone blade, Lee Jong-hyun wanted to plunge it into the thick neck of the snake. After the main character's attack, the protective layer of the snake's scales was damaged, and there was a large gap into which another strong blow could be delivered. In addition to the limit gate, Chan used the skill of electrical energy and launched it at the snake. The hero changed the shape of the bone blade and wanted to enter the snake's body in the neck area like a nail. Lee Jong-hyun's blow pierced the snake's strong body. Streams of blood burst out from the snake's head and neck, splashing in all directions of the location. Kara, who was standing not far from the active Lee Jong-hyun, felt that this was her chance to attack. The girl released fireballs at the snake, which created one large explosion. After his friend's attack, Lee Jong-hyun swung upward and cut the burnt area of the snake with a thin bone blade. This time, everything went much faster and easier for the players, because they became much stronger. A white and silver soul appeared above the head of the killed snake, and the players wanted to quickly share it. After resting, the players went to the next location. A dead end awaited them in the form of Stone Truth. The players, one after another, tried to tear down the wall, but only Dwayne managed to do it, and not on the first try. The players entered the hole and saw huge cliffs of stones around them, which were much higher than them. At some point, the players came to a place where there were large columns attached to huge chains. Dwayne informed his comrades that there were no doors in this location again, so they would have to fight to the last. At the end of the location, there was a horned monster, which was held by ordinary chains, and under it there was a pentagram. The system notified the arriving players that the monster's name was Prider, who had a fairly high level. Dwayne decided to walk up to the red line and say hello to the monster, hoping that it would somehow work. In fact, the young guy had something else in mind as he immediately created an active beast form skill. The hero ran up, and with all his strength dealt a powerful blow to the monster in the chest, but it turned out that it had no effect. Then the girl Kara decided to use her special magic and created a fireball in front of her. After Kara's powerful fiery explosion, The monster's body had the same shape and color. Lee Jong-hyun decided to attack last, creating a long bone blade in his hand. Unfortunately, the bone blade was unable to cut through Prider, and it looked like the monster was vulnerable to any attack. The players consulted and decided that the chains helped the monster to be strong, since some kind of white energy moves through them. Later, Dwayne and Junhyun realized that the energy was transferring to Prider from the pentagram, and so they decided to remove this pattern on the floor. When the pattern and chains disappeared, the monster showed with all his appearance that he was ready to fight until his death. Lee Jong-hyun suggested trying his attacks again, and Dwayne was the first to volunteer to attack. But everything did not go according to plan, because during the blow, Dwayne realized that the monster's huge hand wanted to grab his head. Thanks to his active skill, Dwayne managed to run to the side and save his life. Kara noticed that the monster still could not return from its place, and carried out its attack only where it originally stood. Then the girl decided to create a fireball and launch it at the powerful Prider. When the fire came into contact with the monster's torso, its body turned orange-red, and its eyes lit up with red energy. Kara asked Lee Jong-hyun if she could use the Eye of the Ifrit, but Young was against it since it was not an emergency. Lee Jong-hyun opened the 8th gate of the limit and decided to take on the monster with close combat skills. Just like Dwayne, the monster wanted to grab Jong-hyun, but he was confident in his speed. Cuts with a bone blade left wounds on the monster's body, from which green blood flowed. It was not difficult for the main character to dodge Prider's attacks. The monster decided to use air currents and thereby knocked Lee Jong-hyun out of the way of his attack. At the moment of the main character's active actions, Dwayne used the active skill of the appearance of a beast and struck a blow to the monster's face. Monster Prider clasped his hands in front of him, but Lee Jong-hyun managed to deftly dodge them. Having waited for the right moment, the main character decided to strike again with the bone blade. At the same time as Jong-hyun, Dwayne delivered a powerful blow to the monster's torso. He opened his mouth to release streams of wind towards the players, but suddenly his intention failed due to the huge fireball that Kara sent at him. The fireball did not bring any harm to the mutant, because he perfectly repelled such attacks. When the mutant was distracted by a lonely girl, the main character decided to take advantage of this opportunity and jumped over him. The main character found himself on the monster's head and wanted to stab him with a blade. Prider raised his hands above his head and wanted to brush away the annoying player, but he was no longer there. Dwayne created all his strongest active skills and struck the dangerous enemy in the stomach. The monster, without hesitation, crossed his palms and struck at the place where the main character was. Fortunately, the player's power and strength allowed him to hold Lee Jong-hyun's heavy fist aloft. Lee Jong-hyun enlarged the bone blade and stabbed it into the monster's right eye while flying. The situation got out of control when everyone noticed that the monster managed to tear off Dwayne's left arm. Blood flowed incredibly strongly from the player's body, and he roared wildly from the pain he received. The girl ran up to her friend and told him that they needed to stop the bleeding, but they did not have a suitable potion left. Then Dwayne turned to his friend and asked her to cauterize the wound with fire, which she refused for a long time. The monster and Lee Jong-hyun watched silently as Kara burned the remains of Dwayne's arm. Lee Jong-hyun ran up to his friend and asked him to help in one matter, since he could not cope alone. The main character asked Kara to buy them some time and divert the monster's attention to herself. Chong Li apologized to his comrades and informed them that they were the only ones he could rely on in this situation. Kara created a fireball and launched it towards the monster, while the young people watched this carefully. When the fire was near Prider's face, he opened his mouth and quickly deflected the fire attack away from him. However, the girl foresaw the monster's protection and sent 2 fireballs in his direction at once, which flew one after another. Prider could not expect that his face would be engulfed in fire, because he tried to repel all the attacks of the players. Lee Jong-hyun crept up to the burning monster and began to strike with a bone blade, releasing green blood from the monster's body. Having extended the bone blade as much as possible, the main character wanted to cut off a huge part from the monster's belly. When the bone blade got stuck in Prider's body, Dwayne rushed to his aid, and together with him finished what he started. The large carcass of the monster fell to the ground and began to bleed green blood. Oddly enough, 3 yellow-green souls appeared above the monster's body, and the players admired their teamwork. At the end of the location, doors appeared, which the main character immediately noticed. On the left was an ordinary door, and on the right had a keyhole, and it was into this that the players headed, using the labyrinth key. When 2 opened, the darkness sucked Lee Jong-hyun into itself, and the system issued an incomprehensible notification about some kind of return. With the last of his strength, Lee Jong-hyun shouted to his comrades to go to the 9th floor and wait for him there until the last. Dwayne and Kara were shocked by what was happening, because they had never encountered such a phenomenon before.